Fuck. I feel like my I just read like 2 different things. What was I saying? Did anybody know what I was gonna say? Oh, I feel like my viewership might be fucked. So people are saying my stream has been live like all night. I have no idea if the mobile streams don't shut down correctly or what the fuck happens. So I don't know if like my shit is gonna be categorized correctly or what. So good luck. It went offline eventually. I've seen people chatting in that like all night.
Diversity, all this is fake.
Whoa. Uh-oh. How you doing? I'm doing great. Okay. Do you notice that Soldier Boy never actually does anything evil on camera until he hits the kid at the end? Maybe. Is that true? Well, don't we get... He's kind of mean in his flashbacks, right? Wait, fuck, what was I looking for on my phone? I picked up... I don't even remember. I don't care. Fuck. All right. Do the chicken and waffles taste good? Kind of. I just really like the huge chunk of whatever fucking fried chicken they serve there. I don't actually like chicken and waffles. I'm gonna be totally honest. I think it's kind of a cringe pairing of things. But the big, whatever that huge chunk of like fried amalgamation of chicken they have is fucking good as fuck. If you had Dave's hot chicken, yeah, that shit. It sucks because nobody has like a consistent method that they use for like scaling how spicy their food is. I think I can do like medium, I think, spiciness at this place. They have like 2 levels that is uncomfortably hot for me. This stuff is so good though. Holy shit, it's so good. Ugh, fuck yes. But their hot and their spiciest hot are very, 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 very hot. Ultra hot. Like from any, probably the hottest I've ever seen from any fast food restaurant. Jesus. We're arguing about this in chat. This looks tasty, but how would you eat it? I'm over this. I disagree with making unedible like burgers. I think this kind of shit is cringe. It looks really, really, really good. But like they need to remove like 2 patties from this. Can you really explain why you would never eat chicken and waffles together? Yeah, I could. I just don't. Dude, my brain is like turned against things like waffles and pancakes and shit. It's like, if you saw that plate of food I had yesterday, I bet there were more calories in the waffle than the huge thing of chicken. It's just so many. It's so many calories. Actually, maybe not because it was breaded chicken. I'm not sure. It was probably close, but it's just so many calories in waffles and pancakes. I just try to stay away from them. You're not supposed to eat the chicken with syrup? I don't do that shit. That's gross. Okay. They give you buffalo sauce, so. When I was at Hattie B's, they said their meeting was the real hot chicken. Everything else, man, that was just dumb shit. Oh, I don't know what Hattie B's is, but okay. What watch are you wearing? Oh, it's just a Whoop. It just measures my vitals to make sure I'm healthy. Damn, I got shit stuck in my head. Oh, I know what I was doing on my phone. I was gonna change my lighting. Boom. Okay. Average recovery score? My recovery today is 75%. Not bad. Buffalo sauce is legit Frank's hot sauce and butter. Wait, isn't buffalo sauce like a widespread recipe? Like anybody can make buffalo sauce, like ranch or whatever? Rock climbing when? I don't know how to... So here's a question. If you're like seriously lifting, how do you plan in other stuff? So I'm starting to look at my running. I've taken like 2 or 3 breaks, 2 or 3 sessions off of running because I don't think I can handle all of that together. I don't think I can recover like running, lifting, lifting. Unless it's like your body slowly adapts to volume over time. So I'm worried if I start going like rock climbing, am I gonna like go to the gym the next day and not be able to do anything? I'm not sure. Or maybe I just have, maybe I'm just old. Maybe I'm just fucking old and I'm a loser. Because the running definitely cut into my squatting. Because as soon as I started going harder on running, one, I could feel it in my quads even after running. And then the next day, my quads are still really sore. I think 2 sessions ago, I went to squat, and after like half of my first set, I was like, holy shit, I am fucked. I cannot do this. But I don't know, but like if I'm squatting, I'm doing 3 sets of 10 squats like every other day, and then running every other day in between the squatting, and then I'm doing 2 sets of deadlifts or 2 sets of Romanian deadlifts every squat session too. I think it's just way too much volume for my legs, unless I'm just a loser. But the, yeah, I don't know. There's like, I noticed that I killed my recovery on my leg shit, and I just got fucked completely. Or it might not even be on my legs. It might just be overall fatigue. I'm not sure. But maybe I'll just keep doing it. I'll try it for like a few more weeks, and I'll see if I slowly build up to it, I guess. It's hard to tell, like, if I can't recover, is it because I need to continue working at it and then your body will adjust to the volume, or is it just like too much and you will never adjust? I'm not sure. I don't know. Why do you squat so much? I don't know, because I don't know. I'll probably stop in the future, but. Or actually running or using an elliptical? Running. Are people getting banned from the sub today? Oh, I don't even... Those threads are so boring to me. Lift more than 3 times a week. But, I mean, I could start dividing my exercises up. I still feel like I can full body every day, right? To all those hypertrophies. Hypertrophy. How do you squat low bar with shit posture? My shoulders literally won't allow me to go low bar. Being in caloric deficit fucks your... Yeah, that too, Hillshire. It's probably a combination of everything I'm doing. Suboptimal sleep, caloric deficit, lifting every other day with pretty high volume now, plus cardio every other day. Is maybe if I was like 20, I could do it, but it's probably way too much for my body right now. So I'm kind of like trying to move some things around. I might just start eating a lot again too, especially now that Melina's back. It's so easy. So I'm pretty sure if you up your food, I think it fixes like every fucking possible... Like not enough sleep, eat more... Feel sore after workouts, eat more. If you're injured, eat more.
Get more plates, more dates on stream, and ask him about it.
I think if you just eat a fuck ton of shit, it just fucking fixes all your problems. I think. Maybe not, though. I don't know. Do you sleep enough? Kind of. I wake up after 6 hours sometimes. Yesterday I slept a full 8 hours. That was good. Jesus Christ. Is this a real tweet? Which lifts require your most attention? Squat and deadlifting, 100%. Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey eats a true freedom-loving all-American breakfast. 2 bags of Doritos, 3 Milky Way bars, a box of Cheez-Its, laced potato chips. Jesus, breakfast. Okay, is the joke that he actually eats this for breakfast, or is he tweeting out a joke that he's like working so hard this is all he can eat for breakfast? Still doing RDLs in 2022. The only reason I do them is just because it's the only exercise I have that like forces me to like super work my hamstrings. I need to stretch them. My hamstrings are like, I have the shortest hamstrings in the world, the tightest, most virgin fucking hammies in the world. So RDLs keep me doing that pretty well. For my low bar squat, I can squat really, really, really low. But I think my butt still tucks a bit at the bottom, and I think it's still because of my hamstrings are tight, I think. Can't you stretch to lengthen them? Yeah, but stretching's for losers, and I'd rather just like do a lift. Fuck it. I think RDL's also like really stressed to teach you to like keep your lower back straight and don't compromise for your hamstrings. Because it's probably pretty easy it's really easy to relax your lower back because your hamstrings are too tight and feel like your lower back is straight. Because it feels straight, because I'm kind of like supporting it, but not really. Like you can round your lower back a lot without realizing that. It's something I know.
This is boring, play D&D.
Shut the fuck up, loser. Do you do your leg and arm exercise on the same? Yeah, I do everything together. Someday we'll do PPL memes, I guess. I don't know. You classify some foods like McDonald's as garbage. Okay, there's no such thing as garbage food. Every food just gives you different things, right? That's just the only thing to keep in mind, basically. Yeah. Every food has pros and cons. That's it. Jesus Christ. Do you supplement at all to help recovery? The only supplement I've ever heard that ever does anything worthwhile, there's 2 that I've ever heard, and that is fish oil stuff, not for lifting, but just in general, and creatine, which I think makes a measurable, noticeable difference, unless you're like part of the 5% of people that are like unresponsive to creatine, if that's even a real thing. Oh, and I guess caffeine if you want pre-workout. But like I don't know about all the other shit. Like I don't know if any of that other I've read about multivitamins and shit like that. I don't think any of that does anything. Unless you're actually deficient in a vitamin. Have you not tried pre-workout? I think you've been going long enough. I just drink sugar before working out. That's all I'll do. Just have like a simple carb. Some people think caffeine and shit works. I don't know. I've never tried it. Take vitamin D too. I don't think taking vitamin D helps unless you're actually deficient in vitamin D. And I'm out fucking your moms on the beach all the time, so I'm good on that one. Did you know that muscle flexibility is purely a neurological thing? Stretching doesn't change the muscle's length or anything? Half true. That's half true. I'm almost positive that stretching actually stretches the muscle, but I think a lot of it is neurological as well. Because if you have a friend help you stretch and you just like chill really hard and relax, they can stretch a muscle past what you're normally able to do it with, like quite a bit. And that's just because you're relaxing.
The 8 majority of women are 5 or 6.
Nice. But there is still like an actual thing happening, I'm pretty sure, when you're stretching the muscle. It's not just neurological. Because if you do static stretching before a lift, you can actually compromise the muscle such that you're not able to lift as much as you can too. So like that's why they don't recommend that. Like if you do like hardcore static stretching, so like you're holding a pose for 10 seconds and then you go to do like big lifts, your muscle will be in a weaker state than if you were to just lift fresh or do like a little bit of dynamic stretching and everything. Stretching also helps prevent injury. If you don't do stretches at all, you're going to injure yourself sooner or later. Kind of. I mean, like that. Like I think warming up is one way of stretching, right? Like if you were to go right into squatting and you were to go right to your work weight, you'd probably break something. I think that happened to me. That's why I hurt myself when Ivy came back, and I had like 3 weeks off because I traveled for 2 weeks, and then I'm pretty sure COVID. Is I just went right back into working out. I should have warmed up more, and I think that's how I hurt my tricep. Is because if you just go right into it, you'll stretch everything out. But as long as you're like warming up in a good manner, and there's like a few simple dynamic stretches I think you can do. So like before squats, people recommend you like kick your leg like up and down or like side to side to stretch out your inner and outer thighs and then your legs and shit. You can do like dynamic stretching and stuff, but. Cardio absolutely can impact gains, so that's why I'm such a freak about zone 2 cardio. It's by getting 9% of the cardio benefits, only 5 to 7%. Sure, okay, Jacob. I'll think about it, okay? Why don't you lower your running load to simply 10 minutes of warm-up? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Stretching after workout is really important too. Relieves soreness and retains reflexibility. I mean, I don't know about that, maybe, but... Every time you guys link me tweets of like people calling me a fascist, these losers always already have me blocked. What is your dream physique? I don't know if I have a dream physique. I want to be like reasonably strong and then not fat. That would be the dream. I don't think my dream would ever be like 8% body fat. I don't think I'm ever at like that. Just like reasonably strong. Ask me in a year, okay? I think 2, 3, 4 is good, ideal male strength. 2 plate bench, 3 plate squat, 4 plate deadlift. If you can do that, be at like 12 to 15% body fat. That's good. That would be fine. I would be super happy with that level of strength. Super duper happy with that level of strength. I think that would be good. I think. What? Why not 315, 315, 315? True. President Sunday shit. I'll probably do the debate eventually. It's just a matter of like I just have to sit down and like kind of do the reading. But there's like other stuff I've been busy with at the moment. Please start unblocking Mouthy. He's smart. Why did I block him? I don't even have him blocked. He was talking about Rem, dumb fuck. What's your position on death memes? I don't know. We'll find out. I think Lauren got ultra ass mad that people were memeing on that one dude's daughter's death. So now she's like, I don't think we should ever meme about death. It's like, don't you meme about people, George Floyd and shit a lot? I don't know, man. Did you see the new Omaha Archdiocese decision on trans students? Oh, Jesus. The Roman Catholic Church's Archdiocese of Omaha has released a new policy on gender identity that will be required at all Catholic schools, including the high schools. Firm first points, dignity human beings. Students at all Omaha Catholic schools will be treated according to their biological sex. Oof. Interesting. says you have him blocked on Discord. No, I changed my Discord so that you can only DM me if you were a friend because I was getting spammed way too much. So he probably just has to send me a friend request. Destiny, your stream title's wrong. It's EST, not EDT. You're welcome. I think it's all EDT now because we got rid of daylight savings time. Or something. Somebody said it's all EDT and not EST, so I changed it. It doesn't take effect until 2023. Oh well.
Think that your best what do you think that your best feature is? I mean, you're a big back, you're good run back. Basically, what do you?
Is this an edit? I remember we watched something like this a while ago. Was it really that bad? Would you talk to Dr. K again before the end of the year? I don't think he'll talk to me because I'm banned from Twitch. What is this even for? Hold on. Oh. Thoughts on Snego trying to beef with KSI? Is Snego still in chat? I don't know. I don't know anything about KSI, so I can't say. I don't know what KSI stands for or who this guy is. KSI has turned down $150 million worth of offers. Ooh, sounds like a big dude. Oh, he's a really big dude. Holy shit.
$12K viewers after 7-hour stream ends. Video says 90K views. Do you have that many people in and out during stream? How are views calculated?
I have no idea. Where is he famous at? His monthly YouTube views actually are really bad. He must be like he's like a celebrity outside of this. He wrecked Logan Paul in a boxing match. Is he like a boxer or he posts mostly on a second channel? KSI YouTube. He started the YouTube boxing thing, did he? I don't. Why the fuck would you think I would know that? Stop lying? Why would I know that? Look up the Sideman. Is this him? JJ? I don't know any of these people. He only posts on his second. Oh, okay. Way more views on this channel. I see. I see. Oh, okay. Damn. He's one of the OGs of YouTube, and he did start YouTube boxing. Look up Sidemen too. I don't know what the fuck Sidemen is. I thought Destiny was super into the Logan and Paul boxing shit. No, what? I just shitpost on Twitter to trigger the fuck out of people who like boxing. I don't know fucking anything about any of this shit. Paul Logan, Logan Paul. I don't even know who the difference between the two Paul brothers is. I just started tweeting shit about how they're the best boxers of all time, and everybody gets mad as fuck about it. I don't know anything about that world. He's a huge UK YouTuber, gamer, React, made boxing stuff, mainstream for sure. Gotcha. Oh, okay. He's the guy who boxed Logan Paul. Is he the one who got knocked out after the like 15-minute hug fest? He got smacked on the side of the head and got... Was he that one? No. Oh, okay, well. Holy shit. Wait, she was in some of those meme videos we watched, right? Not Generation Hope, but what was the weird? Are these views real? Darman, 530 million views in 30 days? She's making like 7 to 8 figures per month. Oh my God, that's like unbelievable.
Excuse me, man.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God.
Hello friends, it's me. And today we're finally gonna be watching my Darman collab that I've been telling you guys about. Dara and I wanted to do a video that was anime related and he wanted to include me in it. I mean, in case you can't tell. I haven't seen any of this yet, so we're gonna be watching.
Heather. Hey, Chase.
I never thought I'd be put in the same sentence as Kanye West. What anime does Ariana Grande watch? Spirited Away? Okay, you know what? That's a good one. There's so many people that like anime these days. It's like become mainstream.
Oh, and a quick reminder that Friday is career day, so you will want to.
Why does Destiny not know jack shit about YouTube? Bro, because I stream all day. I don't have time to watch this shit. I don't know anything. All I know about are the things that... the only YouTubers I know are the ones that my son says are better than me. And he always brings up, like, Dan TDM and maybe Mr. B. I don't know, right? He brings up these random fucking Minecraft and FNAF fucking YouTubers. I don't know any of these fucking people. Damn. Check Mr. Beast's numbers. It's unreal. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Is Nathan a FNAF kid? Yeah, Jesus. His mind is rotted with FNAF. Every time we're in the car, he's like, do you want to listen to this FNAF rap battle while I tell you about how Golden Freddy and Springtrap lock children's bodies away? But actually, Golden Freddy's not... I don't know any of that shit. He'll talk for fucking hours and hours about that lore.
FBI whistleblowers say they were allegedly ordered to not look into Hunter laptop before 2020 elections.
True. John Fetterman today held a second rally since having a stroke in which he spoke for close to 5 minutes. I don't know anything about Dr. Oz or John Fetterman either. I don't know anything about these people. There's a whole world out there of people that I just don't know anything about. Why do you care so much about views all of a sudden? What do you mean? I'm just curious how much views these people do. It's insane. We've always looked at like random channels and shit. Nice projection though, dude. PA Senate Republican candidates. Gotcha.
In the shadow of your amazing building. Do you think of the 10 homes Dr. Oz has a union hall across their home? If you say you think the word of steelworker, what words come to your mind if you say steelworkers? Of all the words that bring to your mind when you hear the word steelworkers, does the word crudité come to your mind? That's not a word that's going to come to my mind. Crudité is wrong with demanding for an easy, safe kind of their income. This is one simple and one...
Jesus. If you killed conjoined twins, would you be charged with homicide or double homicide? Oh, I saw this. I generally say, like, I reserve judgment until, like, I get, like, the full story. But struggle to think what could have happened prior to this. I don't know what could have happened prior to this that would justify this. I have no idea. The only possible thing I can think of is if he literally has a gun on him that he's like reaching for and they're trying to like knock him out or disable him. He's got like a gun in his pocket. That's the only possible thing I can think of.
This is bad. We gotta get out of here.
Has there been like any statements released about this? Not siding with him, but he threatened a convenience store worker with a knife.
You covering the Sneeko/KSI beef. Also, I am a new viewer from Sneeko. Did you used to do Dr. Phil videos, as I think I watched you as a kid?
Definitely not to the second part. Listen, if you're here from Sneeko's audience and you want me to cover, I don't know anything about any YouTuber, or I probably don't know anything about any of the YouTubers that he would be beefing with, so I can't cover any of that. I don't know anything about any of that shit, okay? Ask me about socialized healthcare. We can talk about that, but I don't know shit about YouTube drama. I'm sorry. I'm not that deep into that side of the internet yet. Cops will try to incapacitate someone that's actively reaching for their firearm, but without any... Yeah, I would have to know. That's the only thing I can think of, is if this guy had, like, a weapon on him that they think he's actively reaching for and he's, like, not cooperating. But I'd need, like... There has to be, like, a lot of context before the video to just say this, because obviously this looks really, really, really bad. Do you want sources to prepare for the Lauren talk? If you can link me stuff they've actually said, I'd be curious about seeing that, because that's pretty important. I don't have a super strong opinion right now, but, like, my feeling is that, like, if your country's in active war with another country and you're like a political person that's kind of like talking shit, I don't know if we should ever be justified in killing civilians, but that's complicated. I'm not sure. That's really complicated. Please watch this. What?
They are sorely mistaken. The answer requires a discussion of genetics and neurochemistry. Therefore, when people complain about men choosing to be women, this is very offensive. It is a denial of the concept of gender.
Any idea why the Discord app says I am disconnected every time you drag me into a call from a waiting room? Fix my shit, daddy.
Wow, I can't fix your Discord, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're going to do.
This is a clip of me posing at the leanest I've ever been. It was taken just a few weeks out from the California Natural Muscle Mayhem, where I won the lightweight class, the overall...
Jesus Christ, Jeff!
And earned my pro card in natural bodybuilding. Now, keep in mind, this footage was shot on an iPhone 5S, so it doesn't capture the best detail, but here are a few progress photos from the same time frame at the same level of leanness. Now, the weird thing about this is that I do think that this level of leanness looks pretty cool. And I can't understand why so many people have a goal of not just getting lean, but getting shredded and then staying shredded. A lot of people see fitness influencers maintaining this shredded physique year-round and then set the same goal for themselves without realizing the dark side of it all. So in this video, I'm going to lay out 3 harsh realities that come alongside being shredded and then explain.
Would a good comparison be if Coach Red Pill actually died? Would you be fine with... So... Okay, here's... Okay, I gotta separate a lot of things in my mind. This is how I grew up as a kid. And this is like what I was told, and I think this is like really... this is really ingrained in my mind, okay? There are things that I would do as a kid, and I recognized that if I got caught, I would get in big trouble, right? So I don't know if you guys were like this, but when you're running around in neighborhoods, you knew that there were certain yards that you could run through, and you knew that there were certain yards that if you did run through them, you were gonna get in big fucking trouble. That might be some dude with a fucking shotgun. That might be some guy that just will call your parents, or some dude that comes out and screams at you, or some old asshole that'll call the cops on you. Unironically, you've had those people, right? There's always going to be yards that are safe to cut through. Friendly people. There are other yards that are weird. Some people even had like security cameras, which back then was a big deal. Nobody had security cameras back then. Really weird people sometimes, right? But like, if you ran through somebody's yard or did some shit, you know, it's like a fuck around and find out. Like, fuck me. I got caught. Well, you know, what are you going to do? You try to make excuses, but you know, like, fuck, I fucked around. I found out. I got caught. It is what it is, you know? I don't know if that makes it right or not. That's just my perception. If I went to Ukraine and I was in that country and I was talking about a foreign invader being righteous and praising them for their invasion, and then I got caught by Ukrainian special forces, and they were like, bro, we're going to kill you. I'd be like, yeah, I mean, that sucks. But yeah, I mean, makes sense. Fuck me. Like, that's just what I would be expecting. I guess whenever I engage in certain behaviors, I feel like I'm implicitly accepting the risks that go along with those behaviors. Like, fuck it. Like, if I do this, I know this is a potential outcome. So I don't know. That's my, like, personal thoughts on it. That's my personal thoughts on it. Now, if we blow that out into, like, policy or what ought we expect people to do, I don't know, man. Hosting somebody in your own country that's praising an invading army, that's wild to me. Coach Red Pill is a
when the
fucking
only fan
moron.
bit with Mel. Knack and you dropping.
As soon as your mom pays for it. If Coach Red Pill would have gotten killed by Ukrainian special forces, I don't know if it's just so obviously stupid and obviously wrong to me that you would go to a country being invaded and praise the invaders and not expect to get fucked up. I don't know. Here's my rough rules for this. I generally don't think you should celebrate people dying, but you sure as fuck aren't compelled to feel bad for people dying. I think it's usually okay to make fun of people for dying. Although the making fun of people for dying, celebrating people dying, is there's an almost indistinguishable line between the two, and there might be a lot of overlap. So, I don't know. That's a thing. That's like, but I'm kind of amorphous. Like, I don't have a strong position between these areas right now. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
In your spiritual exploration, how did you square your logical self with your spiritual self without slipping on the slippery slope Vosh was talking about? Looking for a framework to hang my hat on.
I think the goal is that every spiritual idea you have should map onto some physical phenomenon. As long as you
The Council
remain tethered to reality like that.
Creed to combat Arian's heresy. I definitely did not establish which books went into the Bible. Love ya.
Oh fuck! Was it the Council of Versailles? Wait, which council to establish canonical gospels? Fuck, I don't know how to spell this. No, Nicaea didn't create the canon. What was it? The canon of the New Testament is the set of books many Christians regard as divinely inspired and constitute the New Testament. For historical Christians, canon is based on it's agreed upon list of 27 books that includes Canonical Gospels Act, letters attributed to various apostles, and Revelation, although there are many textual variations. John's Revelation is considered canonical, and Eastern books of the canon were written before 120 AD. On the list of the Orthodox, the Catholic Church provides a conciliar definition of its biblical canon in 382 at the local Council of Rome, based upon the Decretum Gelasianum of uncertain authorship, as well as the Council of Trent. Oh, I think this might have been the one that we learned about. Maybe. Reaffirming the canons of Florence in 1442.
The Council of Nicaea decided whether monks can cut their balls off, and the Trinity. The canons developed over time. Origins is early, for example.
Gotcha. Destiny, last attempt. What? The Catholic Church didn't officially set a canon until after Protestants came about. The canon formation was mostly a natural process based on which books were the most popular.
Religion for Breakfast said it was done organically.
So, the final mute I wanted to talk to you today about is the E-sax mute. Now, this is a little bit more of an expensive solution to muting the saxophone. However, due to the increased quality of the finishing on this product, so the mute wires are those of the line out aux-in of limitations of the it's is the on the bottom. You can additional full harness, plenty of time.
Is it possible right-wingers aren't supporting Russia, but simply don't want America to be the world police?
Who knows? E-sax mic. Interesting. Leaked Patriot Front video shows members training for a war.
Hey, don't let him in. You're staggering, guys. Cycle back. What are we doing? Cycle back. Right. All right, should we try that again from the top? Hey! Hey! Rear back! All right, call it. Stagger right. Stagger right. Right. You guys in my town? Good, yeah? Block him. Out. Call it again. Yeah, you bet. Don't let him pass. Hey. No, we're good. Good.
Nice, jeez. Shouldn't BLM people be doing this? Train with fucking shields and shit so cops can't beat you up? Seems like a good idea. Does this mindfuck you a little?
As well. So yeah, that's I mean, the only thing I can
never show you, obviously, because it'd be really rude. But I have, there's a nude that a girl sent me a long time ago where she's kneeling on her chair, but both of her arms are bent in the most perfect ways that it makes it look like her arms are backwards, but like the front of her body is like where her butt is. It's the weirdest. It's such a strange picture. And I guess it's kind of it reminds me of this. I saw this clip earlier today.
Basically, I think about.
Okay, nice. And in terms of confidence you were just mentioning there, how's the team's confidence after this group stage? Because I feel like a lot of us expected you guys during the opening game being the team that didn't make changes.
Just do the pose? Yeah, your mom will.
Is the reason you have not been blocked and refused to debate heavy that you're afraid to debate people smarter than you?
Yes.
Vegans for the win.
Yes. That is absolutely the reason. Especially smart vegans.
I think you chose it so well.
She has my microphone. Based.
Yeah.
Click
Click this. All right. I'm gonna get on. I think you chose it so well. Yeah.
Click
this. All right. I'm gonna get on. I think you chose it so.
For me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn. A good corn Vietnam. It has the juice.
Why? Jesus. Oh, if you guys don't know that meme, then you're good. Don't worry about it. Kate! Fuck, I'm being a party pooper, aren't I? They're just wiggling the dog from the back, right? You know that, right? Okay, hold on. We're gonna watch Nipper tell us the 3 harsh realities of being shredded. For all my shredded bros in chat, okay?
In a better, more practical approach to getting and maintaining the physique you want. The first harsh reality is that when you get shredded, you will look your biggest and leanest under good lighting and when flexing or lifting, especially if you have a good camera. However...
Wait, really? These 2 photos were taken 1 minute apart. Jesus Christ. Okay.
You'll most likely look your smallest and most depleted for the other 23 hours of the day. In this posing footage, I'm only 150 pounds, or 68 kilos, at 5'5" tall. And while I do think I look more jacked here than usual, I looked much less jacked than usual just walking around. And this is where the so-called natty triangle comes in. Most people get to pick 2. You can be shredded and natural, but you won't be big, or you can be big and natural, but you won't be shredded, or you can be big and shredded, but you won't be natural. Now, obviously, there will always be a handful of freaks with 1 in a million genetics who can be all 3 at once, but for the rest of us, we get to pick 2. The second harsh reality is that you may look like you're in your best shape ever, but still not be any happier with the way you look. That's because body dysmorphia is exacerbated at very low body fats. In almost everyone I've ever coached, confidence and body image improve as they get leaner, but only up to a point. Most often, once they get past the so-called beach lean stage and start pushing into shredded territory, a switch flips in their brain and they can no longer see their physique objectively. They start noticing every little bit of fat on their body and get very critical about how they look. And it's only after the diet is over and they look back on their old progress photos that they think, wow, I did not realize that I was actually that lean. And this is a shame because people work so hard to attain a certain look that they don't even appreciate once they get there. And then the third harsh reality is that being shredded comes with unhealthy side effects, even as a natural. This 2013 case study followed a natural male bodybuilder through 26 weeks, so just about 6 months of dieting. And in that time frame, he lost 30 pounds total and went from 14.8% body fat all the way down to 4.5% body fat, measured by DEXA. And this is what he looked like on stage at the end of the diet, where you can see visible glute striations, no low back fat, feathered delts, and so on. And while he placed well at the show, his hormones took a huge hit. His testosterone levels dropped to a quarter of what they were at baseline, so he went from a very high 922 nanograms per
I think the lowest I ever got is probably around 5 or 6% body fat, you know, about there. 4.5, that's pretty low, for sure.
Liter, about as high as you tend to see in a natural lifter, all the way down to a clinically low level of 227 nanograms per deciliter, which would still count as low for someone in their 80s or 90s. We can also see that his ghrelin went up and his leptin went down, meaning he must have felt super hungry all the time. His cortisol also skyrocketed, doubling throughout the diet, and this was reflected in his total mood disturbance, which increased by 617% throughout the diet. Severe sleep interruption is another extremely common side effect, which can be very frustrating. Essentially, your body's doing everything in its power to tell you to not sleep because you need to eat first. In my experience, this is one of the most brutal aspects of getting shredded. Case studies on women show similar...
This is kind of what Canute talks about, not to rag on any particular type of person, but this is what Canute talks about when he says that, like, until you've done hardcore bodybuilding competitions, you have no idea what it's like to actually be hungry. And I think I could probably believe him. Yeah.
Negative health effects, plus the addition of menstrual cycle disruptions and the consequences of that, like infertility and bone mineral loss. This case study on a natural figure competitor found that even 1.5 years after the competition was over, she still didn't have her period back. Of course, not everyone is the same here. Another study found that 72% of competitors from both bikini and figure divisions combined had their period back after 3 to 4 months. Some of the variability there could be due to the difference in leanness required for bikini versus figure and whether or not the competitors were comfortable regaining healthy body weight. And sometimes the side effects can get bizarre. It's common for competitors to get complaints that they...
If you're not squatting ass to grass, don't talk about fitness. Ass to grass squatting is nice, but it's certainly not necessary. I'm pretty sure that, like, as long as you're going below parallel, you're good. If you can go deeper, it's cool, but it's going to severely hamper the amount of weight that you can squat. And if you're compromising your lower back to do it, it's probably not good. I think the obsession with ass to grass is probably about as retarded as people that, like, half squat or quarter squat.
They smell like ammonia or nail polish because caloric balance is so negative that the body turns to protein for energy, which is then converted to ammonia and then excreted through sweat and urine. Even more common is for competitors to do absolutely wild stuff with food. People will watch the Food Network nonstop, watch all kinds of food challenges, hoard cupboards full of junk food, and find things appetizing that really shouldn't taste or smell good. Here's an example.
Let me illustrate how crazy it gets.
Just a question, if someone half squats or quarter squats, is there really anything being done? I feel like the movement needs to go parallel to have any effect whatsoever. Well, if you half squat or quarter squat, you're probably still growing your quads quite a bit, and you can probably load the exercise a lot more. The only issues that I've heard of is that if you half or quarter squat, is that one, it's really, 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 really bad for your knees. And then two, because and any compound lift, your multiple muscles are working at multiple like intensities during parts of lifts. So if you're only doing like a quarter or a half squat, you're not working out your entire body as much as you could be versus doing like a full squat. And then again for the knee health thing, I think is the big thing. You want to squat at like at least parallel because it works out like on both sides of your knee, all the range of motion, so that you have like a healthier and stronger knee. That's what I've read. I don't know how true that is or not, but like I would imagine that quarter or half squatting probably allows you to load way more weight on the bar than you ever have business loading, which probably makes it way more easy to injure yourself as well, which is what I could imagine too. So like one of the most common like bullshit things in all of lifting that's said is don't lock out when you lift. Don't lock out when you lift. It's bad to lock out when you lift. That should never be true. You should be able to lock out every lift you do. Even the leg press, you should be able to lock out everything. But I wonder sometimes if the reason why don't lock out is said is because like, fuck, I don't know. I don't know if I probably couldn't. I could quarter squat a lot of weight that would be way above any weight I have business quarter squatting or full squatting. But if I were to load a bar up with like 300 pounds and like barely quarter squat it, if I locked out on that lift, I might like fucking crush my legs, maybe, right? If I loaded 315 on a bar and I just stood up straight and I locked my knees out, I might crumple, maybe. But I have no business having that much weight on the bar. And if you can't do the full range of motion on the lift, you probably can't lock it out either, but... I don't know. I'm just used to ass to grass. I can ADT squat 4 or 5 for 5 reps now. I also feel like you use more of your glutes going that low. Maybe, yeah. I squat very, very, very deep because I enjoy it too. But there's a weird obsession with squatting like as deep as you can go. And the problem is when you get really, really low, depending on how tight your hamstrings are or how good your posture is, you can compromise your lower back. So as you get really low and your butt tucks in a little bit, which will happen sometimes you go ass to grass, when you lose that rigidity in your lower back, you can open yourself up to a lot of injuries. So like if you can squat ass to grass, it's cool. And if you want to, you can. And I think bigger range of motion is probably always good. But sometimes there's like an unhealthy obsession with it. As long as you're hitting like parallel or below, I think you're fine. That's from everything I've seen. Like, lockout means hyperextension for a lot of newbies. Oh, sure. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. If the problem is saying lockout is fine. Some people thinking lockout is hyperextension of joints and disengagement. Oh, that's true too. Anytime you have weight loaded on a bar for anything, your muscles should always be engaged. Your muscles are engaged in a lockout. If you ever lock out and then you're relaxing all your muscles, that's a good way to destroy your body. But that's the case in every part of a lift ever. Like if you're at the bottom of a squat, you're not locked out. But if you're at the bottom of a squat and you relax your muscles, you're going to tear everything inside your groin. You're going to destroy your body and your back and everything. But you don't even have to be locked out to do that. You should never be relaxing your muscles when there's weight loaded on whatever you're interfacing with, right? Butt wink is when your ass tucks into the bottom of squat. A little bit is fine, but too much you're headed to Snap City. Sure. It just depends on why your butt is winking, and it depends on how much it winks probably, right? Yeah. What's your opinion on Smith machines versus free bar? A Smith machine is always going to let you load way more weight. It just depends on what your goal is. I think if your goal is like general health and general strength, I think you stay away from machines as much as possible generally. But if your goal is to just like pump the fuck out of like certain muscles, then you're probably better doing machines. But just don't ever trick yourself into thinking that like machines are carrying over into the actual movements. Like I can, we've got like a leg press downstairs that I can do 425 on. That's the max weight. And I can do 10 reps and I'm like, it's not even that hard, but I cannot squat anywhere near 425 pounds. I don't even know if I could 1 rep max 2 plates yet. Maybe, but yeah, just the machines don't always translate to what you're doing. But like every lift in a gym will have like different purposes. So if like if you're trying to isolate certain muscles, machines can help. If you're trying to load up a fuck ton of weight, machines can help. It just depends on what you're doing or what your goal is. And personally, I think there are some machines. I think there are some machines that are really nice because they isolate certain muscles in ways. Like I like the chest fly machine. I think that if you do the reverse chest fly, the pec deck, I think that's like the best lift for your rear delts. It's the easiest one to do that doesn't require you to do some awkward autistic shit. Yeah, I don't know. And there are some like cable machines you can use for like your fucking triceps, biceps, whatever other fucking shit you want to do. I don't know. Why is the Smith machine like the hated meme machine? The Smith machine is probably hated because there's a whole bunch of Jesus. There's like a whole bunch of like things. You don't want to restrict your movement as much as possible. You want to be able to move freely as much as possible. So, for instance, if you're on your back and you're doing a dumbbell bench press, okay, or a dumbbell chest press is what they would say. It's nice because you can twist your hands a little bit. It might feel a little bit more natural to be like this than like this, and you have a little bit of a move as you're going up and down. So your dumbbell chest press gives you the greatest like freedom to move in the most natural way possible as you're moving your arms up and down. Now, barbell bench press is essentially the same muscles, but your hands are locked a little bit in this position, which can feel awkward on your shoulders depending on your range of motion. But you still have a little bit of natural sway back and forth. A barbell bench press is never going to be straight up and down. It's going to come back a little bit when you get to the top of the movement. But if you're on a Smith machine, you are completely locked now across 2 planes of motion. You can only go straight up and down, and your hands are never moving. So, like, the Smith machine is the most restrictive type of movement, which could leave you the most prone to injury, especially because you're loading the most amount of weight possible. Because you're going to be able to do the most bench on a Smith machine because it's doing all the stabilization for you, and you're going to be able to, and you're going to be the most locked in terms of the position of your joints, and you have no freedom to move throughout the lift or whatever. That's whatever. Destiny, you don't know what you're talking about. Hank Senpai in YouTube chat. You can tell me what I'm saying that's wrong. I don't think I've said anything controversial. Feel free to tell me what I've said is wrong, though. Otherwise, you're getting permaban. Good luck. If you're going heavy with dumbbell deadlifts, I hate dumbbell deadlifts. I try to do them sometimes if I'm traveling. I try to do them sometimes when I'm traveling, but it's so awkward dragging dumbbells up and down your fucking legs. It feels like shit. Like even 50-pound dumbbell deadlifts just feel horrible. I don't know. I hate doing them. I don't even know if I can. Or like I've tried it a couple times and it feels like such a dog shit movement. Least risk of injury though? Maybe, I don't know. Smith machine press is terrible. Do it with a barbell. You want to use those stabilization muscles, dude. Okay, so exercises are like food. I don't think that any exercise is bad. They're just all used for different purposes. Just be aware of that. So like if you have certain injuries, Smith machines can be really nice because they might stabilize a lift in a way that if you're injured, you can't do the lift at all. You almost always want to be doing some type of movement versus no movement, even if you're injured. It's good to be able to work around injury so that you maintain the rest of your body, you keep everything active, and hopefully you get a little bit of a workout on that muscle. So if you've got a type of injury that prohibits you from bench pressing or from dumbbell chest pressing, but you can Smith machine bench press, it's probably better to do at the very least like low intensity, high rep, like Smith machine bench press than to do nothing. Like everything has like its pros and cons, you know? Or I bet like Canute probably hops into the fucking leg press and he'll use it to like pump the fuck out of his quads because you can get a huge quad pump doing a leg press. And even I used to make fun of leg press all the time. But you can get a huge pump in your quads doing leg press that doesn't require all of the general fatigue of like loading your entire lumbar and doing fucking squats and all of that, right? Like a leg press is probably a way less fatiguing exercise, both specific fatigue and general fatigue, than doing actual squats. And you probably get a bigger pump in your quads doing it. That'd be my guess. But I mean, you can ask Canute about that. Like, I'm pretty sure when you're a bodybuilder, you learn to use every fucking thing in the gym, probably. Destiny, Smith machine have the lowest chance of injury because it doesn't require the stabilizing muscles. Maybe, but the problem is on the Smith machine, you're locked into a certain plane of motion, which could be unnatural, and you could overload the machine. I don't know. I see people that do Smith machine workouts have. I mean, you could do it like perfect form, I guess, but. Do you use wrist straps for heavier deadlifts? I need them if I'm deadlifting above 70 kg because my grip is shit, but with straps I'm deadlifting like 120 kilograms. Having to strap 70 kilograms? How much do you weigh? If you weigh like 50 kilograms or something, maybe. I don't know how much you weigh, but strapping at 70 sounds really, really, really light. But I mean, hey, listen, it all depends on what your training goals are. If strapping helps you lift more weight and your goal is to just be able to deadlift more weight, well then fuck it, strap away, my friend. But not being able to grip 70 kilograms, I can grip 225 pretty easily, and I'm a pretty weak person. But do you use hook grip? No, fuck no. I either use alternating or double grip. Not that there's anything wrong with hook grip. Do whatever grip you want. Tons of grips have different reasons for why people do them. Do whatever grip you want. Whatever helps you lift the most weight. Just remember, just be aware of like what your goal is, I guess, right?
The smell of dog food makes me hungry. And worse than
Jesus,
the smell of his crap.
You can grip 225 kg? No, 225 pounds. I can grip 225. A few months ago, I could grip 225 for 5 reps. Not that's reverse grip. Not 225 kilograms. I'm pretty sure my hands would explode.
Makes me hungry when I clean it up.
Now, you may be wondering, does this mean every shredded influencer wants to eat dog poop? Maybe. It could be that they're secretly suffering just as much as the rest of us, but looking lean for their social media or for their business is simply worth the sacrifice for them. It could also be that they're on performance enhancing.
Is bending the wrist when you're benching bad form, or is it fine? Okay, this is one workout tip that I can give you from countless injuries. You should never, ever, 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 ever bend your wrist when you're doing any exercise ever. Your wrist, this joint shouldn't even be able to move, okay? When you go to the gym, tape a steel fucking thing or whatever, your shit is always like this. If you are ever doing any lift and at the end of your lift you find yourself doing this or this, you will injure yourself. You will hurt in random places in your arm where you don't even know there's places that you can hurt at. This shit and this shit are the easiest way to cause injuries in your elbow and injuries all across your forearm. What about wrist curls? I don't know what the fuck that exercise is. I don't know what a wrist curl is. But if you're doing anything that involves moving anything around your bicep or any movement like this, your wrist is in one position always, and the weight is always above your wrist. Don't ever do this and don't ever do that. You will always hurt yourself. Overhead press, yeah, overhead press, bench press, any type of movement where you're moving, always like this. Don't ever fucking do this. Tricep extensions, whatever the fuck, don't do this. You will fuck your shit up every time.
Drugs, which can make maintaining a lower body fat a little bit easier.
I fucked my entire elbow up doing preacher curls. Yeah, I noticed that just recently. Someone in chat actually pointed it out, I think a month ago, and I actually fixed it finally, because I had weird pains here. But I noticed it when I do, even with an easy bar, when I do bicep curls, what I would do is when I'd hit the top here, I'd come to the top and I'd curl my wrist inward like this. So I'd get to the very top and I'd kind of curl my wrist in. And I think that was giving me a lot of weird pain here. But now I'm like super anal about it. It always stays just like this. Always stays like this. Oof.
However,
unless you're doing like workouts that don't involve your wrists. So like on a low bar squat, my wrists probably aren't straight 100%, but that's because I'm not loading my arms or whatever for that exercise, right? I saw a girl break her wrist doing power cleans last week. Fuck that. Aren't your wrists bent for push-ups? Yeah, for push-ups, but who the fuck is talking about push-ups, okay?
even with pharmaceutical enhancement, most people will still suffer similar side effects as naturals, except for the testosterone stuff. Another perfectly plausible scenario is that they simply have lower body fat set points than me or you. For example, I'd guess someone like David Lade is able to maintain 6 to 8% body fat without suffering too much.
Don't you bend your wrists a bit on overhead press? No, I don't believe you're supposed to. I'm pretty sure that if you watch yourself doing an overhead press from the side, the entire time the bar is supposed to be completely over your wrists. You never press like this or any other weird shit. And I'm pretty sure the bar is supposed to be over your wrist the entire time. I don't think your wrist ever bends. It shouldn't. I don't believe it should. I've never heard that before, but stress buildup and fatigue are the primary contributors to injury, not form. What an autistically stupid, retarded fucking thing to say. Like, stress buildup and fatigue and bad form can all contribute to injury. I don't know why you would ever get into a knuckle-dragging, drooling contest over which one might contribute worst. You can have zero stress and zero fatigue, and you can go in and injure yourself instantly with bad form. Or you could have perfect form, but you're working too hard and you injure yourself too. Why? I don't even know why you would try to compare. Like, well, actually, that's what's more likely to hurt you. Like, you can hurt yourself in a whole bunch of different ways. Be aware of all the factors. I don't know why you would even bother. Like,
I really doubt David Lade wants to eat dog poop. Based on his photos as a teenager, it seems like he's just able to get lean and stay lean without trying that hard. But this isn't common. Most people have a higher body fat set point than David Lade. Now, I need to backtrack just a bit. Body fat set point theory is the idea that we each have a specific level of body fat that our body will fight to maintain. If we get too far below the set point, it pulls us back up by making us feel hungry and lethargic. And if we get too far above the set point, it pulls us back down by turning hunger down and ramping up metabolism.
Someone's asking if Jeff has his wrist bent in this. Okay, hold on. We got 10 more minutes on lifting shit, or else it's going to turn full autism. We're not doing that today, okay?
From the side position, the bar should be resting above the wrist joint, not behind the wrist joint near the fingers. So you want to externally rotate your shoulders.
No, I think he's saying this is... Yeah, the bar should be exactly above your wrist, is what he's saying.
Pushing the elbows slightly out at about a 45-degree angle. You don't want them flared too much out to the sides, which can cause shoulder pain, and you don't want them straight in front of the shoulders, which will limit your strength potential. So with the bar resting on your upper chest or collarbone area, you want to flex your glutes to ensure that your spine is kept neutral, and take a deep breath into your gut, pressing the air.
I guess for this, it kind of does look like his wrist is bent back a bit, but he's not moving it during the exercise, I guess is what I should say is the important part.
Out against your...
When you're lifting, just don't move it. I guess I'm focused too much on keeping it locked into place. If you lock it here, it's probably fine. Just make sure that it's not moving when you're doing the lift. If you're moving it during the lift, that's what fucks your shit up. Like, I think the two most common things are called...
Girl joining the next DND campaign.
The two most common things are called tennis elbow and golfer's elbow. And both of those, I think, involve moving your elbow, not moving your elbow, moving your wrist across when you're doing any particular
Earlier
exercise.
in stream, you talked about supplements for workouts.
I guess as long as it stays in the same spot the entire workout is probably okay. Just don't move it while you're doing don't flex it while you're doing the lift.
Belt, if you have one, which is going to increase intra-abdominal pressure and torso rigidity as you press. While holding your breath, press the bar straight up, not up and forward or up and back. Metabolism. And while set point theory is a good model for a simple understanding, it originated in the 1950s, and recent models have updated it based on new science. One of the prevailing ones these days is called the dual intervention point model, which says that instead of a single body fat set point, there are actually 2 points that each act as a boundary for a set range where our body is most comfortable, hence the dual intervention point model. For example, if I try to get leaner than 8 or 9% body fat, my body will absolutely punish me by skyrocketing my hunger tanking my metabolism and giving me all the bad side effects we just talked about. Similarly, if I try to bulk beyond, say, 25% body fat, my body will also fight me by lowering my appetite, boosting my metabolism, sweating like crazy, and so on. But I can get to the lower end of that boundary without too much resistance. And that's the key, finding the lower boundary of your body fat set range. That's what can be sustainable. But this range is different for everyone. David Lade's range might look something like this, whereas someone who's more prone to obesity might have a range that looks more like this. So David Lade could get to 6% body fat and still feel fine, whereas this person might start to feel like death anytime they dip below 12% body fat. So if you want to sustain a lean physique, you should aim for the bottom end of your set range, but not lower. Of course, you can go lower if you want to, for example, if you have a competition or something, but I would still suggest getting back out of there as promptly as you can so you don't exacerbate those negative side effects. Trying to stay shredded can also impair your ability to make progress in size and strength. People who stay shredded year-round have a hard time making any progress. And the longer you stay below your set range, the more likely you'll be to binge, see a weight rebound, and then end up sustaining a less lean physique than if you had just been a bit more conservative with your low end to begin with. Now, for the record, I'm cutting myself at the moment, and that's basically my goal. Hit the low end boundary of my dual intervention range and try to maintain there for a bit. And of course, it's normal to feel hunger and experience some cravings and even see strength loss at a certain point. Those things are expected to happen even if you're within your set range. And it's normal for fat loss to be challenging. But once it goes from challenging to all-consuming, you'll know. And I'd say that's when it's time to
Thanks, Jeff. If you're trying to get into lifting for the first time, you should try to get a personal trainer or trusted gym veteran to show you how to properly do all the exercises you want to ask questions. I think that the best thing to do actually is, I would say, YouTube videos and online resources. If you're going to get a personal trainer, get somebody that's really, really, really big and has a history doing the lifts that you want to get good at. I've seen firsthand some of the worst lifting advice ever in the world given out by personal trainers. I would be really, really, really careful. Unless they have credentials, like they used to compete in powerlifting or something like that, like a random trainer at like a Planet Fitness or a 24-hour Fitness or whatever, these guys are going to give you some of the most dog shit advice in the fucking world. That's just my personal shit, what I've seen and heard. Be really, 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 really careful on that. Be super careful on that.
Probably reevaluate your goals and why you set them in the first place.
Or honestly, like taking videos of yourself and then posting in like lifting communities, so like the bodybuilding forums, or even on Reddit there are lifting communities you could post in. That stuff might be more helpful than, because just some trainers are just so bad.
So that's it for this one, guys. Before we go, I want to thank Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Skillshare is an online learning community that has thousands of classes for people looking to learn.
Yeah, lifting community is like our destiny.
True. Animation, creative writing, video, photography, web design, or even stuff like business, marketing, and productivity. I've been a Skillshare member for years now, and to this day, I still use it to hone my craft, whether that be learning something new about lighting, or camera lenses, or just improving my workflow. Skillshare is great because it doesn't just offer classes, it also gives you access to a massive community of people who are also learning the same skills as you. I actually recommended Skillshare to my mom recently, and she's been taking courses on interior design that she's putting to use in her own home. And if that's a skill that you're also looking to develop, I strongly recommend this course called Explore Interior Design, taught by Demetrius Robinson. It's beginner level, and it gives you 6 projects to work through. So Skillshare is offering the first 1,000 of my viewers to sign up using the link in the description box below, a free 1-month trial of Skillshare, so you can start exploring your creativity today. So make sure you're one of the first 1,000 people and get a head start on that skill that you're looking to master. So thanks again to Skillshare for sponsoring the video. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to leave me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
Thanks. Very important juicer clip.
Okay, Felix, you didn't answer my question.
What was it?
What do you think of dog warts? What is your opinion on dog warts?
Bro, what is dog warts? That's fucking Hogwarts for dogs? What the fuck is dog warts, man?
Okay, Felix, you didn't.
Nice. That dude was unhinged. Donated Felix all night about dog wards. Nice. Good meme. Jesus. I will say, dogs are really responsive to how you act. Like, the number one thing I always learn for big dogs is that, like, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because you don't get killed on my account. But I do know from first-hand experience, if you turn around and run from a dog, they will chase you to the end of the earth. Even if they don't give a fuck about you. If they see you running from them, they will chase you the fuck down. They seem pretty responsive to body language. But I'm sure there are big, like, Rottweilers or Pit Bulls or whatever that even if you look tough or whatever, they'll still try to fucking kill you. So yeah. So be careful. Are you shitbull pilled? I've only gotten attacked by a pit bull once in my life, and he didn't kill me. I've had generally good experiences with pit bulls. I don't know. I've had generally good experiences with most dogs though, so I don't know. I like big dogs. Fish, Hassan's dog Fish was a pit bull, wasn't he? I thought Fish was chill. Hopefully he didn't take it personally when we had to Allah Akbar him. Do you like Dachshunds? Dachshunds are wiener dogs, right? That was one of the first two dogs that we really liked. Squeaky. We had one. Why do people get ugly dogs? I don't know, bro. Damn. How the fuck am I supposed to answer that? Why do people have ugly kids like you? Oh! Damn. Do you know what the funniest fucking meme in the world would be? Imagine this. Mick Fuentes on a dating game show. 5 cisgender women, 1 trans woman. He's trying to figure out the whole time which one the trans woman is as he's voting women off. And we don't reveal till the end whether he's made the right or wrong choice. With a twist. They're all trans women. What did he mean by this? You should help me punish him. Jesus. He's very upset. I haven't responded yet for his debate. I just haven't had time to like dig into the shit yet. God, I hate Merrick so much. Ugh. Ban me if 915 plus. Oh, you want to get banned by watching me throw up an easy 915? I can do it, child. Here comes your ban. Get ready for it. Fuck! Something happened at the beginning. Did you hear it lag? There was some weird laggy shit. Hold on. What is happening? Hold on. What did that guy say? Wait, what was he looking for? Waterband?
Thanks for introducing me to Knack. Love the panel with you, Sneeko, and him. Saw it on the trending section for gaming, and currently binging all his videos. Thought you both made good points. Cheers.
Hold on. Let me try to throw up a 920. Hold on, let me try to throw up a 920 real quick. 1 second. Let's see if I got it. Let me see if I got a 920. Fuck me. Fuck this game. Don't care anymore. All right.
This shit is fake. Diversity, all this, is fake. None of it's real. It's never been real in my entire life. Whether it was the military, whether it was comedy, whether it was the art scene, whether it was the grant system, whether it was stand-up, whether it's YouTube, it doesn't matter. All of this talk is just lip service. They only care about money.
The allegations I am levying towards YouTube are extremely serious, and I'm taking this video extremely seriously. YouTube, you guys either play favorites, you are racist, or it's a mix of the two. Here's my proof. I've been doing YouTube a long time, okay? I never want to be that guy, oh, it's because I'm black. Oh, these issues are happening because I'm black. There have been certain situations that I looked at kind of funny. I said, it could be because of that, but nah, I'm not trying to press that. I don't want to build that narrative around my YouTube channel. This time, I can no longer let it slide. This is the situation. Okay. August 18th, I uploaded The Mortuary Assistant. A lot of you would know it got age restricted. YouTube didn't tell me why. I saw that all these other YouTubers were playing The Mortuary Assistant, and only my video seemed to be age restricted. And I looked for like an hour, 2 hours. I was scrolling all different types of people's video. No one else's was age restricted.
Just want to make something clear. Some of you might be looking like, yo, what's the issue with making these videos not available to kids? First off, vast majority of us, when we upload, we say we don't want kids watching the video. So we already clicked that. But age restricted is a bit different.
You get fucked.
I don't know what it is with the algorithm, but if your video gets age restricted, it's probably going to get demonetized 99.9% of the time. One. And two,
it doesn't get recommended.
It also becomes all of a sudden less visible to vast majority of people, including your own subscribers. Whatever happens, if your video gets age restricted, it's pretty much shadow banned. So, just wanted to let y'all know.
So I appealed the restriction. Hey guys, I'm not sure why mine got age restricted. Could you look into this? Appeal rejected. They doubled down. The policy team said, no, Corey, your video is restricted for good reason. We're not going to tell you why, but it's restricted. That's our final decision. I said, okay. I get with my YouTube rep. I sent him an email. Hey, could you look at this? This is some weird stuff going on. Only my video got age restricted. My YouTube rep, who isn't on the policy team, he looked at my video and he said, hey, it could possibly be this part at the end where the woman was battling some depression. And I'm just going to leave it there, lest this video also get age restricted just because I'm talking about it. So I looked at that part. The first thing I did was try to find other YouTubers who had that part, or at least a part similar. Now, Markiplier, I don't know if you'll ever see this, but I just want you to know I have a lot of respect for you, and I didn't mean to drag you into the middle of this. Your channel just happens to be a great reference point because, A, you're a really big YouTuber.
And you're not black.
Nice.
Hey, listen, my white brother. I needed to use you to make my point.
And B, you're not black. So I can look at your channel.
And I appreciate Corey Kenshin. He's like, let me just give you some flowers before I tell you the truth.
So I can look at your
Okay, hold on. To be fair, Isn't this guy trying to make the point that his shit is getting demonetized because he's black? So it would kind of make sense to use a non-black YouTuber, right? To be fair.
Channel, and then I can look at my channel or look at anyone else's channel and make sure that the things and the games that you play, that they're enforcing the rules equally to everybody. So I go to Markiplier's Mortuary Assistant Part 3, and he had the same situation going on, and his video wasn't age restricted. So I send a video to my YouTube rep. I say, hey, Markiplier has this situation in his video, but his isn't age restricted. Could you send that to the policy team and see what they say about that? He said, wow, Corey, that's some astute detective work. Let me send this to them and see what they say. What do you think happened after that? I'll give you a second. They came back and they removed my age restriction. They took it off after they already rejected my appeal. I sent them the clip of Markiplier's video that has the same thing, and they removed it. Now, my YouTube rep, he was excited. He was, oh, great, this is awesome. Look, Corey, they took the age restriction off. I said, why?
The reason why he probably mad and why I would get mad is like, oh, when I appealed it, you're like, nah, get back in your corner. When I said, but would you let this white boy through? You're like, oh, okay, actually, you know what? Both of y'all can get through.
You know what?
We don't want to have to go to such lengths just to get shit fixed. Because then we start looking at you funny. You gonna say?
You know what it looks like?
What does it look like?
Shut up and dribble. Shut up and go back in your corner and dribble. Shut up. You're getting this money. You're not gonna...
Okay, hold on. To be clear, so real quick, I think I've talked about this a few times on stream. Let me tell you kind of how this works. When you ask, or how I understand it works, okay? So YouTube doesn't have people that check anything for content. It's got a sophisticated network of bots that go through videos and they'll look at text, they'll look at images, they compare it to other things, and that's how they determine whether or not a video is okay or not okay. That's what's going on. Now, when you try to appeal something and you ask for a manual review, the only thing that happens is some dude will go over and he'll look at like, oh, okay, well, what is the algorithm checking for? It's checking for this. Okay, did everything run correctly? Okay, cool. And then that's it. And then that's their quote unquote manual review. It's when you ask for a manual review, it might seem like, oh, manual review means a real life human is going to watch the video to make sure it's okay. That's not what happens. There's still not a person that's actually looking through like whatever the fuck is going on. They're just making sure that everything ran right. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna look back on this one, so let me just fix it. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
I expected them to triple down and give Markiplier an age restriction too. But they looked at Mark's video and they used that to verify my innocence. So I send my YouTube rep a lengthy email detailing my feelings about the entire situation.
This is actually pretty damning for them, and I'm inclined to believe racism and or favoritism plays a part of this. Oh my God. Jesus, okay.
Situation. Actually, number one, was it automated or was it a human that age restricted it in the first place? Number two, who was the human reviewer that doubled down and rejected my appeal? Number three, why did it take Markiplier's clip in order for them to reverse the decision? My YouTube rep gets back with me. He wants to hop on a call. We get on the phone for about 10, 15 minutes, and I tell him, I've been feeling like this for a long time. I've been feeling like every single time that I come back to YouTube, I'm #1 trending for a few days, and then they find some arbitrary issue. They nitpick and they try and find something that they can incriminate me for and try to push me down. You don't believe me? What happened the last time I came back and I was #1 trending for like a week? They copyright strike me for a video that was in 2019 or something like that. So my YouTube rep assures me he's gonna continue this dialogue with the policy team and try to get some answers to those 3 questions that I had. So another day, another 2 days go by, and what do you know? They re-age restricted the video. They re-age restricted the video. I say, no way did they do that. I go to Markiplier's video now, and now his video is age restricted.
Reddit is nuking all of my accounts for a fairly innocuous comment. Am I really a bully for this? Every time I create a new account, it's immediately banned now.
You're probably permanently banned from Reddit.
Betty! Betty! Oh, you gonna expose me? He gonna expose me? Well, then fuck you then. Age restricted.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And you know what?
That's a back, forth and forth. That's some back and forth shit.
And if
That's
you can't
crazy.
imagine how fucking annoying and look, at the end of the day, these are first prompts. But as somebody who's trying to create content, you don't understand these lines. They make no goddamn sense. Bro, I remember one time I uploaded a video and I took the thumbnail that the cut was using and I used the exact same thumbnail on my video. My video got flagged for the thumbnail. The fucking video in question had over 30 million views. I said, yo, there's gotta be a mistake. I went on my cell phone. Let me log into this because I got ad block on computer. I can PC Master Race. Think I'm gonna watch some ads? Please watch ads. You think I'm gonna watch some ads? Are you stupid? Me? But on my cell phone, you know, let me support. I go on this video. And it's through the Wazoo State Farm out my butthole. Playing. I'm cool with it.
But you're not gonna get monetized.
Our video, limited ads, age restricted. For the thumbnail, it's the exact same fucking thumbnail. And my experience on YouTube is when it comes to demonetization, age restriction, you get zero to little, like to no help. They don't explain anything. They don't explain. They used to do a thing where they would tell you the reason. Now they don't even do that. They just said, we've confirmed that it's not suitable for all advertisers. So you sitting there like guessing like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with this video? You start censoring words. Not like I'm yelling slurs or anything. It's not even that. They just get weird about stuff you can't even understand. And so when you guys see us avoiding certain words, it's because if we don't, it's not even just about the money. It's not even just about that. If we don't, the video doesn't get seen.
It's not even the money. It's just you seeing the video. A lot of you guys. Have you noticed there was a trend a couple of years back that people are always, all these YouTubers were always saying, please make sure that you click on the bell. Make sure that you click on the bell. Bells are clicked. Yep. People don't get the notification. Have you noticed that people nowadays when you watch YouTuber, they say please subscribe, but the bell thing, they're like, that bell don't work. That bell stopped ringing a long time ago. A lot of you are subscribed and telling me I don't receive any notifications. You have to come back every day to see if that blue dot is on the face.
Yep.
That's what you got to do. It's crazy. Yeah, there's been some things that been, whoa, Nikki, whoa.
Yeah, it's.
We need to talk about some things because some things ain't right.
And YouTube does this like corny thing where they have like black voices. And I've sent, because my YouTube rep have sent me the link, oh, you know, apply for black voices and stat. I've never applied for it. It's basically a grant that you get a certain amount of money, help you produce videos, et cetera, et cetera. I've sent it to other creators who are a little bit small, who don't have a partner. I'm like, you guys might want to jump on this. It'll help you guys get some cash and stuff. The reason why is I know, one, I probably won't get accepted, okay? And two, YouTube wants minorities, but they don't want you to be outside of what their box is. You get what I'm trying to say? They want to like include black folks in a lot of ways. But if you talk a certain way, you use certain words.
How do I keep my Twitter account? I've been banned on my first one for bullying, another 4 for ban evasion. None of them are tied to the same phone number or email. How do you avoid it? Also, PLS unbanned me from DGG Love UK.
Stop bullying.
They start to look at you funny. I have times where YouTube is talking about, oh, we want to make sure we're supporting minorities through these difficult times and blah, blah, blah. Every video that we ever did on any police interaction, crazy footage or not, and most of the time we didn't even put any crazy footage in, age restricted, demonetized, couldn't be viewed. So even the stuff that we do want to talk about that affects your community, YouTube like goes out of their way to make sure that shit not possible. Meanwhile, I got a bunch of white political commentators who can say anything about any topic and these shit always pass. Me on the outside looking in, this is what I think. It's not my platform. I'm gonna take from this what I can get. I'm not gonna beg. I'm not gonna piss and moan. I'm not gonna cry. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Listen, I've seen enough of this shit my whole fucking entire life. Let me get mine and keep it pushing. Demanding people who have way more power, way more money than me to change for me, waste of fucking time. They'll do lip service, but the only thing that these motherfuckers care about is dineros.
Ya tú sabes, papá.
So, you ask me what I think? Honestly, I get you, Corey. I understand. You can demand change. They'll give you the lip service. They'll do the little spiel. But at the end of the day, It's about that money. You want to know what the difference is between you and a lot of other creators? This is the truth. You're just not as brand safe.
Damn.
You feel me? We don't got to say why. We understand. You're just not as brand safe.
They're gonna do
Hey, Destiny, how do I get unbanned from LAX?
Companies
I
like
got
this
banned there
make
once,
two
and every
things.
time I tried to go to a different airport, they say I can't
Money?
come in. Know how to fix this?
Look good.
Ask your mom. Got him.
I thought you were going to say apologies.
Look good.
Twitter apologies.
Look good.
Yeah, we know it. We promise we'll change.
Look good. That's it. It's money and look good.
We're committed to making a difference in minority communities.
If we look good.
That's what it is.
That's really what it is. So you have to, what's it in for? Why would they do that to you? Maybe it's like you could say that it's a thing where I don't have a lot of self-esteem, or I've been broken by the system where I know, my places where I know like I'm not that worth it for them. But it's what it is.
It's not.
They still keep on making their money and they still looking good. I'm out of the equation. Go ahead.
It's not, we're like dissident. We understand what the system is built for.
Yes.
Right? So once you sign up to the system, don't get in and be like, yo, what the fuck is this? Because even though the brochure is a little bit misleading, you've lived long enough as a black man to understand what these systems are. You get what I'm trying to say?
It's just fine.
Listen, I've worked in the entertainment industry before I ever did this shit. It's no different.
Nope.
It's the same game.
Arts industry.
So get what you can out of it, but always understand, this is like a negotiation thing too. Right? I understood this early on when I began negotiating contracts for comedy gigs, for festivals, for brand deals. You have to understand who has the power, because at the end of the day, they dictate the terms. And what they do with the terms is they use it in their best interest. So when I ain't had shit, and I was going to negotiate table with comedy festivals, they were giving me crumbs. Why? Because they didn't have to do more. They might have paid me some lip service. Words are cheap. Put the money. No. Once I got the following, it's a different thing, because the influence is there, and now they need my money. But YouTube is so big, they can afford to lose you. You get what I'm saying? Why? Because the advertisers got so much more money to be given. They know what it is.
Any update on the plushie, please?
Understand that relationship and move accordingly.
She's the one that does all that
always
shit.
in your best interest. When it comes to business, be very shrewd about your shit.
In all my years, have never seen a video get age restricted, de-age restricted, and then age restricted again. Have any of you ever seen that happen before? They saw that I saw that there was some unfair stuff going on, so then they tried to appease me by de-age restricting the video.
Look good.
Why is my channel so much more heavily scrutinized than my peers? My peers, and when I say peers, I mean people around my level, around my view count, just to keep it simple. Why is my channel so much more thoroughly scrutinized? Especially so when I've been #1 trending multiple days in a row, which I've done multiple times. And every single time I start to get an uptick in traction, an uptick in activity, here comes YouTube coming through. Hey, let's get him for that video from 2019. Yeah, you see this, Corey? No, this is bad. It wasn't bad the 9 months that I was off the platform. It was only bad when I got back and I was #1 trending. Every other YouTuber has uploaded the mortuary assistant. And now they're about to start putting in some age restrictions because I called them out on some unfair behavior. Now I realize that when you call someone a racist, that's a very, very serious accusation. And for that matter, how do you expressly prove that someone is a racist? I mean, unless they're spamming the N-word in the chat. How do you really know?
Corey, let me ask you, how do you feel about the KK?
Well, I'd like to know what Abba and Preach think if the KKK had a YouTube channel. I mean, like the KKK?
It sounds like something I said like a day ago. I'm saying. You want to know the truth? And this is something that black people echo. You know what black people are really tired of? We're tired of innuendo when it comes to racism. We're tired of like the subversive stuff. You know, the stuff where people act. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I feel you,
Less
brother.
than 24 hours ago.
I feel you. I get it. Hey, you want to know what the answer is?
And Preach videos need to be locked at 1.5 speed.
You want to know why?
Because they got the code.
Because if you do, they're going to make you feel crazy and say, oh, you're being insensitive. But we generally know. We just can't say it because everything is all...
Most of the time when I'm with black people...
Everything is all... You know what I mean? It's like fuck boys, but racism edition. It's hard to detect the intentions.
These situations always coincide with an uptick of growth. And it always just comes off like, we can't let this black guy get too high up. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm telling you, that's how it comes off. I don't see any other YouTuber that gets #1 trending many times, and then all of a sudden they're getting age restricted and they're getting copyright strikes and all of that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Point them out. I want to see them. I'll retract this entire video.
I like the fact that you admit that you might be wrong.
Yeah.
You honestly believe that you might be wrong, and I believe that's what because you don't have the proof at the end of the day. But it don't look good. It don't look good. That's true.
I mean, I don't think we need to keep playing this video. Shout out to Corey.
That's a new word.
Like I just said, man.
That's a new word. You just invented a new word. No, that word was amazing.
What is?
Hey man, that word needs to be vernacular.
You know what? Hey man, listen. Hey man. Let me tell you something. I'm every homeless guy here in the corner. All right, listen. And this is just advice for y'all. Young, up and coming, trying to get your foot in the, doing business transactions. It does you very little to no good. Okay.
Assume everybody's racist.
To get mad about this shit.
Yeah.
All right. Because the powers that be, they only care about their money. So get your money however you can. Be mindful, be aware, see what's popping, okay? But just focus on getting your wealth together so that when you come to the negotiating table, there's not an imbalance of power. Because that's the only thing that matters to these people. That's it. All this talk about, well, you guys have a commitment to, this shit is fake. Diversity, all this, is fake. None of it's real. It's never been real in my entire life. Whether it was the military, whether it was comedy, whether it was the art scene, whether it was the grant system, whether it was stand-up, whether it's YouTube, it doesn't matter. All of this talk is just lip service. They only care about money. That's it. The reason that they doing this, Corey, is not even because you're black. You want to know what it is? It's because of what you represent as a black person. The two things are different. They don't hate whatever it is that you are. It's not that.
They hate what you represent, though.
It's they understand what it means in a greater system. When it comes to advertise, when it comes to this or that, they understand. That's it. So, listen, you can take it personal. You're entitled to feel however you want to feel. Listen, I'm not going to tell nobody how to process it.
And if ever it actually changes after you did all that, it's only because they were able to monetize that change.
That's right.
And you're part of that.
That's it. Y'all never notice YouTube don't only change? The only time YouTube changes after a big scandal? You guys never notice that? Adpocalypse happened after...
I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but I seriously doubt his video getting demonetized or whatever had anything with him to do with him being black. I seriously doubt it had anything whatsoever to do with it. But maybe I'm just a white man who's ignorant to the struggles of types of people.
What? All of these diversity movements happen after what? It's reactive. But it's not reactive because they got a heart, because they got a conscience. Think of what?
It's reactive.
You believe that? Really?
Now the infidel is having a meltdown. What is wrong? We're no longer friends on Discord, and suddenly we're no longer friends on Discord, and I couldn't message you. Discord also not let me friend request you. Stop lying to people and reverse this injustice. Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't know why he was blocked. He's unblocked.
Reactive because they got a wallet.
I say this because I know what it was like to try to fight the system. It's so emotionally taxing. It's so fucking tiring. And then afterwards, you got no energy and no desire to want to do the creative shit that you wanted to do before. So I'm just telling you, this is bullshit. But you got to endure it and be smart about your shit. Because you only got so much energy inside you. You only got so... Listen, man. Hey, man, fighting that fight is tiring. I got a family to take care of. I got my mental health to take care of. Trying to change people who got more power than you?
No, not people. Businesses. It's a business.
It's a losing fight. Get your money. Get your bread. You get me? All right? Get your shit together. Move smart. That's all we can really do.
Oh, and don't mean that we don't get frustrated from time to time. It gets. You're right. You're right to be frustrated. You are right to be frustrated. I just want to put it out there. We're not saying, shut the fuck. No, that's not what we're saying. Do you? You did that. We did. It gets super frustrating.
Let me tell you. You guys remember that video that Preach did recently? The one where he was talking about his experience with who was the one who was really harassing him when he was a young man?
One that got pissed off.
I re-edited that video 7 times. 7 times. Because every time it would get age restricted and I was confused. By the time I was done, I done butchered the shit so fucking bad I couldn't even recognize the video. You would have thought Preach turned mute some points because I had to remove... I had to cut out some sections because I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with this one, but it seems to be this. I had to like upload 4 minutes and then 4 minutes and then 4 minutes just to find out where the fucking problem was. So trust me, I get it. But we gotta make our bread. We gotta do what we gotta do. So just be mindful.
Wow. Deep. I think this H3 hate speech ban clip applies to you.
There's a lot of like easily defined hate speech bubbles that I think apply, which is like homophobia, transphobia,
Well, so
anti-Semitism.
transphobia is not an easy bubble, right? That's not easy at all. So if somebody says a man can't get pregnant, and that's their belief, somebody might go, that's a hateful statement. Somebody might go, that's a statement that's rooted in biology. They can have that debate. You could hate it or disagree with it. But some people will consider certain things hate speech that are opinions.
True.
Yeah.
But I don't think people are getting banned for saying that.
I do think there are instances where people have been banned for the trans or expressing positions that were anti the mainstream.
I think that when you look at each specific case, you'll find that this person went above and beyond in their quest to.
And that's very possible. I have not looked.
There's a lot of like.
Do you think this is about me? I don't even know if he knows anything about my band. I'm not sure. Brownies and no, this can't be real. No shot. No shot. Do they own it? That's what the comment down there said. Maybe it is real. It's permanently closed. Nice. Stay on BCA's pre and intra workout to improve DOMs and recovery time. Nice. Jesus, why? Is Destiny single? Depends on who's asking.
People like Fauci saying that his lockdowns didn't cause any permanent damage to any young kids. I got news for you, it did, and we are going to reap those rewards across the whole country for years and years and years because they treated kids so poorly. And I'm just sick of seeing him. I know he says he's going to retire. Someone needs to grab that little elf and chuck him across the Potomac. You have people like Fauci saying that his lockdowns didn't cause any permanent damage to any young kids.
I still don't know if we know that there will be permanent damage or not. That's still something that is, I think, kind of hotly contested, but who knows? It could.
Hello and welcome back to Boxing Social in association with Betfred. My name is Eamon Khan. I'm here with the one and only Sam Hyde as he prepares for his fight on Saturday night. Sam, how you doing?
That's quite a mouthful there, lad. That's quite a few things to remember. I'm not going to remember any of that. You should just change all of that to one word so that people, like you could change your name to Window. That way you just say Window and people know to go to your channel, talk to you. I'm Window. Why don't you do that, lad?
Window's not a bad name, but give me a window into your training. How are you prepared for this one?
I like that. You've got the gab of the Irish there, the wordplay. I see you there, fan. What did you ask me again? I didn't hear you.
Open a window into your training camp. How you been?
Oh, I hate it. I'm ready to settle down with a bowl of me Lucky Charms.
You've got a picture, you're wearing a Bruce Lee shirt, can't see it just on camera, but Bruce Lee, a massive figure in combat, fighting. Is he an inspiration for you?
Oh no, lad, that's a common misconception. This is Tommy Morrison, the greatest fighting man to ever live before he got AIDS.
Okay, so, interesting little tidbit here, because you were supposed to open the card, but because now that KSI is fighting two people, he opens the card, you get to fight in front of a packed out house. Different? Any more pressure on that one?
Oh, I just hope I don't shit me pants, which I've done quite a few times in training, and that's not a joke.
Sam, I.M. Thompson is the opponent. He seems very confident that he said to me, I'll see your face on the canvas, I'll see you lying down on the canvas. Is that gonna happen, Sam?
Well, if he does, he might see me pants shit first. Either way, there's going to be brown on the canvas by the time it's done.
Sam, how does the fight play out in your own words?
I don't know how a 4-foot-tall man is going to beat me, but I'll give it to me all.
Sam, there's a fella that I know you want very much. That's a fella by the name of Hassan Piker. Are you going to get that fight?
Oh, I will if I have to go to Hollywood. Myself and me lonesome on me little moped. I'll go out there and get him, Donick. You'll see. I'll be out there committing a crime and stalking him because I'm gay and I'm obsessed with him.
Sam, you were deemed a business risk on other cards. You're on this weekend. Are you a business risk heading into this one?
Oh, Window. I think I'm only a business risk if I start listening to the voice.
And Sam, iDubbbz. You see someone down the line that you might take on in the ring? iDubbbz?
I don't think so, laddie. I don't think he's on the same level as me in any way. I shouldn't talk about that, man.
Sam, it's been a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for making the Box Social. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Window.
Okay.
Ask us what you gonna do. Okay, let's see what you think about the fake news media. Over there. CNN, they spread fake news. They controlled by the you-know-who's. George Soros and his Nancy friends. That's right, buddy. Anderson Cooper is a liar. His traitor panties, they are on fire. His panties, they are on fire. Okay, CNN. CNN, what we gonna do? CNN, what we gonna do? Okay, journalists, should we?
Okay. I'm good on that. Man, a lot of random YouTube videos being linked, huh? Is it that time of day already, guys? Crowder and Shapiro getting handouts. What? Or what about it?
I'm a 27-year-old mother of a Peterson. I'm a 27-year-old mother of a beautiful 2-year-old daughter. I'm the CEO of 2 companies, one being Don't Eat That, my health company. And I'm the creator of the Lion Diet.
Okay, so at worst, Michaela Peterson is deliberately just flat out lying to everyone, and at best, she's being dishonest. So for one thing, beautiful is not an adjective I would use to describe her daughter.
Peterson.
Jesus Christ.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
You're him, Bryce.
Yo, Bryce,
Hey,
what do you
you
think
can-
about...
you text him the number. Nah, he's good.
I don't really care that much. Bryce, what do you think about Jadion apologizing to Pokimane to get back on Switch?
Just get off of her tip.
I heard about all that. You were telling me about it when you were at the roast.
Yeah.
You got back on Twitch?
No.
Nope.
Oh.
I'm on YouTube.
Shit,
He
that's-
apologized.
Didn't he apologize a long time ago?
Yep.
Like, what did you do exactly? You just said that she said the N-word or something?
No, he said the same shit that I just said right now. That what's her name? The TikTok girl's getting pounded every night. Just talked about the truth.
And then I went on Twitter and like I was wilding. I was making fun of her with her makeup picture and stuff. And I was being a dickhead. I was being an
Yeah,
asshole.
it's his fault. Yeah, he was being an asshole. Jadion's a piece of shit. He should actually be banned.
Whoa,
what
whoa,
a
whoa,
fucking
whoa.
asshole. Jadion sucks. LaDion, like, why would he do that? What an asshole. What a piece of shit. Good thing you apologize, you fucking asshole.
I'm feeling a lot of passive aggressiveness right now.
No, yeah, you were acting like a piece of shit. Yeah, you were being a fucking dickhead, Jadion. What a fucking dickhead you are, dickhead. Yeah, so,
I don't think you're an asshole.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, Bryce.
Like, but I don't know the full story with the Pokemon situation. I saw you guys going back and forth, and you met up with her. And
Yeah,
I
we're
thought that.
cool now.
Yeah,
Pokemon.
yeah. Like you guys shook hands and shit.
Yeah. We actually ate chicken sandwiches, so even better.
Did you guys hook up?
Jesus.
Hell.
Yeah, Bryce, under what circumstances would you apologize?
If I got banned, I would put out the fakest apology. I mean, like, what did he say that was bad? Didn't she get you banned?
Yeah, she actively tried to get it. Yeah, didn't she actively try to get you banned?
No, Twitch just banned me.
Okay. It wasn't any campaign by her?
I mean, it was just she was mad because it just created a whole shitstorm. It was a big shitstorm. Like what I did catalyst into a whole nother thing. So it just became an all-out war on TikTok.
He was just being a dickhead asshole. He was being a piece of shit dickhead. Yeah.
Yo, Sneeko, didn't you say in one of your videos that when you were dating your girl, like you felt the happiest in your life when you were dating your girl?
No. I've never turned up more since I left that relationship. Since I've been focusing on myself and since I
swear I seen a vlog when you were like, I haven't been this happy ever.
Jadion, you sound like a female right now, bro. You're saying really bot level opinions, stuff that the people in the comment section say. Bro, you know damn well.
That's bot level, but every time
Bot
I hop
level.
on
Jadion,
shit, you bring up the
you're-
same
okay, hold on,
thing.
hold on.
Every
Jadion.
time we hop, you bring up the same thing. So I'm bringing up something new.
You're being a dickhead. But Jadion, you know damn well I have never turned up this much since I broke up. I've never turned up this much. I've made more money than I've ever made. I've been focusing more. I'm moving out of New York. I'm getting a better crib. My life has fucking turned around.
Just because you're doing better doesn't mean you're happier. You said you were.
That's exactly what that
you
means,
said in
you
your
fucking
video
idiot.
verbatim. I've never been this happy. Wait, no, hold on. Let me get the vlog camera with the fisheye
no.
lens. I've never been this happy in my life before, guys. Like, guys, I am the happiest I've ever been in my life.
Bryce, that's what I sound like.
Yo.
You laughing like that's what I sound like.
Chat, spam W life in the chat, man. W life in the chat.
Okay, Jadion, what are you trying to insist that I'm unhappy right now? You trying to say that I'm depressed?
All I'm saying is,
what's your point? What's your point?
What's my point? What's your point of bringing up Pokemon every fucking time?
Because you're trying to belittle me, and you're how you're apologizing.
How am I belittling you?
Dude, I think you like we got to start a petition to get you back on Twitch.
I agree.
It won't work.
I
It won't
agree.
work. He never will. Because he was being a dickhead, asshole, piece of shit. So like he deserves it.
My bad, bro. You were the happiest. I'm sorry that you were the happiest you ever been 3 months ago. I'm sorry, man.
So are you really trying to say that I'm not happy right now,
bro? I mean,
What happened with you and your girl? What happened? Like, what
Right,
is he
thank
bringing
you.
up?
What happened, bro?
What is he saying?
You really want to know what happened?
Yeah, because I feel like you
I
have
was
this view on
I was
women.
dating this girl. I've dated like I put my girls in videos. I do a lot of Q&As with my girlfriends. I was dating this girl, and it was a drain on my energy. It was a drain on my time. She wanted too much of it.
No, verbatim. I remember. Wait, did I not remember a couple Europe vlogs with your girl? Yo, Bryce. Are you just bringing anybody with you to Europe, Bryce? Like, be honest.
What's your
Bryce.
point? What's your point, Juliana?
I wouldn't bring anyone to Europe. Not any girl.
You would only bring someone
It'd have to be
special
like
with you.
it'd have to be like
Oh,
my
what is your
girl,
point? What is your point right now, Judeon? I had a relationship, and it was a drain on my time and energy.
I just remember you saying around June, May-ish.
Did she think of you as a wallet?
No. Oh,
okay. See, that's cool.
No, but I was paying for.
So
pretty much
did you
everything.
pay for her flight up there? You made her pay, right, to go out to Europe?
No. She got a free flight. Her mom she got a free flight.
Oh, but you made her pay for the hotel, right?
What's your point? Right now?
Why Judeana's going so fucking hard? Why? Do these guys just like fuck around like this? Are they actually like fucking mad at each other, or what is the?
You made her pay
I
for the.
paid for the hotel because I wanted to.
Oh,
but I
you
got
paid
it
for the
like that.
hotel. Oh, okay. So you made her pay for the meal. Okay. So she paid for the meals, right?
What's your point right now? Why are you talking about my past?
Okay.
relationship on
If
stream?
you pay for the
What's your
meals
point?
and the hotel and,
And
the
the
flights,
flights.
she had to have paid for the Ubers at least, right?
No, I'm a man. I take care of things.
Oh, damn. I guess you're the wallet. No, shit.
Yeah, because I wanted to, because we had a good
So,
relationship.
Bryce, there's your
There's your what?
There's your answer. He asked if you were the wallet. And
Well, I
I said
wanted
that
to.
she-
Did she
I
think
said
of
that
you as a
she-
wallet? Stupid. Jadion, you think like such a bot. She never thought of me like that. I did it because I was the man. Have you been in a relationship and actually wanted to provide for a woman? You talk like a YouTube commenter, bro. That's why you have a big audience and you get on trending, is because you have bot level opinions about everything, so you appeal to the masses. That's why you'll get on trending and I never will, because you talk like a Twitter reply.
okay, so you're basically saying since you get less views, that means you're better. That's literally what you just said.
Nah, my shit's turning up, but I will never get on trending because I cannot communicate with bots like you can. And that's why you censor yourself and calm it down and try to go centrist.
Okay,
and go,
okay.
"Women
That's
are
how you.
better
Okay, so you
because
wait,
wanna get
Sneeko,
fucking-"
Sneeko. You'll never censor yourself, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Why did you have 3 Muslims on your stream yesterday? Why? Why?
Bro, you're really loud and you think you're making a point. That's not censoring, that's having a conversation.
Had 3 Muslims.
Do you
in
know
your
what
stream
censoring
yesterday to
First off,
apologize?
Does he know what
To
censoring
apologize. I
he
didn't
know
get
what
no
censoring
feminist.
means?
I didn't get a whole feminist.
I have no
I
idea
didn't
what
get
he's
feminists to
talking about right
apologize. I
now.
didn't have a feminist panel to talk to me.
What's the 3 Muslims for?
So this is what happened.
I was getting
Oh,
death
no.
threats from Muslim people, so I tried to educate my people and I had Muslims on. And I said, I asked forgiveness for God. And I said that they misinterpreted my clips and they took it out of context. I didn't say, sorry, I was a dickhead, I was an asshole like you. I didn't apologize to Pokemon. I said my shit was taken out of context and they misunderstood it. That's not censorship, that's having a conversation.
Instead of apologizing
Gideon,
to one
you are a
person, you
bot.
apologize
don't
to
even
3
know-
people.
Bro,
Instead of
I didn't
apologizing to one
apologize.
person, you apologize to 3. Actually, you apologize to a whole religion.
Gideon, you don't know what censorship means.
Are you
That's
ever
how
gonna?
they're
Are you ever
talking
gonna make
about it.
Muslim jokes again? Yes or no?
I make Muslim jokes, but I won't mock the prayers anymore because they
Make a
feel very
Muslim.
offended
Make
by
a
that.
Muslim joke right now. No balls. You won't. Make a Muslim joke right now.
Oh my god.
They have long beards.
I thought we gotta.
That really wasn't a joke.
That wasn't a joke. Jewish people have long beards. Come on, make a joke right now, Sneeko.
That really wasn't a joke. We need to. If you're gonna do it, you gotta like
Come on.
double down.
Bro, you don't
Muslim
censor
joke.
yourself. You don't censor yourself. Make a joke.
Well, you want me to come up with a Muslim joke right now?
Yeah, bro, you're a comedian, man.
On the spot, everything I'm thinking is offensive. Everything I'm thinking.
You don't censor yourself.
Yeah, the difference is, Jidion, the difference is, Bryce, when you make fun of Muslims, they want to kill you. When you make fun of Pokemon, you get banned on Twitch and then you just feel bad. But when you make fun of Muslims, they come after your life.
Bro,
That's the
but,
difference.
Hey, censorship, man.
The things are not
Comedians
comparable.
Would do anything in the name of comedy. Joe Rogan would still make a joke. He doesn't care. He's Joe freaking Rogan.
No, he would not make a joke about Muslims. People, you can't joke about Muslims.
Then
That's
why would you joke about Muslims before? Before you got canceled, why'd you joke about Muslims before?
Because my joke was with good faith. I was making fun of haram behavior and using the Muslim prayer to make fun of it.
Okay, I'm a slut. That's haram. Make a joke.
You're gonna go to hell.
Bro. You see, you got censored. They snipped your balls. In your opinion, they snipped your balls. You're neutered. You're neutered.
They didn't neuter me.
Hey man, I don't know what you're chatting about. I think this is a Hall of Fame press. Fucking call me Jalen Ramsey, Richard Sherman, bro. You ain't going nowhere off the line of scrimmage. I'm fucking pancaking your ass right now.
Look the part where I apologize.
Bro, Sicko, chat.
I
watched damn near the entire
This is the context, by the way, I think.
Abdullah al-Halal min inshallah. Inshallah.
Yes, he apologized, which is fair enough. But there is one thing that I really want to say, which is actually very, very deep. Umar ibn al-Khattab once said, "Verily, we were a disgraced nation, and Allah honored us with Islam. If we were to seek honor in anything other than Islam, Allah will disgrace us once again." Now this got me thinking, why is it that the Muslims today are so disgraced? And I started thinking of people like Andrew Tate and the Sneeko guy, for example, and I thought, Muslims actually take these people as role models. Then I started thinking about other things that Muslims find value and honor in, and the list is huge. You've got things like nationalism, feminism, and liberalism. Here's the thing. Allah literally makes a promise in the Quran where he says, "Al-yawma akmaltu lakum dinakum." Today I have perfected for you Islam. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, also gave us a very valuable bit of information where he says, "Khayrun nas," the best of all people are my generation and the 2 generations that come after me. So on one hand, you have Allah telling you that Islam is perfect, meaning all bases are covered. And on the other hand, you have the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, telling you who the best people.
Uh-oh.
The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, telling you who the best people.
Whatever.
Abdullah.
You got it.
Anna when he had the 3 Muslims on. I've never
Dude,
seen
I'm
this.
scared to say anything on this stream.
I've never seen.
wild,
I've
bro.
never seen
Bryce, this is
someone.
wild.
And don't get me wrong. What Sneeko said was completely wrong. I'm not saying what he said was right, but the point I'm trying to prove is that Sneeko's over here talking about people are censoring themselves and everything, and how I'm never gonna be on the trender because I don't censor myself. When he literally censored himself. I'm just trying to prove a point.
I didn't censor myself. That's not
You
censoring.
censored
You
yourself.
don't even know, Gian. You don't know what censor means.
Okay, then make him. Then okay, you know what? Since make a Muslim joke. You won't. You won't. You won't.
I just played my soundboard that has the Allahu Akbar sound. But you can't hear it yet.
This dude.
That's a Muslim joke.
All right.
That was a Muslim joke, yeah.
If you heard it, you would have chuckled. You would have smiled. You make a Muslim joke, Bryce.
I'm not making a Muslim joke.
The difference is, Gian, you
They
can't compare
snip
the
my
two.
balls. They snip my balls. I'm censored.
You're censored. The difference is, Gian, if you talk about Muslims, they will come after your life. If you talk about Pokemon and Twitch, you just get canceled on Twitter. They were literally threatening my life.
Muslim people
they were,
aren't gonna kill you. They're
I
one of the
mean-
most peaceful. They're one of the most peaceful religions. They're not gonna kill you.
Gideon, you don't know what you're talking about. Look up Charlie Hebdo after this stream because you have like a very surface level knowledge about stuff that happens, but you cannot joke about this stuff.
Then why'd you joke about it then?
Because I thought it was funny. It had good intentions, but they clipped it out of context. Bryce knows what that's like. They clipped it the parts where I was doing the Muslim prayer, but not the part where I was reacting to haram. So I wasn't making fun of Muslims. I was trying to make fun of haram behavior. But out of context, when you cut out the reaction, it looks bad. That's the difference. They came for my life.
I kind of understand that, yeah.
But it wasn't out of context, Bryce. He was literally making fun of the.
That's exactly what out of
I
context
actually did. I think I actually did see the clip. Were you kneeling down and saying it? Like you were just okay. Yeah,
Okay, you know what? It wouldn't be out of context if you were actually saying the prayer, but you know, goddamn right, you were just saying random words. That sounded
Yeah, because I don't know the prayer. So I was trying to make fun of my ignorance.
So if you were doing faith,
make fun of my. That's a bit of a cope.
I don't know that. How is it a good faith? I'm making fun of myself because I don't know Muslim prayers. How am I going to say a prayer that I don't know?
If I see a Chinese guy, but if I actually talk Chinese to him, then that's in good faith. It's like, oh damn, he actually talked Chinese to him. But if I just see a Chinese guy and I just make random words that sound Chinese, that's racist.
But I wasn't doing that to Muslim people. I was doing that to the haram behavior. How do you not get that? How does that go over your head?
Bro, you just made random words. Like, there's no difference. If you just made random sounds to sound like a Chinese guy.
Christ, he's just repeating himself now. He's just saying the same stuff, bro. Doesn't he talk like YouTube comments?
This is the funniest argument. This is the funniest argument.
No, he's trying to bring me down so bad. I've never heard someone else like bring up my past relationship on a stream before to try to like, yeah, you were happier before.
How many
what
times,
a dumb thing to say.
Sneeko, how many times have you brought up the Pokemon situation?
That's why he's mad.
How many times? Your relationship was public.
Bro, that was
your
like
relationship was public.
Yeah,
it's not like I'm bringing up something
Jadian, people didn't even know that I broke up with her. You know how many people right now just figured that out because you said that?
Everybody knew you broke up with her.
No, they didn't.
Wait, I thought that was like public knowledge.
They asked me if I'm still in a relationship. You just dropped it. It's okay, but like that's not something that you should just yell about and try to say I was happier.
Jadian,
you said that. You literally said in your vlog you were happier. You said this is you didn't say you were happier, but you said this is the happiest I've ever been in my life in that vlog. The only point I'm trying to make is that you like girls, bro. You don't hate females.
No, I don't. I love women.
You want them in your life.
What a dumb opinion. Like, Bryce, do you hear how dumb you like girls? Is his point?
Bro, but all the time you're over here like, I don't need a bitch.
Who's ever doubted?
I don't need a bitch. I don't need a bitch.
Who's doubted? I've never said that. I've never said I don't need a bitch.
Someone make a compilation.
What are you talking about?
Someone please make a compilation. Please.
Bryce, do you hear this shit?
Why the fuck am I here?
Bryce, because someone else
Bryce, you know what?
Help us.
Help us, Bryce. We're having problems in our relationship right now.
So your argument, Julian, to him is that you think he doesn't like females?
Bro, I don't think he doesn't not like females. He just says a lot of fuck shit.
Who is? I don't even know who this Bryce guy is. Who is he?
And Sneeko, you're going at Gideon because he said personal information that wasn't out public?
No, I'm not going after him about that. He's a bot, so he didn't understand that. But I'm just like, I'm good enough.
Wait, am I I thought it was out that Sneeko broke up with that girlfriend. Oh, he has 22 million followers. I think I got you. I thought that was just like well known. Am I crazy? Because I thought he'd always referred to like his ex. Oh, maybe he was talking about a different ex. I don't know. Fuck.
Jadian, because he has changed. Jadian used to make jokes about funnier stuff. He would be like, I was trying to brainstorm pranks the other day. He's like, oh, the old Jadian would do that, and now he's saying like now the jokes he's making are very family friendly.
Bro.
He's turned into Disney Channel.
No,
when he used to be wild.
Let me for context.
The
old Jadian I was talking about was doing Walmart pranks. Yeah, old Jadian would do Walmart pranks. I'm not doing a Walmart prank anymore. That's what I said by old Jadian.
Yeah.
And bro, okay, you know what?
Yo, Jadian's chat. Do you think that Jadian switched up?
You apologize. I apologize for bringing up your relationship, but
I don't care, bro. Jadian's chat. Do you think that he switched up once he got more famous? Is his jokes the same? You used to be more wild, and then now you're fucking trying to be Nickelodeon.
Bro, I literally call myself Kyle Rittenhouse in my videos. I literally I don't. I literally do this. I do the same thing. Like, what do I do different from my old videos to my new videos? What do I do different?
Like, you don't do anything that might be touchy, and you defend the vape.
Okay, what did I do touchy before?
You said the old Jadian. I was giving you a prank idea. I said that you should dress up like a woman and go to a pride parade, and you said the old Jadian would do that.
But that's not even funny.
Yo, bro, this is a Bryce interview right now, and Jadian, you got triggered and you derailed my interview. You started doing screaming and shit like that about my relationship.
You know what? I apologize. You know what? Get back to it. I want to say, because I don't want people to. I have no animosity towards you. You know.
Yeah, me neither.
I like.
Yeah, I can't tell if you guys like each other or if you hate each other.
I love Sneeko. I love Sneeko.
Yeah, I love Jadian's videos too. I feel like sometimes I defend Jadian more than Jadian defends himself.
I feel like I defend myself. I defend myself.
I think I can resonate with a lot of your fans.
You know what I be thinking sometimes? Like, damn, what if I just let these motherfuckers just like go crazy? But then again, I just look at it and I'm like, I don't want that to happen because, Like, I wouldn't like that. You know, like your guys, they
broke up
crazy,
but got
you
back
know?
together, and she was in
You
the
don't
stream
wield
before.
them in.
But the second
If I
breakup
wanted
was
to
not public.
unleash the
Patrick
generation,
CC
it would be
was wrong a little bit.
AIDS on everybody's stuff. No, I'm being for real. Like, I think
You're right. I saw your Discord server. That's definitely true.
like it would be actually like horrendous what damage I could do to people, but it would be no better than Leafy.
So
you
why
know?
why didn't you do that to Tommy Innett's fans?
What do you mean?
Didn't you just like you could have just unleashed him?
I could have. I really could have. You know
I mean,
what's
I feel
crazy?
like-
When I was talking to him, I'll just say when we had our conversation, I didn't realize how many because I didn't see it. But bro, oh my gosh, when he told me, like he said, bro, on everything, it's nonstop about you, and I didn't even unleash them, and like that was me being nice. I was just thinking, bro, what if I was an asshole about this? And I was like, fuck Tommy, attack! Like, it would have actually been like, it would have been World War III.
Why are you so mature for your age?
Because, man.
How old is Gideon?
We don't need to have, like, awards and stuff. Like, bro, I went through that phase already, you know? I feel like I'm grown past that. I just want to make the dope videos possible, have fun with my community.
He's 21?
I don't
Oh,
want it
damn.
to be where I
Okay.
see these people out in public and it's like automatic animosity, you know? Because I'm going to run into them. You know what I mean? You probably know the same thing. You don't want, like, issues with everybody wherever you go and stuff. You know, Sneeko, he's in the phase now where he's just, like, in attack mode. And, you know, that phase is cool
You
for
think
a
it's
while.
attack mode, but because you don't see that there's a war on masculinity going on. You don't see that they're trying to suppress us more than they're trying to suppress women. They're trying to make women stronger and they're trying to make men weaker. Bryce, can you agree with that?
Okay, Stinko.
I mean,
You know
I
what?
would
My bad.
agree to a certain extent.
But Snicko,
Yeah, but he's holding back because he has the movie.
No,
deals,
I'm
but
about
he
to,
agrees.
I'm about to answer what you just said.
Yeah,
Like,
see that? Bryce agrees with me, but he can't say it because now he got that big money.
I never said I fully agree. I
Yeah,
said
yeah.
I-
Okay, GD, what are you saying?
But what you just said, you said there's a war on masculinity and stuff. You know what? If you want to fight that war, I give all props to you. But all you do is L3 Lasanabi, bro. You just like, why don't you attack the issue? You're targeted.
You attack the issue.
You do, but why don't you just keep it at the
What are you
issue?
talking about?
You're what's the word? You're targeting individuals like straight up to.
Because they
go to
target
war
me
with.
first. I didn't
You
even
want
know
to
who
box
Lasanabi.
Hassan.
Lasanabi didn't even. I didn't even know who he was till he started calling me an incel. Reacted before I even started streaming. He called me an incel like 10 times in his stream, and I'm like, "What the hell is going on?" I just spent a month making this video, and he could just look at it, react to it, and call me an incel 10 times in a row. Their streaming is like way easier. He's getting more views. What am I doing trying to make like artistic videos when this fucking idiot with painted nails on goes on stream and just calls me an incel?
True.
Fuck that.
Bro, he
You wanna
talks
go
shit.
apologize
He
and
talks
make a-
shit about
make-
me too.
And yeah, bro, like Bryce, could you tolerate if someone's talking shit about you? Would you just get over it?
I mean, new me, yeah. Like honestly, it's like
the
just
internet.
giving more attention to your name. It's like giving more attention to your name, and you can just like vibe and chill.
You know what I think the difference is between you two and like most of the chat watching who agree with me is that you guys have made a lot of money. And so you have the privilege of kind of saying, it's whatever. But when you're still a normie and when you're still trying to get out of it, it's like, it's not that easy to just be like, huh, but you can kind of just coast on the money and forget about it because you're like one of the most successful influencers on the platform. So you got to do that. I'm not at that level. Most of my chat's not
Dude,
not
at
at
the,
that level.
at the rate you are going, by next year you will be.
Snicko, you just had a.
And you're gonna look
six-figure
back at this stream. You're gonna look back at the stream and be like, damn, like wow.
No,
now
I'm gonna stick with those people. Like the things that you don't realize is that 1 in 3 men haven't had sex in over a year. 1 in 3 men are either virgin or haven't had sex in a year. Most men are invisible.
So which
Most of
one out of us three is it?
well, it's none of us, but I mean, well, Gideon probably. I'm jacking.
It's me.
What was the
Rob
point?
Shares tribute.
You get in that TikTok pussy.
But bro, okay, Hassan talks shit about you, okay? It's now you want to get him. You've been trying to get him on your stream. You even asked me to get him on your stream.
Just to talk to him because he reacts to myself every day. Every day he reacts to me, but he won't talk to me.
But
Pussy.
before you asked him to get on your stream,
It seems a
you
lot of
would say,
YouTubers
like-
see a little bit of themselves in Sneeko, want him to do better with being a public figure and develop his thoughts.
Okay.
Lasanabi, blah, 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 blah. Now he doesn't want to talk to you. Now let's say when you first
He wanted to talk to me even before that. After he first reacted to me, I said, "Hey, why don't we get on a call and talk?" Didn't want to. That's what the left is
You
like.
DM'd
That's
him?
what those people are like.
Did you talk
I
to him?
made a video. I posted it right after he did the reaction. He didn't want to do it.
Did he talk to? Did he see the video?
I don't know.
Bro, I don't see every video that someone makes about me, so he probably didn't see it. You could.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, you don't need to know. Just painted nails.
But what I'm saying is, bro, like I feel like you're just making enemies where enemies don't need to be made.
No, they're cancel culture, and Las Tanabe doesn't want you to succeed, Judeon, but you don't see it. Same thing with L3L3. They don't want you to succeed. But
Bro, they might not want me to succeed, but that's why they're not my friends. You're my friend.
No, you're saying that we're like cordial.
Cordial.
Yeah, that's a bullshit word for friend. Bryce, why do you not fully
No,
agree
it's
that there's
not.
war?
There's friends and there's no. You can't just go past that. No. There's
Okay, cordial friend, whatever.
Okay.
That's fucked up.
It's a little bit messed up, man. I think you should apologize.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, good.
So sorry. Actually, you're good at apologizing. You apologized yesterday. How do I do it? You apologized yesterday. Can you teach me how to do it? Like you're a little bit more.
Clip the part where I apologize. Or clip the part where I call myself a dickhead.
Apparently, Bryce paints his nails.
Stream, so it's gonna be a lot for me to watch.
Is that an apology or was that a conversation? Was that a censorship or was that me trying to learn?
I think it was an apology / conversation collab.
Use your bots to put down the modules. They won't put them in the last slot. They got to be in the right slot.
Is that what
okay?
apology
Otherwise, it drives
is?
me crazy.
I mean, it got the word apology in there, so.
No, there wasn't the word apology in the title.
I think my video was 17 minutes. Yours was 3 hours and 30
Yeah, but
minutes.
you had apology in the title. I was trying to learn about Islam because I was uneducated.
No, I had
and
pushing
did.
people Pokemon in the title.
Oh, worse. You met up
I
with
met
the
up.
person who canceled you.
You did a live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, because Pokemon can threaten your life, but like the
Can't
whole
believe this
argument. Man, dude.
The whole religion of Islam threatening my life is like the same as Pokemon.
You gotta die for your
being mad.
causes, you know. Malcolm X. You
This
read
is
the
about
Bible. I think you have to die for your beliefs. You want to make a
That's
joke?
not my beliefs. That's not my
Oh,
beliefs.
so
Is actually,
your beliefs changed
no.
after that apology,
My
right?
beliefs are in favor of Islam. I agree with a lot of what
So
they're
now
saying.
after that apology, you ride with Islam. So are you gonna start?
I've been
studying
riding with Islam. If you've been watching my streams and not just seeing bot level stuff. I've been
I
talking
have
about
been
Islam for a long
watching your
time.
streams, and you just make fun of them. So now you ride with them now.
No, I don't make fun of them. I talk about it all the time about how they have their head screwed on properly and how, like, even my editor, the person I talk to most, Musa, is Muslim.
Yeah. But
Both
wasn't
my
your
editors
editor
are-
like low-key pressed about what you said too?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not really riding when you press people and you make them mad.
And I said he understood that I was ignorant, and then I moved forward from that.
Yeah, you apologize.
You just said
you move forward.
No,
like how I move
where's the-
forward.
Where was the apology? I don't see it.
No, it wasn't. I gotta watch the 3-hour live stream, man.
Yeah, go watch it again and find it.
I got you, bro.
Yeah. I'm gonna go watch your 17-minute I'm eating with Pokemon.
That's a lot smaller and shorter, so it's a lot more entertaining.
It's so passive
more
aggressive.
entertaining, but not educational. I'm actually learning about religion. You're just eating a burger with a clout demon. But
Got a vibe with me, bad vibe in the front.
Jesus.
I guess you think that we cool. Break your face like niggas break rules. Pop out new clothes and jewels. They all say I'm way too cool. Frostbite when I open the bitch. Mic'd up, now I'm talking my shit. I believe that I'm trying to get rich. For the days I was broke as a bitch. Smoking with my guys, we are.
What a drama. Sneeko dragged Young Don to debate against the Muslims he brought in if you want to check that out. Oh, shit.
Okay, so.
Oh, man. Did somebody just say an hour and a half of free, low effort YouTube content? Let's go.
Stephen, every exam I've taken in higher education, I failed. The losing strategy of studying is not working. I now treat the exam questions like a debate opponent. If I will fail, then I will do so with alacrity. Godspeed.
Nice. Let me go make my oatmeal for today. 1 sec.
John Fox here. In chat we are Legion. Watch out, DGG. How do you pronounce Hyundai?
Tony W. Or question mark.
Tier 1s are the backbone of Destiny. Tier 4s pee their pants at night. Giga Chad.
His name is Young Don. What happens if he what happens when he gets old? Got him.
Was that your pitch for practicing Islam? Is that it gives you the instructions to how to navigate life in a wise way, like in a
that's more so religion, my brother, because it's like, again, if you self-reflect, if you put religion aside, if you self-reflect, you meditate, and you disconnect from everything, you start to see, like, okay, the reality of life and, you know, just everything in general. You become a better person just from this alone. But the religion in and of itself, it
I was
wasn't
Bemi
meant
from
to be a
DGG.
guide. Now, there's many religions in this world, and that's when you got to start looking into it as like, okay, well, which one is the one that's actually going to keep me on this proper path? If it's all trying to do the same thing, the right ones, like the ones who are actually, you know, proper, if you actually look into it.
You believe that there is more than one valid religion?
Nah, see, I think that in the end and in the beginning, there will always be just one religion. It all started off this way because it's like the telephone game. You remember as we were kids, we all sat in like a circle, and then we said something to like someone, and they like said it into the other person's ear, and like it got around, and by the time it got to you, like you said bananas, and then by the time it got to you, it was like, I don't know, apples or something like that.
Yeah, no,
I remember that
Chinese
game.
whispers. Yeah, I played that game growing up.
Chinese whispers, right? So that's all God's been trying to do since the beginning of time. It's a telephone game. God's been trying to send down this message since the beginning, and it's once the message is altered, that's it. It's game over. God moves on to the next person or the next group of people, and that's why you have different religions. And that's why when you look at different religions, you have some of them that have, or not some of them, but most of them have all pieces of the puzzle. Some of them have more pieces than others. And if you keep looking more into it, you will find that there is one that is still intact, that is not altered. It was never altered at any point in time. And that's Islam, though.
That takes me into a good
I mean,
prompt
but I
that
would
I
say that
remember from Don.
Christianity has never been altered at any point in time.
Aren't there
But,
different versions of the Bible, Don? I remember I remember reading a tweet.
There's only one version of the Bible. You see, if you wrote a book, right? If you let you go by Musa.
Musa. My name's Musa.
Musa. Okay, so Musa, right?
Yeah.
All right, Musa.
You
If
can actually
you
move
wrote
them
a
together
book, right,
to see
and
which
you
one
wrote
of you
it,
will convert to
it's
the
all
other side
100%.
ideology first. Maybe I'd make a reality show that all of us would watch.
Gotcha.
Saying your language, your thoughts, it's exactly how you want it. And then I go ahead and take that book and then I attempt to translate it in a different language. And in doing so, I project my own opinions onto it, or maybe I make alterations to better fit my culture, or I do all those things. Just because that happened, it doesn't mean the original text that you wrote has changed in any way. And so the argument that we oftentimes hear is that, oh, the Christian text has been altered. I mean, anybody can start an LLC, go buy, the King James Version, or rather go and get the original Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek that the original text was written in, come up with their own translation. It doesn't mean that their Bible is now the Bible. It doesn't mean that the text has been corrupted. It's just another form of false doctrine. It's just another false Bible, or false, if it has errors, has been introduced into the public. And then, there are various levels of that. You can go take it as far as like, there may be books like the NIV that has some small deviations here and there, but the overall message is the same. And then you can go all the way to the Catholic Bible, or the Book of Mormon Bible, which is, far, major deviations from the original text. But you can't now say the original text has been changed. It hasn't.
Yeah,
Okay, but
I agree 100% with that. Sorry, Mos, not to cut you off, Habib, but I want you to know, Don, I completely agree with that. I think the point that Muslims would like to make is that you can have 10 misconstrued books, right? I'm not saying there are or aren't 10, but let's say you have 10 misconstrued books. None of them are the original. You don't have the original, so you don't know what the original says. So following any one of those books, or even all of them together, you're still following a basically misconstrued version of the original.
It's not true, because when you look at so it's true that in Christianity we do not have the original text, but in my brief research into the religion of Islam, it was known that when Muhammad was dictating the word of God from Allah, scribes were writing on all kinds of articles, everything from bark to parchment to bones. There were inscriptions made on all kinds of things eventually, right? And many of those didn't survive today for you to be able to check the text you have with those original writings. So in both situations, we can see that we've lost some of the original documentation. However, in Christianity, there is almost a beauty in that, because when we look at the original, copies that were made by scribes, even though none of them are the original, the first handwritten version of it, when you look at the copies that have traveled over, hundreds of miles, once they've been retrieved by modern day, historians and then aligned, they are all exactly the same. And then, I'm sure you've heard of the name of the term Dead Sea Scrolls, right? That was something that was found fairly recently, and it proves the authenticity and the accuracy of documents that we've had from hundreds of years prior. So there's that in regards to the legitimacy of scripture. But rather, I have a question based on something that was asked to me earlier about salvation in the faith of Islam. So something about a savior in the religion of Islam was Do you guys have one? Because as far as I'm aware, there is no savior in the religion.
Before you jump into that, Don, just for a second, in Islam we would have people called Quran Hafiz, right? And what these people would do is
Damn, why does he have to jump into a 5v1 debate on this? It's a rough task.
that they would memorize this is ever since the beginning of the Quran. They would have people memorize the Quran off by heart, right? They would have the original scripture memorized, and all through time, as people would try and alter it or create new differences, they would take them to verified Quran Hafizes and verify with them, make sure it's legit, because these people memorize the original scripture off by heart. So all through time, that's how it was legitimized, and that's how even now we have Quran Hafizes, people that know the whole thing off by heart. So if there's ever an illegitimate copy,
I mean, I don't. My argument for, you know, whether or not Islam is valid or not is not based on whether or not people are able to memorize a text. I mean, you know, just because a text has been, you know, just because, like, the book of Harry Potter hasn't, you know, Sorcerer's Stone hasn't been changed since printing. Like, if you go and buy a copy of the Sorcerer's Stone today and compare it to the original,
no, it's called the Philosopher's Stone in England.
Yeah, or whatever you call it. Like,
different versions.
It doesn't make it a holy book just because, you know, supposedly, apparently, it's been perfectly preserved.
Yo, Don, I got a question for both you and Sneago, right? So I have a teacher who's an expert in the Bible and in the Quran. You guys mind if I add him on the stream?
Sure. Yeah.
God, yeah.
Okay, got another Bible, dude.
I'll add him right now. He's ready.
And I have a question for the both of you. Who would win in a boxing match, Muhammad or Jesus?
They
what?
They're brothers. They would not fight each other, bro.
Yeah, they wouldn't fight each other.
Say they have to fight it out.
Both prophets, bro.
Nah,
Jesus got abs though. Jesus was ripped.
I do have a question for my Muslim brothers on the panel. So how do you go to heaven?
I'm gonna go get water.
Hold up, bro. Hold up. Before you even say that, I just want to say that what you were saying is exactly linking to what I was saying, where it's like it's all pieces of the puzzle. It's all been just God trying to send the message from the beginning. And if you look in the Quran, like it's affirming the scriptures that came before it, but it's just saying that there were alterations made to it. Now, if one wanted to look at it and say like, oh,
no, I don't want to cut you off. Keep going.
Yeah, and I'm saying like, if someone wanted to look at it and be like, okay, well, the Quran or Islam as well as the way that you're saying it, it was written on these things. So how do we know this, and that? It's like, okay, we just look at what the Quran is actually just trying to say. It's just trying to be a reminder. And it goes back to what I said, is like, it's a guidebook. It's a guidebook because at the end of the day, hey, as a Christian, you understand as well that this life is temporary. We all, bro, even non-Muslims or even non-Christians, non-religious people, non-spiritual people understand that this life is temporary. We're all gonna die at some point. Right, and that's all religion is trying to do, bro. Religion is trying to create a guideline.
I would argue that no. There, like, heaven is real, hell is real, judgment is real, the Creator is real. He has a very, you know, strict and simple set of guidelines to not go to hell, because everybody deserves to go to hell. Why is that? Because everyone has broken the laws of God. And whenever you break a law, there is punishment for that. And so, like in our court, right, of law, if you were to break the laws of God, right, God gave us 10 commandments, right? Within the 10 commandments, there are 9 moral commandments that I think everybody, you know, have more or less heard about, right? I'll just run through them real quick. First commandment, you will have no other God before me. You will not worship any other God, right? There is only one true God. Second commandment, you won't make a graven image, right? You won't make a God to suit your liking. You won't worship an idol or make a God in your heart, like a version of God that appeases you. Yeah. Third commandment, you know, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Fifth commandment, honor your mother and father. 6th commandment, thou shalt not kill. 7th commandment, thou shalt not commit adultery. 8th commandment, thou shalt not lie. 9th, thou shalt not steal. And 10th, you should not covet your neighbor's goods, right? Or your neighbor's property, right? All of us have broken at least one of those. And so we've broken the law, and as a result of breaking the law, we must do the time, do the crime, do the time. That's how it works in our world, right? Doesn't matter how good of a person you are, it doesn't matter what you've done in this life. If you go and you accidentally kill somebody drunk driving, or you shot someone because you were angry or whatever, doesn't matter how many times you fed the poor or, helped out your moms or whatever, you have to go to life in prison or go to prison for life for doing that crime. But with God is no different. The Bible says that we were made in the image of God. The reason why we've made our courts like that is because we're modeling it after the Creator and how He operates. And so, boom, as a result of that, the punishment for breaking His law is eternal separation from God, otherwise known as hell. Eternal damnation, suffering unlike anything we could ever imagine. And that's it, the end of story. That really would be fair for every single one of us to suffer. That would be called justice. However, because the God of the Bible is so kind and merciful and graceful, He has given us all a pathway to redemption so that we may avoid the punishment that we so rightly deserve. And the only way to do that is to have faith in the Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, who came to earth, a manifestation of God in a human form, 100% God, 100% human, the essence of pure righteousness. Because in the Bible it says, the wages of sin are death. Sin is the transgression of the law, right? And so how could the only way there could be one sacrifice that could pay everybody's sin debt is for it to be a perfect sacrifice, a perfectly righteous being, but also a being with
how do they resolve disagreements with each other? I'm so curious.
And that is why Jesus had to be God in order to pay everyone's debt, because the potter is always valued more than the pot. The creator is always valued more than the creation. The value of Jesus Christ is more than the entire universe because He created the entire universe. And so as a result, we now have a pathway to redemption. And that's why the Bible says that you can step before the throne of God boldly, because you can know whether or not you're saved, all by having faith in Jesus Christ. And so that's what I believe. So how do you go to heaven?
Okay, so
bro, Rami, one sec. I'm just trying to add Sheikh Uthman. How do you add someone on this chat, bro? I just got Discord today, bro. I'm a boomer.
I think there's a button with like a little person and a plus. I think you might be able to add them like that. I'm not sure. But just while you do that, to answer your question, so I wanna say something about what you just mentioned, and then I do want to answer your question because I know you asked it a few times. So firstly, Don, I appreciate you coming on. I know there's like 4 and about to be 5 Muslims and 1 Christian, so I do want to be respectful.
Oh, the other guy coming on is
speak and to be as fair as possible. Okay. I hope, inshallah, the brothers will kind of have that same mindset, and I know they do because they're great brothers. So that kind of postulation about forgiveness and condemnation to hell and all that only exists within Christianity, and is not something that you can, or it's not something that you must presuppose. It's only something that is found in Christianity. So if you go off the Bible, of course you're going to believe that, because that's what the Bible says, and that's what Christianity preaches. But that's not necessarily true. And this is Sheikh Uthman, so I'll pause and wait till he gets to say, salam, and then inshallah I'll finish my point. Assalamu
alaikum. What's your name?
Allah. His name's Uthman.
Assalamu alaikum.
Do you
have a camera?
Sorry.
I do. I'm just turning it on.
He's at a park right now with his kids.
Oh.
There he is.
How you doing? He's from San Diego, California.
What's good? Assalamu alaikum.
Yo, I see you.
How's it going?
Are you angry at me?
Hey, man. I'm not angry, but you know what I'm saying.
What?
He made like a little video.
Like, oh my god.
That's in the Quran. How you guys doing, brother?
I'm
good. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
So you're an expert on the Quran and the Bible. Which one is more accurate to God's teachings?
Definitely the Quran.
Why do you say that? We have Young Don here. Young Don at the bottom. The black guy.
Young Don was saying the Bible was preserved.
I got you. So if you look at the Bible, are you talking about the Old Testament or the New Testament?
New Testament.
Okay. So what's the earliest manuscript you have for the New Testament that is complete?
Don?
Or somewhat complete? Sorry?
Don, you know?
I don't need to defend the Bible.
Oh no. The canonical version of the New Testament was worked on up through 1500s, 1600s. That's going to be a hard question to answer. Even when you look at the 4 Gospels, we don't actually have the original document for those. I think John is based on its own writings, and Matthew, Mark, and Luke are theorized to have come from something called the Q source, or the Q document. But that original Q document that Matthew, Mark, and Luke are probably sourced from, I don't believe has ever been found. Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Oof, these get into weird. The Q source is a hypothetical written collection of primarily Jesus' sayings. Q is part of the common material found in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke, but not in Mark. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Matthew, Mark, and Luke were based on one document and John was based on another one. So maybe it's only Matthew and Luke were based on it, but not on the Gospel of Mark. According to this hypothesis, this material was drawn from the early church's oral gospel traditions. Mark predates Q. Gotcha. The Gospel of Mark is the second of the 4 canonical Gospels. What is this one based on? I don't even remember. Most scholars date Mark from 66 to 74 AD. They're shortly before after the destruction of the Second Temple. They reject the traditional ascription to Mark the evangelist, the companion of the Apostle Peter. It came to be seen as the earliest 4 Gospels and as a source used by both Matthew and Luke. So Matthew and Luke drew from Q and from Mark, I suppose, I guess. Q's existence has been questioned, omitting what should have been a highly treasured dominical, I don't know how to pronounce this document from all early church catalogs. It's like a mention by Jerome is a conundrum, modern biblical scholarship. However, copying Q might have been seen as unnecessary as its contents were preserved in the canonical Gospels. However, or hence it may have been preferable to copy instead from the Gospels of Matthew and Luke, where the sayings of Jesus and Q were rephrased to avoid misunderstandings, blah, blah, blah. Biblical scholarship is like really complicated and weird. I don't know if Donna's like dug into this stuff or not. Good luck.
You have for the New Testament that is complete.
Don?
Or somewhat complete. Sorry?
Don, you know?
I don't need to defend the Bible. I don't need to defend. I didn't come here to see. This is something that is unique to Islam, I believe. I do not try to enlighten people about the nature of God, his laws, and the pathway to salvation by talking about Islam, for instance, or talking about the Quran, because the Bible tells us that his word is perfect and is a perfect tool for breaking the heart.
The argument that the Quran has never been changed and is protected by Allah is just patently false. Scholarly analysis shown that verses, sections, and even entire chapters have been modified, added, or removed over time. I'd have to look at the difference in translations. I don't know much about. The biggest difference that I know between books of the Bible and the Quran is that in Christianity, Christians say that the Bible, the writers of the Bible, were divinely inspired by God, that God inspired certain writers and then they wrote the word of God. Whereas in Islam, Muhammad was dictated to by God, that Muhammad actually written words as God spoke to him, and it wasn't a form of inspiration. It was divine dictation, I think. I don't know how much of a difference that makes in terms of who argues whose, Holy Scripture is more authentic or not, but I don't know. I don't know anything about the Torah or any fucking Jewish. I have no idea about that.
And bringing them forward to salvation. So I didn't come here. I don't know anything about the Quran in terms of the oldest manuscript to compare it to, our manuscript older or nothing like that. I mean, yeah.
You just said his word is perfect, right?
His word is perfect, yes.
Okay. So in the Bible, how did Judas die?
I haven't studied that enough yet to tell you. I know he hung himself.
I think, was Judas upside down crucified? but not actually crucified, but just tied to a cross upside down. Is that right, or am I wrong on that? Oh God, it's been so long. Bro, I don't remember shit. How did Judas die? Bible. Was that a different guy? I don't remember. Let's check. According to Acts chapter 1, verse 18. Oh, that was Peter that asked for that. Okay. Judas bought a field with his silver reward and fell headlong in it, and all of his bowels gushed out, implying that he threw himself down rather than he died accidentally. So is the silver the reward he got for betraying Christ? It's different in different books. He dies in 2 different ways. Oh. So let's see. In Matthew chapter 27, verse 3, Judas felt remorse after seeing Jesus condemned to death, and he returned to the silver and hanged himself. But according to Acts 1:18, Judas bought a field of the silver and fell headlong into it, and all of his bowels gushed out, implying he threw himself down. Ooh, yikes. Uh-oh. Good luck. Uh-oh, young Don is not the young biblical scholar. Oh, no.
Okay. I know where you're going with it, and
you know where I'm going with it? Where am I
yeah,
going?
you know where you're going. You're going with it because in one book, you know, it says that his innards were spilt out, and in the other book, it says that he hung himself. But you know, I've done some brief research into that, and there are theologians who could better explain that it is not a contradiction. Simply put, in my layman's explanation, is Judas hung himself, and then afterwards he fell from whatever he was hanging from, and then his bowels spilled open. You know, once a human body dies and starts to finish. Once a body starts to die and starts to decompose.
Oh man, he's talking a lot. I think it's because he knows he kind of got caught up. He got tripped up here.
You would know that there is a swelling that happens within the abdominal muscles. You know, you can ask any mortician about that. And so, yeah,
he's still going.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, look, the problem with that explanation is that it mentions headlong. Do you know what headlong means?
Look, I'm not here to debate. I am here to speak towards what I know. You
just as a heads up, okay? He is here to debate. So you need to be ready to debate, okay? Number 1. Number 2, it probably is worth it, behooves you to know the common contradictions brought up by other religious scholars or other religions in the Bible so that you can be ready to defend them, because you're probably going to get hit with the same things over and over and over and over and over again, would be my guess.
This is the issue. Like, all right, look at this. The only way.
What's the point of all this? Is this guy trying to prove the Bible contradicts itself? Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, your holy book is going to be more important than other people's holy books. If you're a Muslim, you're going to believe in the Quran more than the Bible, right? So, of course.
Way we can do this with any degree of validity or any degree of like there being genuine discourse happening. You ask me a question I do not know the answer to. It just because I don't know the answer doesn't mean there isn't an answer. And so you don't prove anything because someone who is a novice, right? I became a Christian about 2 months ago. Someone who's a novice who hasn't had the opportunity to study the Bible inside out. But I argue this, is everyone on the panel okay with brother asking me a question and then I pulling up an hour-long video and then all of us sitting down here quietly and watching this hour-long video as someone explains that the answer to his question? I think not.
What's your name?
My name is Don.
Don. All right. So let me explain something, and then I mean, this is going to be civil. Like, I'm not here to attack you. I'm not here to attack the Bible. A question was just raised when I got on the stream. What's more accurately the word of God? And I was just explaining why I believe the Quran is the accurate word of God. You can go home, research for not an hour, you can research for months. We've been at this. Go to the One Message Foundation channel, watch Christian preachers, pastors from different countries that are experts in the Bible. We have 3 Bible study professors that came out. We had 3 Islamophobes, Mr. Wood, all of them came out. None of them.
Is the book itself holy and infallible? Is not just a telling of the miracles of Christ's history? Oh man, my understanding is that in Catholicism, the Pope and every Pope is infallible when it comes to teachings of church doctrine. And I believe that the Pope is involved in signing off on the final canonical versions of the Bible. So I believe that the Bible should be seen as infallible as well. When it comes to matters of teaching of church doctrine and everything in the Bible, I believe that's how Catholics would view it. What happens if a Pope disagrees with a prior Pope? I don't think you can. I don't think you're allowed to do that. You might disagree in an interpretation, but like on fundamental matters of church doctrine, I don't believe in Catholicism. I don't think the Pope can ever be wrong. I think.
Them could answer these questions, except for any very lame workarounds. But you can watch those videos and you can see the answers aren't there. You can make up an answer.
No, that's not true. Wait, that's not true. That's not true.
Don, I let you finish, right?
No,
I let you finish. We're gonna have respect. Don, I let you finish.
Don, you're a little defensive. Don, you're on the defensive right now. He's not trying to attack you.
Because I am. Because
conversation. Because you when one person speaks, the other listens. So when you were speaking, I stayed quiet. And if you don't mind, let me finish, and I'll let you speak as long as you like. Respectful conversation.
Okay,
civil society.
I'm not quite sure.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. You're not going to interrupt me, Don. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then I won't interrupt you. That's how it works.
Okay, go ahead.
When we talk about Judas, this is a very important issue because it's a creedal issue. It has to do with the one that betrayed Jesus, supposedly according to Christianity. Then he got crucified.
Yeah, but
when you look at
Don.
No, because
not gonna be interrupted.
I want to hear what he has to say.
Okay,
let me finish. Let me finish, and then you can speak as much as you like, and I'll stay quiet.
No, but this is disingenuous. This is disingenuous.
This is how civil society functions. This is how intellectual conversation happens. Speaks, one listens. When you spoke, I stayed quiet. When I speak, if you don't mind, out of respect, please let me finish. When I'm finished, you can speak as long as you like, okay?
Don, that's fair.
So when we look at Judas' death, the first issue we find is, what did he do with the money? In one verse, he threw it away in the temple and walked out. In the other verse, he bought a piece of land with it. In one verse, he hung himself. In the other verse, he fell headlong. Headlong means your head moves first. That means you're in motion. If you're hanging and you fall, you don't fall headlong. Ask any forensics expert if you like. Here, you have two clear contradictory reports. Now, I'm not going to put you on the spot. Go home, look it up. We can get back on a call. You can come to San Diego. I can come out to where you're at. We can have a conversation. But this is just one example. I have, and you can watch our videos, we have tons of these clear numeric contradictions. The Old Testament, New Testament, ages that don't match, because the earliest manuscripts you have are from 7th century. The earliest complete, semi-complete manuscript is Codex Sinaiticus, which is from the 4th century. That means you have 300 plus years.
If Don is seriously a born-again Christian after 2 months, he has no shot of like winning a debate against somebody with like formal biblical background. But like again, I said this, biblical scholarship is an incredibly complicated field, and even within the fields of specific like religious denominations, there's going to be like heated debate over things related to biblical scholarship. So he's a little fucked getting dragged into this level of debate without. Because I'm sure there are standard contradictions of the Quran or something. I imagine there would be. And then you've got to account for all the different hadiths and different interpretations of, like, if you have such a perfect text, why are there so many different interpretations of said perfect texts? I'm sure this guy would actually have answers for that. I'm not saying that these are gotcha questions that would destroy this guy, because I'm sure any Muslim scholar is going to be able to account for those things or answer those things in a way that would satisfy at least a layman like me. But for Don, yeah, he's going to be, like, fucked here in this type of, like, very formal conversation.
Where you don't even have a full manuscript. And all these are written in Koine Greek. That's why they're written by different authors. Even the authors, for example, Hebrews, we don't know who wrote it. Even the Gospels are named after people, like the Gospel according to Matthew, it's not by Matthew. So here's the problem. This is all not preserved. This is why...
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying I cannot fact check a single thing you said, right? And this is the problem. This is what I don't have a problem with someone with debate or anything like that. But I didn't come on here to debate the history of the Bible. I am not a biblical historian. And so nothing you say to me right now in regards to these things carry any weight, because how do I know where the truth starts, where the truth ends? You know what I mean? So you want to debate. I'm not here to debate the age of this or the age of that. I am here. I would rather much speak about what it is that our religions say, because I find it interesting that the direction that you want to take in disqualifying my religion, or suggesting that my religion is not the right religion, is not by looking at the contents within it, but rather trying to, you know, bring, well about the 7th century and the this and the that. It's like, hold on, wait a minute. Why let's have a conversation about something that I am actually more versed on, which is the merit of the word, which is what is actually said in the Bible. And so I don't know if anything you just said is true at all or accurate. And to be fair, I don't think Sneeko would be able to verify that. Neither would many of the dudes on this panel, which is why they brought you in instead of saying
it doesn't have to be a debate, Don. I just want to hear what he has to say. Apparently he's an expert on the Quran and the Bible. I think you're going on the defensive, but he's not really on the offensive right now.
Yeah, no, I have to be.
Are you done? I'm going to finish.
Okay, yeah. So it's like, no, I'm just saying, it's like, you know, that's all. Like, what was I supposed to gain from anything you just said?
Is that a question for me to answer?
If I can't respond to anything you just said, because these are not things that I've researched, you know what I'm saying?
So don't respond.
Oh man.
Okay, Don. Again, I just want to be respectful and listen to you. So if you're asking me a question, do you want me to respond to it? Don?
My question is, how do you get salvation in Islam?
Great question. Let me just clarify one thing. I didn't come on here to attack the Bible or catch you off guard. I was asked a question when I came on, and I was responding to that question. I think it's an excellent question. Now, the reason we look at text is because you base your salvation on a message that's in the Bible. If you didn't have the Bible, how would you know Jesus died or was risen or God or not God? You're basing all of that on the Bible. And the facts that I brought to you, you can go home and research. I'm not putting you on the spot, Don. I'm not here to debate. I'm here to present a message. I was asked a question and I responded to it. Now,
hold on. Wait. 1 second. Let me add. I do have a contact that is more versed on the Bible. Someone just suggested a great idea that I add them. Let me go ahead and see if he's true.
Okay, while you add him, I want to hear what he has to say. While you add him, I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, the first thing is, when you talk about what is Islam's idea of salvation, it's the same salvation that has always been the message of all the prophets, which is you believe in your creator, you don't worship idols. If you look at the 10 commandments, that's what you find. Hear, O Israel, your Lord is one, not three, one. And it says in the next commandment, do not worship graven idols. That's exactly what Islam believes. Don't worship idols, worship the one creator, do righteous deeds, live by the law as best you can, and you will be saved. We don't believe that somebody came and died for our sins and we're scot-free just believing. And I don't think you actually believe that either, but we'll talk about that. If you ask about what is the Islamic viewpoint on salvation, here it is. Now, I will say one more thing. If you claim that you believe in Christianity and you believe in the message of Jesus and salvation, where did you get that message from? Where did you learn what that message is?
From the Bible.
Okay, so this is the problem. If the Bible you're reading is not accurate, if it was not written by actual disciples, if it was written by anonymous authors with clear contradictory reports, then your source is wrong. There's the problem.
However, far more experienced theologians than me have proved that the Bible has no contradictions. Can
you name one?
The Bible is accurate.
Uh-oh.
John MacArthur.
John MacArthur, I have the McCarthy Study Bible. And if you look it up, it clearly mentions, and I've mentioned this in our videos, if you want to see the references, watch our videos, that there are clear contradictions based on copyist errors. This is John MacArthur's own words in his study Bible. There are clear contradictions based on different viewpoints. John MacArthur says in the book of introduction of the book of Hebrews that the author is unknown. That's John MacArthur.
Well, no, we are aware that the book of
Don, you just said,
Oh,
you
no.
just said his theologian said there are no contradictions. When I just showed you that the one you mentioned
you didn't
agrees
show me
there's
anything. You
copious error contradictions, now you're jumping from it.
No,
Come
you
on,
didn't
Don.
show me anything. One, you didn't show me anything. You just
Don,
said something.
Don,
Two,
look up the McCarthy Study Bible. Look up the introduction to Hebrews and see what he says. You have it? Look it up right now.
okay. My point, and he may have said that. I don't know.
Oh,
that
he may have said that now. Earlier
No,
he said there's no
listen,
contradiction.
Hold on.
and now
Here,
he said there are.
okay, all right. Here. Let me tell you this.
Go ahead,
You may be smarter than me.
I don't think so. I didn't claim that.
Let me finish. Can I finish saying what I'm saying?
Please.
You may be smarter than me. You may have put in so much time and effort into, researching things in regards to ways to try and make the Bible look illegitimate and all of that. But here's what I know for a fact, is that Christianity is the one true religion.
You don't know that for a fact. You don't know that for a fact.
No, I do. Here's
No,
what
but you can believe it as a fact.
All right, so
let him finish. Let the man finish, please.
Here's what I know for a fact. Christianity is the one true religion. Jesus Christ is God. And in the end, we will be judged. And ultimately, I have complete security in my salvation. And so it is not my goal. It is not my job to convince people, because the Bible says that no man is capable of convincing someone or saving someone. Only God can do that. Only Jesus can do that.
Okay, but Don, it's not just about you. I want to hear what he has to say, and there's people watching the stream. I'm curious to what he has to say.
Hold on. Let me ask Don a
Let's
question.
let Don finish.
Don, hold on. I'll let you speak, Don. Can I speak now? If you
No,
don't
wait,
mind?
I was almost saying what I was saying.
This is brutal.
No, go ahead. All right.
Go ahead, man.
Nah, because Sneeko cut me off and
I would like to ask. Don, do you have someone that's a bit more educated on the topic that you could bring into the call as well?
Oh man.
Okay, let me ask you something, Don. Can you pull up on your Bible, or let me ask you something first. You said Jesus is God. That's a fact. You said, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also agree, as the Old Testament mentions, that God knows everything?
Oh, he's gonna ask him the classic question. Does God know what it's like to take a dick in the ass?
Okay. Can you bring up Mark 13:32, please?
Mark 13:32? Sure.
Yes, please.
Just kidding.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna go pray Maghrib. Inshallah, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Nico, my son's a fan, man. He wants to say what's up.
Hey, man. I've been seeing your videos. I ain't gonna lie, though. That was kind of disrespectful, bro. Like,
Hey, we're clearing it up today. I didn't realize what I was doing. I was trying to make fun of Haram. I did not mean to mock the religion. I'm sorry.
It's all good, bro.
No,
Okay, Sneako's gotta understand though. He is cucking out pretty hard to the Muslim people.
All right. So what is you said Mark what?
13:32.
Mark 13:32.
I'm gonna bring it up too.
Thank you.
y'all gonna post this video?
It's live on YouTube.
All right.
Okay, so Mark 13:32 says, "But of that day or hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, nor the Father alone."
Okay, so how could Jesus be God? And you said God knows everything.
Hold on, wait. What was the verse that he asked him to bring up? Was it Matthew 24? I'm curious what this is about. Oh, man. Let's see. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him to shew him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. And he sat upon the Mount of Olives. The disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ. Wait, am I in the wrong? Wait, it doesn't matter. It's the same shit. Or it's the same story, right? Okay, sorry, hold on. Okay. Okay, it's the same story, but okay. The destruction of the temple and the signs of the ends of times, or the end times. As Jesus was leaving the temple, one of his disciples said to him, Look, teacher, what massive stones, what magnificent buildings. Do you see all these great buildings? Replied Jesus. Not one stone here will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down. As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives opposite the temple, Peter, James, John, and Andrew asked him privately, Tell us, when will these things happen? And what will be the sign that they are all about to be fulfilled? Jesus said to them, Watch out that no one deceives you. Many will come in my name, claiming, I am he, and will deceive many. When you hear of wars and rumors of wars, do not be alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nations will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There will be earthquakes in various places and famines. These are the beginning of birth pains. You must be on your guard. You will be handed over to the local councils and flogged in the synagogues. On account of me, you will stand before governors and kings as witnesses to them. And the gospel must first be preached to all nations. Whenever you are arrested and brought to trial, do not worry beforehand about what to say. Just say whatever is given to you at the time, for it is not you speaking, but the Holy Spirit. A brother will betray brother to death, and a father his child. Children will rebel against their parents and have them put to death. Everyone will hate you because of me, but the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. When you see the abomination that causes desolation standing where it does not belong, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let no one on the housetop go down or enter the house to take anything out. Let no one in the field go back to get their cloak. How dreadful it will be in those days for pregnant women and nursing mothers. Pray that this will not take place in winter, because those will be days of distress unequaled from the beginning, wherein God created the world until now and never to be equaled again. If the Lord had not cut short those days, no one would survive. But for the sake of the elect whom he has chosen, he has shortened them. At that time, if anyone says to you, Look, here is the Messiah, or Look, there he is, do not believe it. For false messiahs and false prophets will appear and perform signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. So be on your guard. I have told you everything ahead of time. But in those days, following the... hold on, what verse are we looking for? Fuck, I don't remember what verse it is. We'll get there. Oh, it's probably past here. Okay. But in those days following that distress, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from the sky, and the heavenly bodies will be shaken. At that time, people will see the Son of Man coming in clouds with great power and glory, and he will send his angels and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of the heavens. Now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see these things happening, you know that it is near, right at the door. Truly I tell you, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. Wait, is this supposed to mean that Jesus was coming back pretty soon? Truly, I tell you, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. Or maybe he's saying within this generation there will be false prophets and everything, is probably what that means, I'm guessing. That kingdoms will go to war with each other, everybody will fight each other, etc. The day and the hour unknown. But about that day or hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. Be on guard, be alert. You do not know when that time will come. It's like a man going away. He leaves his house and puts his servants in charge, each with their assigned task, and tells the one at the door to keep watch. Therefore, keep watch, because you do not know when the owner of the house will come back, whether in the evening or at midnight or when the rooster crows or at dawn. If he comes suddenly, do not let him find you sleeping. What I say to you, I say to everyone to watch. Let's see. If we believe in the Trinity, that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are the same thing, how can the Father in heaven know something but not his Son, Jesus Christ, when they're one and the same? Oof. I don't know how would you answer that as a Christian or as a Catholic? That's not what the Trinity means? What do you mean? What do you think the Trinity means? My understanding is the Trinity says that the God, the Father, and the Holy Ghost are all one and the same. They're one and the same. The Son is the flesh-made man, but still God, just as much as God is, no? It's usually interpreted as Christ having limited knowledge because of his humanity? Really? Philippines 2:5. And your relationship with one another have the same mindset as Jesus Christ, who, being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness, being found in appearance as a man. He humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on the cross, or on a cross. Huh. They are the same as a simplification for common followers, so it's easy to understand, I think. I'm also going to be totally honest with you. I don't know what the fuck the Holy Spirit is. I don't know if I ever learned that. Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or the Holy Ghost. I don't know what the fuck, I don't know what that third thing is. What does that guy do? I don't think I ever learned about that ever in all of my Catholic upbringing. The Westminster Standards with Audio and Visual. What book of the Bible is this? WCF chapter 2. I don't know what this is. Is this like non-Catholic shit? It's God's vibes? The Holy Spirit is the OG Coomer. Holy Spirit is the gas form of God. I think in that Mere Christianity book, I think C.S. Lewis tries to explain this, and it's still really complicated. I think he says something along the lines of like, Christ is a projection from God. What is the analogy that he uses? Is it two books on a table, one stacked on another? Where it's like they both form something, but one can only exist if the other's beneath? Or something like that? I don't remember.
Dragon Ball Z is easier to follow than this stuff.
I don't know. Okay. As existing as a diagram of the Trinity. Oh, geez. Okay. Doesn't this kind of... Is there a name in like logic or mathematics for charts that like break logic? Because like if A, then B, because if A the Father, then B God. If B, then C. If God, then the Son. Wouldn't prop logic say like if A, then C? Doesn't that logically follow? But this is saying if A, not C. Or can you modify it? Like if A, sometimes B. If B, sometimes C. Maybe there's like, but this is magic. It doesn't have to follow logic. It's called transitivity. It's called set theory. It's not 100% logical. It's a mystery. Or maybe you could say if A, then B, and if A, then C. But that doesn't necessarily mean if B, then C. Maybe that's how you do it, I guess. I don't know. Fuck all this shit. Okay, sorry. Good luck, young Don. This is gonna be a tough one, my friend.
Everything, and he not knows power.
Even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, nor the Father alone.
Okay, so how could Jesus be God, and you said God knows everything, and he not knows power?
Well, it's because God is a Trinity, and so Jesus was fully human and fully God, and so in assuming this human state, there were certain limitations that were accepted upon him so that he may come and be the ultimate sacrifice. You know, God also doesn't get hungry, right? God also doesn't get tired, but yes,
I agree.
God the Father.
So at that time, he was no longer God then.
No. It's not that he was no longer God. He was fully God and fully human. The limitations that he imposed on himself were his choice because he is God and he was able to do that. He came to the earth so that he may suffer and so that he may experience life exactly as we experience it. The Bible talks about him being tempted, him needing to rest, so that we would be able to look towards him as an example of how we may strive to live our lives. Now, it's a standard we will never reach, but he was a display of what it would look like to live a perfect life. And so in order for him to be able to be that example, he would have to experience all of the limitations that we experience as people.
Okay, so Don, let me just clarify this for everybody listening and for you. If you're saying that he was fully God while on earth, that means he has to know everything because you agreed God knows everything.
The Father knows everything.
Hold on, see, this is where you're jumping now. Earlier you said God knows everything, and then you said Jesus is God. Now you're changing to saying the Father knows everything, not Jesus.
No,
so that means you have
three persons. No, God is three persons in one, right? God is three persons in one. He is the Father, he is the Son, and he is the Holy Spirit. Each person, yes.
Okay, so now Don,
each person has a specific.
Oh man, come on, guys.
All right, brother. I mean, you made a good point earlier about not cutting each other off, right? Can I reply to what you were saying? All right, yes. Each person of the Godhead has a specific role and purpose in that. And so Jesus came to die for our sins and also to be the mediator to the Father. No one may come to the Father except through me. The Holy Spirit came to dwell within us to change our character and to be our guide, to be our helper, to give us spiritual discernment. And so the Father, for instance, doesn't reside in all of us. You know, the Father lives within a realm that cannot contain, he lives within a realm, or he lives in a state, he exists in a state that is far too large for our, meager universe. He's unbound by time and space. He's eternal. He cannot manifest himself in this realm, but in a diminished form. And so that is why he came as a burning bush. That's why he descended on a mountain as a cloud, because in his eternal fatherly state, it would, for lack of a better word, break the game. And so and that speaks to the genius of God. Everything has it's not a trivial thing that he exists in a Trinity.
Okay, so Don, let me I listened to you respectfully, right? I didn't interrupt you now. The question here gets to be that you're saying things that are contradictory. If you say they're all equal, that means Jesus, while on earth, if he being fully God, would have full knowledge. If Jesus didn't know the hour and the Father did know the hour, they're no longer equal. That doesn't make sense, right?
Okay, all right. Let me know when you're finished.
I'm finished.
Okay, all right. So to your point, why is that? Why would that? Why would God? Yeah, no, I'm saying you're telling me the limitations or the boundaries or the parameters under which God has to exist. Tell me why an all-powerful
that's not what I did.
Tell me why an all-powerful, all-knowing being be incapable of manifesting himself in our realm exactly how he sees fit.
I got you, Don. No problem. I got you. Listen, can you have a square circle?
Can you have a square circle? No.
Okay, why not?
Because if something is square, it is not a circle.
Thank you.
Oh,
So
no.
if God is fully knowledgeable,
I think the answer should have been, like, in our universe, a human could not conceive of, like, a square circle. But squares and circles are, like, human-imposed constructs. Like, God necessarily could have. Time is infinite. It's happening all at once and not all at once and everything, right? Like, God can do things that are beyond human conception. Would probably be the theological answer you're trying to give here, would be my guess.
and all capable and equal in all three forms, then he cannot be ignorant of anything.
He is
That
not.
just can't be, because now, when Jesus didn't know the hour, he obviously had knowledge that he didn't have, the Father did have. So that means it cannot be a square circle. God cannot be all-knowing and not know.
But you are acting as if...
Hold on, Don.
No,
Appreciate it.
You let me know, because you paused. So you let me finish, so I may respond. You let me know when you're finished, so I'm...
Oh, man.
Perfect, Don. So the problem here gets to be is when you say that on earth Jesus was fully God, and you say, according to the Bible, that God knows everything. So when God doesn't know something, that means, like a square circle, he cannot be God, because by definition, according to the Bible, God knows everything. And when he doesn't know the hour, he doesn't know everything. So then you would have to say Jesus on earth was not fully God. And you don't say that. So you have a contradiction in your core creedal belief.
Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
So I do not have a contradiction, because God, Jesus, is not separate from the Father. And they're not separate from the Holy Spirit. They all exist at once. And so they are all God. And in the sense of, how can I put this? The Father exists eternally, along with Jesus and the Holy Spirit. So if God manifests himself as a human in the form of Jesus, and he manifests himself in a way where he doesn't know when the rapture will occur, this does not automatically mean that Jesus is not God. This is the human, this is just a variant of the human limitations that he imposed upon himself, that he took upon himself for his own reason. It is not upon the creation to try and understand why. See, here's the mistake that you're making. You're making the mistake of assuming that God could not manifest himself in our world as a human unless he had all of the characteristics that you, a mere human and a part of his creation, seems worthy or seems fit. That is no different than the logic of the atheist or the modern day spiritual person who says, oh, God, if God was real, he would be like this. Or if God was real, he would feel like this. Or if God was real, he wouldn't not like gay people, because...
I think Don is actually a lot closer than maybe even he realized, or I shouldn't say that, because he might have more biblical knowledge than me. The answer would, I imagine the answer would probably be something along the lines of, like, God sent his son to die for our sins. In order for that sacrifice of the perfect lamb to be meaningful, it would have to inherit all the properties of being a man in order to make the sacrifice. One of the properties of being man might be that he doesn't have the infinite access to knowledge that God would have. So, of course, Jesus is, in some regards, fallible and human. Or I shouldn't say fallible. That's not correct. I should say, rather, he has some of the limitations placed upon him as being a human. Here's a question. I don't remember the answer to this. I know that Mary is considered sinless. Is Jesus considered sinless? I don't remember if him whiling out of the temple was considered wrathful or not, or if that anger or fury was righteous. I don't remember. Christianity, yes. Okay. So the whole, when he went crazy at the temple, that was like an okay thing. It was righteous. Okay. But I mean, clearly, like, Jesus has communication with God such that they're not necessarily one and the same. I guess that makes sense. Because I do know that was it the night before his crucifixion or something, he asked for God not to kill him? I actually never understood that in the Catholic in the reading. Why would Jesus ask to not die? Something like, if this could pass over me, so be it, or whatever, but your will, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So clearly they're not 100% one and the same, right?
Are all easily and readily available. Just Google question/subject with Catholic answers and query.
Wow, thanks. He tried to pussy out? Literally. He did try to pussy out. But that might have been more his limitations as a human man, yeah.
How could a God not? You're creating your own, and this is breaking the second commandment. Thou shalt not make a God in your image. You're making a God that can only exist under the rules that you're.
You don't ask yourself things internally ever? Well, yeah, of course. That's why I'm a fucking atheist. Is because as soon as you start asking questions relating to any religion, shit falls apart really quickly. I mean,
feeble, and by feeble, I mean like human. We all have feeble brains in comparison to the mind of the Father. You're trying to put God in a box. God he works in mysterious ways. So if he chooses to manifest himself in that capacity, then it is not up to us to question.
Problem is, Don, your own Bible is the one that makes that box, and you're blaming it on me. Read Matthew 10:30.
Listen, I'm not trying to be racist or judge anybody by their appearance, okay? But if somebody hops on a stream looking like this, and they're like, I want to debate with you about like the Bible and the Quran, I'm bringing an expert on. Fuck that. This dude looks like he's ready to roll up with 400 fucking Bible quotes, 72 different fucking versions of the Quran. I'm not ready for that shit. As soon as somebody's like, oh, you think this? What about in Matthew 24? It's like, oh, whoa, brother, hold on. Let me go grab my friend, because I'm fucking outskilled in this debate. No shot, dude. This guy looks like he's ready to rumble. Fuck that.
And someone in my comments said, God.
He's got the hat and everything, okay?
That is true.
That is not true, because by definition, if you make it into a circle, it's no longer a square. And if you make it into a square, it's no longer a circle.
No, but by your definition, that would mean that there's something that God is incapable of doing.
No. Again,
which is contradictory to what it is to mean to be God. It can do anything.
Don't try to jump here.
It's not dumb. That's legit. How could he be God if there was something he was incapable of doing?
Don, could God
We
make
all
a
know
stone
the Holy
heavier than
Spirit
Jesus?
is the grand wizard from the Alabama chapter, my brother.
Hi from God.
Bear in mind, this guy was on a walk in the park and he had that attire on. Yeah, true. This guy dresses up like he's like a fucking level 84 cleric or some shit. He's like in the park. It's like when that lady caught me in fucking Georgia or whatever. And she was like, do you like to do debates, son? Well, you know, I'm somewhat of a debater myself, actually, ma'am. Yes, I do debates.
Make a stone heavier than he could lift.
Yeah, do you see what's wrong with that question?
No, that's a different question. That's a different question.
Don, Matthew 10:30.
That's a different question. And he
Growing up as a Catholic, what was your opinion / perception of Protestants or other denominations? I don't want to speak for all Catholics, and I was part of the school that I was in was a Jesuit school, so they're usually like the most chill people. They're very, I don't want to say progressive, but they're generally very chill. But the impression that I always got is that other denominations are lazy fucking losers that abandoned their faith in trying times. That if you have issues with your faith, then you should work to...
What does young Don think about the KKK?
Then you work within your church to resolve those issues. So whether you're talking about like... Fuck, what were the names of the... Not grievances. What were the names of the, like... You could literally pay for getting into heaven. Fuck, what the fuck was it called? Not a condolence, not a grievance. Indulgences. Yeah, there was that shit. You had a time, I'm pretty sure at one period in time there were multiple schisms in the Catholic Church with multiple popes. At one point in time, I think the Catholic Church had 3 popes simultaneously. But like the goal is like you work within the church to fix the church. You don't just abandon the church and make your own. I think that's how Catholics, at least in my day, where I was, roughly viewed other denominations. They gave up on the Catholic faith and they went off and they made their own shit.
It depends on how you want to look at it, because in an essence, in a way, you know, if he had chosen to do that, then yeah, he could do that, you know, but he wouldn't necessarily do it in the way that you're imagining.
If you look at and the Christians.
Okay, all right. Matthew 10:30. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered.
Keep going.
Okay, but the very hairs of your head are all where do you want me to read to?
Amazing. God is all-knowing. He is aware of everything about us, everything we do and everything we think, and he knows what goes on in private as well in public, right?
Wait. All right, but the very hairs of your head are all numbered. So do not fear. You are more valuable than many sparrows. Therefore, everyone who confesses me before men, I will also confess him before my Father who is in heaven. But this is what I'm saying, like, all right, but whoever denies me before men, I will also deny him before my Father who is in heaven. Do not think that I came to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I came to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's enemies will be the members of his household. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me.
God knows and doesn't at the same time.
Who loves son
God
or
is in a
daughter
quantum
more than me
superposition.
is not worthy
Checkmate.
of me. And he who does not take his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He who has found his life will lose it, and he who has lost his life for my sake will find it. You said Matthew
10:30. Yeah.
Verse 30, right? All right. Okay. All right.
Now,
You want me to keep going?
No, you're good. Now, understand that according to the Bible, God knows everything, even all the hairs on your head. If you look at the MacArthur Bible study guide right now, under that verse, he tells you that God is all-knowing. Everything that is to be known, God knows, right? So now the problem gets to be is when you say Jesus didn't know the hour, and you say that God knows everything, then that is a contradiction. That doesn't make sense, because either you say that while Jesus was on earth, he was no longer God, and God the Father was superior to him. If you say that, okay, let's discuss that. But if you don't, then the problem gets to be that
I imagine this scholar over here probably has answers to everything. So I'd say, well, Jesus is a projection of God. He doesn't know everything that God knows.
I am a part of everything, so I am God.
He's probably got another line of argumentation related to that, I would imagine.
Equal, and they have the same, then Jesus not knowing the hour and the Father knowing the other hour no longer makes them equal.
That is not true. That again, you're breaking the second commandment by making a God to fit.
Check out his debate with Dante.
Fuck no, I'm good. Thank you though. We're only watching this because Young Don is involved. Okay.
Your own parameters. By that logic, just because Jesus got hungry, he can't be God.
I am God. The Bible was just my first subreddit post. You guys actually took that seriously. I'm coming out with a new book, a new Bible. For the Taliban. Taliban, bow your heads to the gnome. The gnome gives. The gnome loves. Inshallah.
Ignoring the very fact that they exist in unity, in unison at the same time. There is not.
Okay, Sneeko said that apparently Don chose this. Don saw there were a lot of Muslims and decided that he wanted to jump in, so this is on him.
As if when Jesus came to earth, God the Father took a break or was on pause. They all three have existed eternally in perpetuity. They are not the same. They are not the same. Let me be clear about that. The Son is not the Father. The Father is not the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is not the Son. But that is how it is set up. It's three persons, one God. And each person has a different purpose. In the same way that the Father didn't die upon the cross, the Son did. There are things that the Son.
One of them, the only true God, or no? They're all part of the true God.
They all are God. They are. It's one God, three persons.
God the Father, not the Son. Would you disagree with me?
Say that one more time.
If I told you no, the only true God is the Father.
Would I disagree with you? Yes.
Okay, can you open up John 17:3?
Okay, John 17:3. Wait. Okay.
Read it, please.
Okay, this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent.
You see that? Now the Father's.
This guy was not ready for Romans 9:18.
And
No,
Jesus
no.
Christ
It said, and Jesus Christ whom you have sent.
Yeah, they may get to know you, the Father, and not the Father, and Jesus Christ whom you sent. The Father sent.
Okay. Yes, and we know the Father sent Jesus.
The true God in the Bible, which I just asked you, would you disagree with me, and you did.
No,
and now
but this is not. This is no. Let's. All right, wait. I want you to finish.
Get it done. We're having a good conversation. A second ago, I asked you if I said the Father is the only true God, would you disagree with me? You said yes. Now the Bible in front of you is saying that Jesus is not a part of the only true God. He says you get to know you, the only true God.
You're assuming that though.
Christ whom you sent. Let me finish, Don.
Okay, go ahead.
The verse is saying that the Father is the only true God, and Jesus was sent by the only true God, by you, referring to the only true God. Then Jesus is now excluded from that, and that goes against your belief.
Okay.
Anyone else think God's kind of taking an L here? I don't know.
One, you're assuming. Wait, and let me just read, because everyone's telling me that you're taking it on my chat, telling me you're taking it out of context. So give me a second to let me read. Oh, okay. All right. So the highly priestly player, Jesus spoke these things, and lifting up his eyes to heaven, he said, Father, your hour has come, glorify your Son, that the Son may glorify you, even as you gave him authority over all flesh to do all.
It's nice to watch a
you
Muslim
have given
debate
him.
after watching 9/11 document. In Stephen's name we pray, and Melkers. Amen. Praise be to the Most High.
Good one.
He may give eternal life. This is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I have glorified you on earth, having the accomplished. Yeah, see. Hold on, wait, no. I'm trying to decide, because I'm trying to decipher the context here.
Right
Yeah.
now.
So wait. Let me read, because, and again, this is, see, I'm just looking at this as an opportunity to
get out of the contradiction that you just
no,
said.
not to get out of the contradiction, but this is giving me an opportunity so that I can better evangelize some Muslims in the future when you ask me questions like this. So I'm paying very close attention to the things you're focusing on. Because and something you have to also understand, is that these are entire books being written. Like, you asked me to jump to the middle of a book. There's an entire context of the
he's
book,
laughing.
let me
No,
watch this.
disrespect.
You go to John chapter 1, verse 1. Go to John chapter 1, verse, and this is the point I'm trying to make. You see, like, you want to jump to the middle of the book. You're not, you're not taking into context the whole. So go to John chapter 1, verse 1 then. Go to John chapter 1, verse 1.
I will. Relax, son. I got you.
And then after, okay, go ahead. Read it.
To relax.
I'm very relaxed. Go ahead.
You're a little on edge.
I'm passionate. I'm very passionate. You feel me? But go ahead. I'm relaxed.
We'll go to John 1:1. No problem with that. But the issue here is the reason you're not responding to my clear verse that contradicts your. Let me finish.
I did respond. No. All right. Since you said I didn't, let me say what I said. You are projecting.
Oh no.
Meaning onto the verse that is not said. You are saying just because you, for whatever reason, I don't know, where in this verse you feel like you have the liberty to say that this means that Jesus is not a part of the Godhead.
Stephen, my brother in Christ, you should have got this Muslim scholar to debate Nak. Tell Nak it was not an inside job, but indeed, Obama Sama. Sorry, slip of the tongue.
You the only true God and Jesus Christ, whom you have said.
Thank you.
You read that, and I inferred that Jesus Christ is included in that Godhead. You read it and choose to infer that he is not included in that Godhead.
Okay, let me say this again, Don. If I told you earlier that if I was to say that the Father is the only true God, would you agree? And you said you would not agree with that. Here, Jesus, in context, is saying the Father is the only true God, right? So you are caught here because right before you read the verse, you said that if I was to say that Father is the only true God, you would disagree. And when Jesus says the Father is the only true God,
Muslim, just blurt out something about the Satanic verses, and they will go absolutely apeshit.
Have no response, so you want me to read John 1:1?
No, I just gave you my response in case you if you didn't catch.
I didn't understand how Jesus can say to the Father, you're the only true God.
Can I call to clarify some of Don's
I
points?
said, if
No, I don't care. I'm not doing a formal religious debate right now. I'm just listening to Don. Okay, that's what we're doing.
If I said that, you would disagree. And now when Jesus says that, why do you not disagree?
Because you are implying, one, this entire book is littered with
There is
verses
only
where
one
Jesus
true
is
God, Obama.
affirming his deity. One. Two, this does not say that I am not God. This says that he says you are the only true God and Jesus Christ whom you have sent. So since when does that mean that? How does that mean that Jesus is saying that he's not God? You are choosing to read the scripture in that manner.
Don, listen. I asked you earlier, if I was to say the Father is the only true God, would you agree? And you said you would disagree. The verse here, Jesus clearly tells the Father,
just because you keep repeating it doesn't mean it's true.
You see, why do I keep repeating it? Because you are clearly caught from early.
No, I'm not. You just because you keep repeating that. I've responded to you the exact same time every time, and you have not, in any logical or meaningful way, discredited what I've said. There is nothing in this verse that says that Jesus Christ is not God. You are choosing to you're choosing to infer that from this verse because of you wanted to say that.
Third person, Sneeko. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. So, if I were to say that the Father is the only true God, and Don disagrees with that, he says I don't agree with that, and then the Bible, Jesus clearly says to the Father, "You are the only true God." Do you see where his early contradicts the Bible?
I see the contradiction. It's either that there's a Trinity or there's not a Trinity.
Thank you. So, Don, even if you're going to choose to close your eyes to the fact that you just contradicted your own Bible, doesn't mean that others watching will as well. The issue is I'm not insinuating anything. I made the exact same statement that Jesus makes in the Bible earlier, and you disagreed with me. And when it's in the Bible, now you're trying to jump from it. That's the problem. You heard me I use the exact same words.
Look, man, I don't need to. If you want to interpret the Bible as such, go right ahead. I am telling you that you are misinterpreting the verse as it is read. It is not my duty. I don't need to defend the Bible. The Bible says vengeance is mine. And one day when you die and you are in front of the Creator, you will have to account for, taking his word out of context. Now, I've said this multiple times.
When you get the chance, you watch this video.
Nope.
How
it perfectly summarizes the trans argument in a really great way.
That because Jesus said you are the only true God and Jesus Christ whom you have sent, you are choosing to take the word and use it as some kind of separator. In my experience with the English language and in my experience, whenever I use the word and, it is for the sake of unification, not for the sake of separation. But you want to take it like that, go right ahead, brother. I'm not going to argue with it anymore. If you want to move on to John chapter 1, verse 1, go right ahead.
Wait, before you say that, people in the chat are saying that I'm setting you up and it's a 6v1. I did not bring him in. Faye had brought him in. I've never heard of your teaching before, but I'm enjoying listening to you talk. This was not meant to be a setup. I thought this would be a good conversation, but this was not. And Don, you're willing to. I'm willing to let you bring in a Christian historian right now. I'm not trying to make this like a setup. This was not the intention at all. But yeah, continue.
Can I jump in really quickly here, Sheikh? So, firstly, I think Don and Sheikh Uthman are the only two talking. The other, 5 of us have been relatively silent. I do want to say one thing though. So, Don, just for your kind of context, Jesus didn't speak English, so there's no point talking about English, but what is used is Greek. He didn't speak Greek, but that's what's used in the manuscripts. So the word that he uses is theon. I think that's how it's pronounced, theon. And that's different from theos. Theon is actually the possessive, meaning that it only belongs to this person. So that's the difference between saying that, I'm an owner versus I'm the owner, right? An owner suggests that there's others.
Wait, which wording? Because I actually have a Greek translator right here. So which word in particular were you? No, which English word were you translating?
Oh, God, the only true God. Theon is basically the only true God.
Okay,
Theon is possessive, meaning that when he says the Father is Theon and the only true God, Theon is possessive, meaning that title only belongs to the Father. And even if you wanted to, for some reason, even though it goes against the grammar, you wanted to include Jesus in that because he says and. There's no Holy Spirit in that. So at the very best, even if you kind of go against the grammar there, and I'm not a Greek expert, you know, perhaps I'm wrong. This is
No,
based
okay, all right. So may I offer this then? May I offer this? Because there's a perspective that I don't think you guys are taking into account. And I'm actually, and it's inspired by the fact that you brought up that the Holy Spirit was not mentioned. So if you understand, this is under the premise that you understand that Jesus is a part of the Godhead, right?
Right.
Understand that the context in which that these verses were being preached, what Jesus was talking to, they were surrounded, they were in a place filled with pagan religions, filled with people worshiping other gods. And so when Jesus points to the Father, when he's talking to the Father, he is not separating himself from that. He's not separating the Holy Spirit from that. He's saying that this God, which I am a part of, and again, if you want to go back to the beginning of this very, if you want to say that again,
you added into the verse. There is no "I am a part of." You just added that into the verse.
No, but what I am saying is that we're taking the context. No. Look, look at this. If it's already been established by Jesus multiple times in the book leading up to now that I am in the Father is in me. If you've seen the Father, you have seen if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. If he's multiple times up on this point hammered home that I am God and God and I are, there's a unity between us. We are one in the same. There's a degree of separation, and there's the fact that he is the Father, I am the Son, and then there's the Holy Spirit, which he goes on to speak about in, I believe, chapter 19.
Yeah.
The point is, when he's doing that, he's saying the God of those people over there, that is not the true God. When he's pointing to other gods, that is not the true God. When he points to the Father, he's saying this is the true God. And so he is not separating.
There's a problem. There's a problem. You're adding into the verse. When he says
by that, but that
oh, the guy left?
We were talking
than you,
bro. That dude did not come on here having a genuine conversation, bro.
Oh,
he
no.
Came on here, he was employing like he was not having a genuine conversation. He did not want.
Okay.
And just like how I asked you, since you, because every time, oh, he got you. That's you the whole time. Please explain to me.
I didn't say that. I never said that once.
Come on, bro. Every time. Yeah. Oh no, he got you. You got contradict. So tell me.
He asked me. No, I didn't say. I never said he got you. He asked me a genuine question. Does that?
Understood. Can you please explain to me how John, chapter 17, verse 3. explains that Jesus Christ is not God. Could you explain that to me?
That's not the point I was making. That's never.
That's the point he was making.
I
Look,
never
Dom,
said
the
that,
important
Breton.
thing is here, right? I think that Sheikh Uthman, I think he's definitely more educated on his religion than you currently are on yours. So that's why I'm saying, don't you think it would be better if he was to bring on a more educated Christian that can argue with it? I don't think it was manipulative. I just think he knows his religion better than you know yours.
But I also think he knows Christianity better too.
That's not the issue. The issue is, can we understand this one verse and what it means? That was the whole problem, and that's why I kept cutting him off, because he kept trying to act as if I conceded that this verse says that Jesus is not God. And my argument kept being, no, you have not in any way shown me how chapter 17, verse 3 of the book of John is proof that Jesus Christ is not a part of the Godhead.
So Dom, how is that my fault?
Because when I tried to push back on that, because he wanted to move on, trying to act as if I conceded that, you kept defending him.
I never defended him. He asked me a question. Does it sound like he contradicted himself with the Trinity? I said yes. I never said gotcha. I never did that once. That's how you felt.
So how did it contradict the Trinity? Explain that.
Because you were saying that God is all one person at the same time. God is all knowing, but at the same time, Jesus said Father is all knowing, and that sounds like it contradicted to me. Because if Jesus was a person, then he's also all knowing. That's what I said. Sounds like a contradiction. I wasn't trying to get you.
He was asking about John. We were talking about John 17 verse 3. He asked you if that was a contradiction. You were quick to say yes. I'm asking you, how is it a contradiction?
For what I just said. Because you started up the conversation. Hold up. You said you started up the conversation by the Trinity means that God is all of these people. God is all knowing, and God is three things in one. And then you also said that Jesus is a person, and Jesus looked up to Father God, and that sounds like a contradiction to me.
One, that is not what I said. Two,
that's what he said. That was the question he asked me.
That was, and see, that's the thing, and this is what I mean by he was
other people. Am I being disingenuous right now?
I'm saying no. I'm not. I'm saying that does not address at all the verse that we were talking about. The verse that he tried to build his argument on. The fact that you're not even addressing that verse is my point, and that's why I was getting frustrated. And that's what I because
what's the verse? Then now he left the call. He felt like you were interrupting him. Now you have the time. Can you let's dissect it?
Jesus, we're actually having like Bible/Quran debates on huge fucking streams on YouTube. Damn.
Okay, all right. So.
Oh no, bro. Feel free to just sleep tight, bro.
Dip for real. But before I dip, I got a question for y'all. Y'all like bread?
Yeah.
Yo, listen. Y'all ever had some French brochet? The brochet bread? That's sweet bread?
Yeah.
Brioche?
Listen, y'all want that real stuff, bro. You gotta come on to France. I never had bread like this before. That's all I gotta say. But anyways.
Okay.
I'll catch y'all another time, but y'all take care.
All right.
Good night.
All right.
Okay, Don. If you guys don't feel like saying, but I want to break this down now. I want to read this.
Yeah, no, I'm in.
Okay, Don, can you read the verse?
Okay. This is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent.
What about that verse?
I hate to gatekeep. I'm not trying to sound gatekeeping. It's really cringe to gatekeep, but I am going to gatekeep a little bit. You ever hear me have a philosophy debate or like where we're talking about some shit and everybody wants to bring up quantum mechanics immediately? And people want to start having like conversations like, well, it's kind of like quantum mechanics, kind of like entanglement. It's kind of like double slit, like that experiment. It's like, okay, hold on. Do we even have like the basic physics background to really understand these experiments or to really have a conversation about this? Probably not. Let's just focus on like, let's stick to simpler topics, okay? We don't always have to invoke QM when we're having an elementary conversation on philosophy. The issue is that sometimes to understand more complicated aspects of physics, you kind of have to understand the more basic aspects of physics. Like, I think physics is a lot like math in that it builds off of itself, right? Like, you can't really learn differential equations if you don't know how to do algebra. Or could you? Maybe you could. But like, it all kind of builds off itself. If you want to do like complicated biblical analysis and you're reading a verse and you don't have like the prerequisite background to understand the context of like even how the Bible was written, this is like a hopeless conversation. Like, it's not even worth getting into. There's like so much background you have to cover to be able to like, I don't even know if, honestly, God, I don't even know if I could do it these days. And I had 12 years of Catholic education. I would need to like brush up on a ton of shit. And there's probably a lot of basic concepts in Christianity or even Catholicism that even I don't understand. Like I said, like I freely admit the Trinity shit is really fucking weird and complicated. But yeah, so getting to this, like, let's break down this one biblical verse and tear it apart. That's pretty hard to do when you don't have like any religious background at all, you know?
How does that verse separate Jesus Christ from the Godhead?
I didn't realize that's what he brought up. I thought he was talking about the fact that Jesus said God is all-knowing. Is that not what that says in the Bible? Did Jesus not say that God is all-knowing?
No.
He didn't say that? Okay, then he's wrong. But that's what I thought he was saying.
God is all-knowing.
Did Jesus say that God is all-knowing?
I mean, there may be a verse where he has said that the Father knows all things.
Okay, that's what I think is a contradiction in the Bible. If there's three of them, and then Jesus also says Father is all-knowing, then he's all-knowing, and he's a person. That sounds like a contradiction to me. I think it's separate from that specific Bible verse that you're bringing up right now.
And that specific one, all right, so we can address that. Those are two separate things. One, you see my issue with this verse, how this verse in no way separates Jesus from the Godhead.
Okay, maybe that verse, but you're also saying that there's other verses that say that.
No. You asked me if God is all-knowing, right? I said yes, the Father is all-knowing. You asked me, is there a verse where Jesus specifically says the Father is all-knowing? I say I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
He may not, but either way, we know he is. The Bible definitely says that for sure, that the Father is all-knowing. And to what I was trying to explain to you, and what I was trying to explain earlier, how the Trinity is, Jesus is not the Father. Only the Father is all-knowing. And so...
But don't you see the contradiction if you're saying that they're all the same, but also Jesus is not the Father?
They are not the same.
That's how I remember earlier in the call you said that they're 3 in 1.
No, I'm saying they're all the same God. They're all a part. There's 3 persons, 1 God. Each person has...
So God is a person?
He's 3 persons in 1.
If God requires parts, then God would be incomplete without parts, correct?
No, and so here again is an example of breaking the second commandment. You're deciding the jurisdictions that and the characteristics that God has to have. You're saying that, oh, God could only exist in this capacity, in this form. He's God. He chooses to exist how he wants to exist.
God, more like.
And he
Lord.
knows.
Why is Rem mad at
why he
DGG?
does.
Bro, Rem is always randomly mad at shit. What's he mad about now? Here are some hard things here. Since 2017, DG's gradually become more bigoted. Since 2017? More conservative. I mean, maybe if you say less communist, kind of. Less interested in serious conversations. I feel like the conversations I've had over the past year have been better probably than the past 5 years of my stream. Feels like the community is largely as all entertainment and things need not be taken seriously. Who says that? Wait, I feel like I'm the only fucking person on the internet that doesn't say that. I'm the only one that doesn't say it. It's not all entertainment. There's a lot of serious conversations that happen. I never think that that's an acceptable meme or joke. Like, oh, it's all just jokes. None of it's serious. I don't think I've ever said that or ever say anything like that. Whatever. I don't know. What? Yanis, what? What are you doing? Why do people do this? Why is he tagging like every fucking person in chat?
Catholics are not true Christians. They even took God's name out of Bible law. Romans made Catholics to control Christians.
Did you see this failed attempt at a meme? Do you know Andrew Tate only travels by boat because he wants to avoid traffic? Google Andrew Tate, human trafficking and rape apologist to find out more. I mean, it seems like the meme didn't fail. He's got 30,000 likes on it.
Excuse me? Why is Yanis still in the fucking chat?
True.
Друзья.
No, come on, English.
DGG for life.
This girl's... Oh, God, the lip filler, please. Don't accept this. Men and women, stop.
I've heard that it's believed that there was actually more books/accounts from the New Testament that were stripped at some point in history. Do you know anything about this idea?
There are tons of books stripped from the New Testament. Bro, there's like fucking... Aren't there like 72 Gospels of fucking... I don't know if I can spell this word. Are they called the Gnostic Gospels? Am I crazy? I don't remember what they're called.
Assalamu alaikum, Stephen. It brings me great joy to know that you are now converting to Islam. I hope that you continue to find God and that you remember the 5 pillars of Islam. It is imperative you pay zakat for next year, and that you take your zakat.
Thanks, Trump.
The Joe Rogan.
Wait, hold on. If one girl fucks another girl in the ass with a strap on, would you call that pegging? Or is pegging only guys? Oh, okay. Chat says yes. It's not pegging. Pegging is only for men. I feel like it's only pegging if it's a guy.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the next installment of the JKMRC Friday morning seminar series.
Wait, what? Oh, thanks, Rage Pope, for the 1.5-hour video on metallurgy. Or I'm sorry, no. I'm thinking 9/11. On green energy.
How can Christians argue that the Bible is truly the Word of God if it was people who made determinations of what would be included? Doesn't that inherently mean that the Bible was written to propagate the chosen narrative?
Dak, you're literally dripping. That's ice on your neck.
Thanks.
No. What? Dak, you're literally dripping. That's ice on your neck.
Thanks.
This is an 8 out of 10 meme? Am I missing something?
What? Dak, you're literally dripping. That's ice.
That wasn't a nice meme. That was an ice meme.
Do you have any advice for young artists?
Kill yourself.
Okay.
clearing the road to shine a light on women who inspire us to be bolder and braver.
Leadership doesn't look one way. It's a giant rainbow.
You're not gonna break me down. You'll get worn out before I do.
Women who push us outside our comfort zone.
You got this.
And make us laugh.
I'm in deep Georgia, and they might have never met a Muslim.
Or they don't know they have.
Or they don't know they have, because we walk among you.
Is that really that funny?
You have a marriage that has been on public display since the beginning. You said the gutsiest thing you ever did was stay in your marriage. That doesn't mean that's right for everybody.
To throw someone's life away when people really do make changes, I just believe in second chances.
My mother needed rehabilitation, not prison.
Your survival is your power.
Someone say to me, you're not good enough because you have melanin. How dare you? I have a master's in whites. I just want whites to get a GED in blacks.
Every single person makes some impact on the planet every single day. We can choose what sort of difference we make.
Speak truth to power. When I throw rocks, I'm throwing them up.
Based, wow. Feels like a trailer of a movie that they make in a movie. Yeah, maybe. Stem, please. I'm talking to the that black guy, SVT something. I've spoken to him a few times before, STV Philly, and I think an hour over something. I don't even remember what, but Destiny counterpoints. Oh, ContraPoints is in that Clinton show. Nice, cute. You watched House of the Dragon yet? Not yet. But your mom has. Oh, yikes. Got him. Watch Zuck and Rogan. Stop opening chats 3 out of 10. Is Zuck and Rogan actually good? 25th. Hold on. Let me get a Red Bull and stuff. I'll be back 1 second.
Women do better in school. Women are overrepresented in college. Women are seen as inherently less dangerous and more trusting. At least it doesn't take me 5 hours to come. It takes me minutes. Omega lol squad W boys. I'm down bad.
I'm tired of hearing about women's rights. Let's talk about their wrongs. Pepe wins big every time. Can't stop and won't stop. Like ever.
Deadeye ear.
All right, chat. Let me tell you a story. Everybody get your blankets. Once upon a time, there lived a little girl who loved to yump and yamp. And yump. But then Mean Mad Tony did not want her to. So she shot him. Now Tony is dead.
Ooh.
This video is sponsored by Ren.
This weekend, come down to the Free Speech Comedy Club.
The Free Speech Comedy Club. I'm good on that one, Chief.
Yo, Steven, you busy?
No, what's up?
Okay, so I'm about to do an interview, and okay, so there's gonna be a moment where they're gonna be like, so why'd you leave your last job? Should I just legit just say like, oh, nothing? Or, because I don't know what to do here.
Tell me you got fired for being a bad worker.
That's not a good answer. I could lie, but like the thing is like, what if I end up in the same scenario? Where they call them and they're like,
Wait, what? Same scenario for what? What are you asking?
okay, so when I go to this interview, what's gonna happen is they're gonna be like, so why did you leave your last employer? Okay, and what's gonna happen is I need to tell them. Should I tell them like, oh, so I got pretty much there's this guy that I met off Discord like a year ago, and then go into all that, or just like, or should I just legit just be like, say nothing, or just be like, I just wasn't interested and lie? But what happens is, what happens if I get fired again for lying?
Do you have to use the last job as a reference?
Well, it's not a reference. It's more like they're gonna check my work experience and they're gonna look into it. And I do have.
Wait, how the fuck can they check your work? Is that like a thing that's recorded somewhere? Can't you just say you've been unemployed?
So it's on my resume, and this is like the most recent job I had was like a job that's gonna make it so I can make at least 50K plus like each job. So I have to put on my resume, or like they're gonna look at my other experience and be like, I'm not qualified. So
wait, hold on. I'm sorry. How long were you working at your last job?
Like a year.
Did you have experience before that job?
Yes, but it was for relatively different work.
Oh, just try that. I don't think you can put experience in your resume for a job you got fired from. That's what I've been told. That's why I got fucked after I lost my casino job, because I couldn't put it as a reference because I got fucking fired.
Oh wow. Okay. Do you think using employers from there, like my last boss is really cool? Do you think that'd be like a bad idea then? Because like I can't
put it as a reference.
Yeah, like put my last boss, even though he fired me for the reason. Like I don't think he would like tell them like, yeah, dude, like legit, like he had this guy like pretend to be his reference and shit. I don't think they're gonna like say that, right? They don't hate me or anything. Okay, so people are saying it's okay. Just ask him first. Yeah, I'm gonna ask him first, of course. But
wait, you're gonna ask your boss if you can put him as a reference?
Yeah, my previous boss.
If he's so cool, why the fuck did he fire you?
So he didn't fire me. HR had to. So the guy who called my work called HR, and then I went to my boss, and my boss had no other. He can't like control what happens.
What?
Like,
hold on. I am okay.
Okay.
So hold on. Wait. I don't know if you're memeing or not. Okay.
I'm not memeing. I'm being serious.
I don't understand how you can get fired from a job because your reference calls in and says, "Oh, that was a fake reference." If you're doing a good job and you're a productive employee and everything, would they really fire you?
Okay. So apparently, from what he's told me, is that he said it's a fraudulent reference, and because it's fraud, they have to terminate me because recruiting said that's justifications for termination.
Okay, I don't know. Well,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I said the same thing.
Well, then it's up to whether or not you trust your boss, then I guess, huh?
I'll message him about it and see. Okay, so I did get an answer. So should I just say that I didn't get I got fired, or should I just say like I just decided to leave the company?
Okay.
Or just not say it at all. Just not even talk about it. But it's already on my resume, so they're going to talk about it.
I don't know. This is my understanding of how some of this goes. When it comes to work verification stuff, doesn't one company just call another, and then HR will verify that you have an employment history, and then verify whether or not you're terminated? Are they actually going to be put through to your boss? Is that like a thing that happens?
Oh, but HR would verify that I was terminated there, and then what I'm saying is if I talk to this current job and they go verify that I was terminated, and I tell them something different, I wonder if I would get in trouble for that. Like it would lessen my chances of getting hired for this job.
I have no idea, dude. You asked.
No idea.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll ask some business owners. I know some around the block, but okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Good luck, babe.
Thanks.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Hey, my dude, just say you were the general manager at Circuit City. Who the hell are they going to call to disprove this? Good luck, my brother in Christ. Alabama.
Nice.
Down something that we're not supposed to. I mean, that is like, I mean, that's the worst. I mean,
How
that's
do you
like
discern? Like how, like say, like these Christian Facebook pages. I don't know how they found out that 19 of 20 were fake, but if someone just says I am Bob Smith and they post as Bob Smith and they have a photograph but really what they're doing is trying to talk shit about Joe Biden and get people to vote Republican in the midterms. Like how do you know whether someone's real or not? Like this is the big argument with Elon and Twitter. Because Elon asked Twitter, like, what percentage of your website is filled with bots? And they say 5%. And he says, I don't believe you. I think it's higher. And let's find out how you've come to this conclusion.
Yeah.
And, you know, I believe they said that they just took 100 random Twitter pages and looked at the interaction. And there's some sort of an algorithm they applied to it. But how do you discern?
Yeah, so I mean, I think estimating the overall prevalence is one thing, but I think that the question of looking at a page and is this page authentic, I think that there's a bunch of signals around that. One of the things that we try to do is for large pages, we try to make sure that we know who the admin of that page is. We don't necessarily, if you should be able to run an anonymous page, you don't necessarily need to out yourself and say who you are running it, but we want to make sure that we sort of have like an identity for that person on file, so that way we know, like at least behind the scenes, that person is real. For certain political things, I think having a sense of what country they're originating from, I mean, some of that you can do just by looking at where their server traffic comes from, like is the IP address coming from Romania, or are
Romanian people not real?
Because if it's like an ad in some other country's election, then you probably want to make sure that ad is especially in countries that have laws around that, are coming from someone who's a valid citizen or like at least in that place. So there's a bunch of, I think, I don't know, one theme in my worldview around this stuff, when it gets to some of the stuff that we talked about before, is like, I don't think that this stuff is black and white or that you're ever going to have like a perfect AI system. I think it's all trade-offs all the way down, right? And you could build a system and you can either be overly aggressive and capture a higher percent of the bad guys, but then also by accident take out some number of good guys, or you could be a little more lenient and say, okay, no, the cost of taking out any number of good guys is too high, so we're going to tolerate having just a little bit more more bad guys on the system. These are values questions, right? Around what do you value more, and those are super tricky questions. And part of what I've struggled with around this is
How fast can you play triads through the whole circle of fits? Let's see. Starting on C and going to G, it'd be C. 4 sharps is F, C, G, D, A. Oh God, I'm not. No, it's not A, B. Wait, hold on, let me try one more time. Sorry, hold on. There, that fast. Fuck you. Suck a dick.
Get into this to basically judge those things. I got into this to design technology that helps people connect, right? It's like, and like, I mean, you could probably tell when we spent the first hour talking about the metaverse and the future of
So
basically.
the answer is pretty slow. I mean, I could do it. I just have to think about it more. Hold on. Fuck. Oh. Close enough. Fuck you. Kill yourself in a video game.
Building this whole technology roadmap to basically give people this realistic sense of presence. It's like, that's what I'm here to do, right? So this whole thing that's like arbitrating what is okay and what is not, I obviously have to be involved in that because this is at some level, you know, I run the company and I can't just abdicate that. But I also don't think that as a matter of governance, you want all of that decision making vested in one individual. So I think one of the things that, you know, our country and our government gets right is the separation of powers. So, you know, one of the things that I tried to create is we created this oversight board. It's an independent board that basically we appointed people whose kind of paramount value is free expression, but they also balance that with things like when is there going to be real harm to others in terms of safety or privacy or other human rights issues. And basically that board, people in our community can appeal cases to when they think that we got it wrong, and that board actually gets to make the final binding decision, not us. So in a way, I actually think that that is a more legitimate form of governance than having just a team internally that makes these decisions, or, you know, maybe some of them go up to me, although I don't spend a ton of my time on this on a day-to-day basis. But like, I think it's generally good to have some kind of separation of powers where you're architecting the governance so that way you have different stakeholders and different people who can make these decisions, and it's not just like one private company that's making decisions even about what just happens on our platform.
How do you guys handle things when they're a big news item that's controversial? Like there was a lot of attention on Twitter during the election because of the Hunter Biden laptop story. The New York Post.
Yeah, we have that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
So we took a different path than Twitter. I mean, basically the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. There was we thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. So our protocol is different from Twitter's. What Twitter did is they said you can't share this at all. We didn't do that. What we do is we have, if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also have this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false, the distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still allowed to share it. So you could still share it, you could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is decreased,
it got shared.
How does that work?
It basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So fewer people saw it than would have otherwise. So it definitely...
By what percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's meaningful. But I mean, basically, a lot of people were still able to share it. We got a lot of complaints that was the case. Obviously this is a hyper-political issue, so depending on what side of the political spectrum, you either think we didn't censor it enough or censored it way too much. But we weren't sort of as black and white about it as Twitter. We just kind of thought, hey, look, if the FBI, which I still view as a legitimate institution in this country, it's like very professional law enforcement, if they come to us and tell us that we need to be on guard about something, then I want to take that seriously.
Did they specifically say you need to be on guard about that story?
No, I don't remember if it was that specifically, but it basically fit the pattern.
When something like that turns out to be real, is there regret for not having it evenly distributed and for throttling the distribution of that story?
What do you mean evenly distributed?
I mean evenly in that it's not suppressed. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because it turned out after the fact. The fact checkers looked into it. No one was able to say it was false, right? So basically, it had this period where it was getting list distribution. So yeah. I mean, but I think like I think it sucks though. I think in the same way that probably having to go through like a criminal trial but being proven innocent in the end sucks. Like it still sucks to have like that you had to go through a criminal trial, but at the end you're free. So it's I don't know if the answer would have been don't do anything or don't have any process. I think the process was pretty reasonable. You know, we still let people share it, but obviously you don't want situations like that.
But certainly much more reasonable than Twitter's stance, and it's probably also the case of armchair quarterbacking, right? Or at least Monday morning quarterbacking, I should say, because in the moment you had reason to believe, based on the FBI talking to you, that it wasn't real and that there was going to be some propaganda. So what do you do?
Yeah.
And then if you just let it get out there, and what if it changes the election and it turns out to be bullshit? That's a real problem. And I would imagine that those kind of decisions are the most difficult. The decisions of like what is allowed and what is not allowed.
Yeah. I mean, what would you do in that situation?
I don't know what I would do. I would have to like really...
I think my most frustrating issue with Joe Rogan, because now he sounds reasonable in this conversation. I think I've said this before on stream. My biggest issue with Joe Rogan is it seems like he just like, he always agrees with whoever's on his show. So I never can tell like what his position is. So if he has a bunch of like weird conspiracy kooks on his show, then it's just like all weird conspiracy shit. But when he's got somebody reasonable on his show, it's like reasonable stuff. With only one exception, and that's if somebody wants to argue about marijuana. Then he becomes evangelical.
Really thoroughly, well, first of all, you're dealing with the New York Post, which is one of the oldest newspapers in the country. So I would say I would want to talk to someone from the New York Post, and I would say, how did you come up with this data? Like, where are you getting the information from? How do you know whether or not this is correct? And then you have to make a decision, because they might have got duped. It's hard because everybody wants to look at it after the fact. Now that we know that the laptop was real and then it was a legitimate story and there is potential corruption involved with him, what we think, oh, that should not have been restricted, that should not have been banned from sharing on Twitter, right? I think.
Wait, fuck, does Zuckerberg... So for the 50 trillionth time, the issue on Twitter was a hacked materials policy, not that it was fake news. There were publications that discussed the laptop that were posting about it on Twitter that didn't get banned. You just couldn't include a link to a website that had hacked materials exposed on it. That was the initial Twitter policy. I think Twitter has since changed that policy, but it's not true to say that, regardless if you feel like that was right or wrong, it's not true to say that Twitter was suppressing the entire story. That's not true. Plenty of publications were writing about the story and posting on Twitter and weren't getting banned for it. You just couldn't include a link to hacked materials. That was the point. I mean, and again, you can be against that, but like just present it for what it was.
Everybody agrees with that. Even Twitter agrees with that. But the thing is, then they didn't think that. In the beginning, they thought it was fake. So what do? Like, if something comes along and the Republicans cook up some scheme to make it look like Joe Biden's a terrible person, and they only do it so that they can win the election, but it's really just propaganda. What are you supposed to do with that? You're supposed to not allow that to be distributed. So if they think that's the case, it makes sense to me that they would try to stop it. But I just don't think...
Hold on, sorry, there's a guy in chat. Come on, that hacked materials policy, or policy was clearly just pretense. Other hacked materials were never censored, and it was not hacked. Number one, it was essentially hacked. It was gotten through ill means. It was not something that was consented to be published, number one. And number two, there were people before that had gotten in trouble for posting hacked materials. It was actually a left-leaning group that had to do with posting, I think it was the docs information of a bunch of police officers that got in trouble, I want to say a few months prior. I'd have to go and find that story, but nobody talked about that one as much. It wasn't just pretense. Because if it was pretense, they would have banned all media publications talking about it, not just the people that were posting to that original, I think it was a New York Post story.
That they looked at it hard enough. When the New York Post is talking about it, you know, they're pretty smart about what they release and what they don't release. If they're going over some data from a laptop and you could talk to a person, but again, Like, this is just one story, like one individual story. Like, how many of these pop up every day, especially in regards to polarizing issues like climate change or COVID or you know, foreign policy or Ukraine. Anytime there's like a really controversial issue where some people think that it's imperative that you take a very specific stance and you can't have the other stance. Like those moments on social media, those trouble a lot of people because they don't know why certain things get censored or certain things get promoted.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's like to be in your spot. And I was one of the things that I really wanted to talk to you about is this, because like to be in your spot must be insanely difficult. To have, no matter what decision you make, you're going to have a giant chunk of people that are upset at you. And there might be a right way to handle it, but I don't know what the fuck right way is.
Well, I think the right way is to establish principles for governance.
Most of the content on the laptop was emails. I could be wrong, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say in that original New York Post story they were posting pictures of Hunter Biden with women as well. Was that not part of the original, on that original New York Post story? I thought it was. I'd have to go back and look for the original one, but I thought there were some censored pictures of him with some women as well, with Hunter Biden with some women as well.
That try to be balanced and not have the decision-making too centralized. Because I think that it's hard for people...
It was not hacked and there was nothing alluding to it. Your brain is shut the fuck off because you're so politically biased. Hacked materials doesn't mean that it came from a fucking computer hack. It means that there is non-consensual information published from a device where somebody didn't consent for somebody to do so. So like if I were to steal some person's phone and then publish like personal pictures of them and then put that in a news article, that would fall under the Twitter hacked materials policy. It doesn't mean that it was like gotten through like a super ultra hack, somebody ratted somebody's box and got some files of it. It just means that you'd gotten files of a device and then published those without the consent of the person. And then whether or not it's newsworthy enough to reveal personal information, I guess was up to Twitter's discretion. Again, you can take issue with that policy. That's fine. I don't know how to make you understand. I'm sorry. I don't know how to make you understand. I can't do it. I'm telling you, it's okay for you to be upset about the policy. Just be correct when you give the criticism. You can't say they censored the story because it doesn't like it. They didn't like the story. That makes you fucking retarded because your view is inconsistent, because plenty of people were talking about that story and had written articles about that story that were published on Twitter that didn't get banned. They didn't get banned. They got caught by Twitter's, the New York Post story originally, got caught by Twitter's hacked material policy. If you don't like that policy, that's fine, say it. But when you say, oh, they just censored the story because they didn't like it, you are engaging in retardation, okay? You are being cognitively biased, you are unable to see the reality of what's before you, and you're not levying your criticism in the correct direction. The correct direction would say, I don't like Twitter's hacked material policy. Here are some arguments you could use. Let me help you escape your pit of autism, okay? Here's some arguments you could use. I don't like Twitter's hacked material policy because I think there might be newsworthy stories that could be published of somebody that would include hacked materials. So I think Twitter's hacked material policy has to go. That's one thing. A second thing, I don't like Twitter's hacked material policy because who could be a public figure? That particular part could introduce some bias onto the person making the story, right? It might be the case that I think that Hunter Biden is somebody that is worthy of publishing stories about, and these particular personal photos might be worthy. So I don't like the amount of discretion that goes into the hacked materials policy. That could be those two things, right? These are two arguments that you could levy, and those would be perfectly fine arguments. You can have that back and forth. But when you just go online, you're like, I think media censor stories that I don't like. Oh, well, how do you explain all of the other stories about Hunter Biden and his laptop that were published on Twitter that didn't get banned or didn't get taken out? Well, and I already know your next answer. Your next answer is, well, they already, because this is the answer you give for every conspiracy. I know exactly how your brain works. It's the same shit my mom would say. You'd go, oh, well, what happened was the story got so big they knew they couldn't censor it all. So they tried to censor the New York Post one, and then it exploded. It Streisand affected out of control, and they knew they couldn't fucking ban any others. Right? That's it. And then now you've created like an airtight argument that you can never lose because you've got a perfect conspiracy to explain every single inconsistent thing that could possibly exist. But
to accept that like some team at Meta or that I personally am making all these decisions, and I think people should be skeptical about any so much concentration around that. So that's why a lot of the innovation that I've tried to push for in governance is around things like establishing this oversight board. So that way you have people who are luminaries around expression from all over the world, but also in the US. You know, I mean, folks like Michael McConnell, who's, I mean, is a Stanford professor.
The guy rightfully owned it due to an agreement Hunter agreed to when he brought the laptop to the repairman. Is that hacked? They're ill-gotten digital files. If somebody gives you a laptop and they say, here, this is your laptop, you can keep... I don't even know why I'm explaining this to you. I can't tell if you actually believe how fucking stupid this is. If somebody gives you a laptop, like, hey, you can have this, and they forget to wipe the laptop first, and it includes a whole bunch of nude pictures of them, do you think you could just publish those pictures online and say, oh, well, I own the pictures? You don't own the pictures. You don't own the copyright on that digital material. You own the physical device itself. Owning the physical device itself doesn't give you access to, or ownership of, or even a license to redistribute the copyrighted content on that drive. Like, and that, like, full stop. But I don't even know if you disagree with that, or if you're just, your mind is just shut off because you so desperately want to believe the narrative that, like, oh, I think they censored the story because I don't like it.
If you forfeit the ownership, then it gets sold does not equal hacked. Ask your boy Rossman about his sales of laptops that were never picked up.
Sure, if Rossman wants to come on a fight with it, we can fight over it, but he's going to agree with me 100%, or he's going to be wrong. Just because you sell a laptop to somebody or give a laptop to somebody does not mean that they get access to the copyrighted materials in a way that they can redistribute or republish them. You can't do that. Like, Irk in chat says, to add to what you're saying about the hack materials policy, not only was Blue Leak censored, but DDoS Secrets that posted the story didn't hack it. They just shared it and they got their account banned. New York Post not only got unbanned, but Twitter literally changed the rules for them. So New York Post actually got special treatment. They did censor it because they didn't like the political backlash. Okay, good. Have fun, buddy. See you later. Imagine thinking social media companies don't censor stories they don't like or have a clear political bias. Nice. Good one, dude. Sorry, Destiny. I don't quite trust your legal takes. Where's a lawyer? I can bring in a lawyer to talk about copyright if you want. Do you really think so? Do you really disagree with this argument? Are you actually that dumb? Like, hold on, we'll see if Esports Batman is awake. Ultimately, this is even for the Supreme Court found that cell phone is entirely unlike a typical container. For instance, a cigarette pack. Sure, both might contain evidence, but that evidence is physical and one instance digital. The other, and the digital evidence itself, when told, is both vast and tremendously personal. Today's smartphones, blah, blah, blah. This quote explained data revealed by cell phone may not actually be stored on it with cloud computing. Like, police even need a separate search warrant to search your phone. Like, if I buy somebody's laptop and it's got personal pictures on it, do I have a right to publish those pictures on the internet? Hello? Hey. 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 Wake up. Loser. You are a loser. If you don't say anything, you're an even bigger loser. Hello? Wow. Hello?
All right. So, in answer to your question, yes and no. So, the no is that typically speaking, the person who owns the copyright on something is the person who takes the picture. So, you're not necessarily buying the copyright to the picture, so could you post them online? Probably not. However, most people might just sit there and sell the contents of the laptop and say, I don't care about whatever's on the laptop, you own it now. In which case, then, yeah, you could, because you would have ownership of the intellectual.
You would have to have a pretty explicit agreement for that, though, I would imagine. Like, if I drop my computer off at a computer repair shop, unless I've signed a contract saying, well, you know, if I leave this here forever, you get the copyright to everything on the drive. You can't just republish the contents of that drive.
Agreed, yeah. Yeah, because there would be all sorts of copyright infringement issues inherent in that. For instance, software or things like that that have a very limited license. You wouldn't be able to just post online. So it would have to be a situation where you do have that in the contract. And I know some repair shops do have something like that in the contract, where they sit there and say, like, if it's considered abandoned, you hand over not just the physical item, but also all information on it in terms of a copyright.
I would be super curious to see a repair store with that, because if I had to make an assumption, this is about seeing specific contracts, my assumption would be that any repair store is going to have written in something about like wiping the data. That sounds incredibly insane that a repair store would say like, hey, if you leave this laptop here, if you don't pick it up in time, we get all your shit on your computer. That sounds wild to me.
I mean, standard practice is that you should wipe the data. Like, that's just good industry practice. But like I said, you know, it's been years since I've seen any of those kinds of contracts. So obviously the landscape's changed a bit, and also the type of data that you would have on a laptop is much different. But let's say, for instance, you have your company's financials, or you have you're a practicing physician or something like that, where you might have patient files. Like, there's obviously going to be third-party rights and privileges and other sorts of laws that might come into effect.
If let's say that I had like an unpublished book that I'd written on a drive and I accidentally like lose the drive at a repair shop or whatever, do you think that whoever owns that drive now can just publish my book, my unpublished book?
Probably not. I would say that Pisco's saying fair use, and I understand where he's coming from fair use. But in a particular situation where you're talking about...
If someone abandoned a laptop with a password to their Bitcoin on the log
possibly
screen,
monetizing the content, it's going to be hard to get fair use out of that, especially when you're talking about like publishing an unpublished book.
Is there any legal precedent on this? Have there ever been like court cases relating to this?
Off the top of my head, no. But I know that there have been court cases about reposting or resale or otherwise transference of intellectual property. You'd have to do like a right of first sale sort of situation where you have the physical media and you're, trading it that way. But it becomes really difficult when you're talking about all digital media or entire content.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right.
I mean, if you want to drag Pisco in, I'd love to hear his argument on the fair use, other than for like just informational, benefit. But that's up to you.
Okay, hold on. I'm just calling my lawyer friends. We'll see what they say. Because Chad doesn't trust me because I'm not a lawyer. Okay. Love you. Be careful. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody gave me their laptop, okay? They said, can you fix this laptop for me? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then they left it at my house forever, okay? Now, they've got a bunch of sick-ass photos on their laptop. Could I just publish those to my Instagram and make, like, official shit out of it and just steal their shit? Do I own that data on their laptop now that they've left to me? Or do you think they could, like, why not?
Well, it depends on if you considered it abandoned property or not. Versus like lost or mislaid property, right?
Sure. Would you consider, so the abandoned property of the laptop would be 100% for sure, but what about the abandoned digital content on the laptop?
Well, I mean, I guess once you sort of create something, you hold all intellectual property rights to it, meaning like a photo, for example. So I don't know if you can really relinquish those rights just by virtue of giving up the physical medium that it's on. But honestly, I don't know. It's sort of a tough question.
Do you know if there's any case on this? Like, has this ever been tried in court before or not?
I mean, look, but I doubt it.
Okay, all right. Calling Pisco.
I don't know. I haven't dealt with anything like that.
Okay. Loser. I love you.
All right.
Bye.
Right.
Oh my god.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. What's up? Okay, you seem to think that you could republish digital material.
I probably agree with you that by virtue of giving the physical laptop, let's say you're unaware of the copyrighted material on it. You know, you're not sure.
Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. You're lagging, or it was cutting up like crazy. Okay, try again.
Okay. So let's say that you're unaware, for instance, of what material's on there, or there's like a course of dealing in that industry that when you abandon stuff, they like clear what's on the hard drive and they just use the physical thing.
Yeah.
I think overall my take would be that you're not given a license to use the copyright. Certainly not like handing over the copyright. Typically when you're giving copyright, like that would be included somewhere, right? Maybe if there's some agreement that you signed beforehand that if you abandon stuff, all the copyrighted material that belongs to you belongs to the person, like the shop.
Yeah, sure. If you have an explicit agreement, sure.
But that seems weird to me because like you very often do not have the copyright associated with
various stuff on your, any software. And it also seems weird to me that you would that any shop would ever be okay, like a customer saying like, okay, if I accidentally abandon this here, like any personal pictures I have or whatever is your property, unless they're just trying to cover liability and that's standard practice, which would be surprising me, but I guess possible. But
so I would argue that the infringement stuff that you probably wouldn't have given a license or indeed ownership of the copyright just by virtue of abandoning it. I just think that like with very famous people and with very newsworthy stuff, I think that you get over the hurdle with fair use. I know that there's case law with President Ford's memoirs about the pardon he gave to Nixon and stuff, where people were writing like a book, and then some news organization took out the best quote of the book, an unpublished work, and then just sort of sold that, or like give it to the readers. So I think that like it being unpublished probably gives it more copyright protection on the fair use ground. But if it's like really newsworthy, I think
I agree that for some newsworthy things there must be some exception. So like for instance, like it doesn't seem like there's copyright on emails, right? Like if I send an email to somebody and that gets published somewhere. Wait, what? Go ahead.
But let's think about what the requirements are for copyright. To write an email, right? That is a work that's fixed in a tangible medium of expression, right? That email exists somewhere, right? On some server.
Yeah.
So that email is fixed. It has a modicum of creativity in terms of like what we talk about in terms of originality to even have copyright. This isn't like just some accidental thing that you made. It isn't just you listing a bunch of facts. It's like a barely creative work. So I don't know why copyright wouldn't extend to emails. Those are tangible.
Well, because then I feel like anybody could basically say like you're not allowed to report on or publish any email ever, right? Because it's all copyright protected. But there's no way that could be the case.
Well, let's think about this.
Yeah.
Computer programs are copyrighted. Why?
Software is copyrighted for sure.
Yeah. They're literary works.
I guess you can view it that way, sure. Yeah.
No, that's literally how they're defined. They're defined as literary works. Why? Because the computer code that makes up programs is written somewhere, and it's fixed in a tangible medium of expression that's like in a hard drive, or maybe you write it down somewhere. And so computer programs are literary works, and they're protected by copyright. I don't know what kind of copyright protection would exist over computer programs as literary works, but not literally emails as literary works. I have to think that emails must be copyrightable.
I've just never in my life heard that. So I just Googled this really quickly, and there's a Medium article here. It should be noted that an email is classified as a written work and is treated as such under copyright laws. Has anybody ever sued somebody for leaking an email under copyright protection?
So let's think about just because you have a copyright in the email.
Oh, no, you're right. Because you would use the affirmative defense. You'd say, yeah, I did violate copyright, but it shouldn't matter because it counts as fair use because it passes the 4-factor test or whatever, right?
I would. So like the other question is like about infringement. Are you infringing on the if you're just reporting on the emails, the existence of the emails, right? That's not copyright.
Sure.
You'd have to actually be copying. In fact, you have to prove that you're copying. You literally copying the email. So if you're just talking about it, doesn't count. And even if you just like straight up rip up the emails and post them somewhere, I think that that's what the fair use consideration with respect to purpose and newsworthiness, that consideration would be overriding if they're like super, super duper important emails. And even if there's an infringement case, we have to like, I guess we're talking about Twitter's policies, right? And if Twitter has a
oh yeah, so originally, so technically, it's not an illegal argument initially. Initially, the argument had to do with whether or not you could publish ill-gotten material, essentially.
Yeah.
And a hard drive that's left somewhere, you don't own the copyright now suddenly to that drive. Now,
I would say
you could make the argument that some information might be newsworthy, therefore publishable. You still would own the copyright of it, right?
I would agree with that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so then, insofar as Twitter's hacked materials policy goes, there could be a piece of content that is defensible in court as fair use, but would still qualify for Twitter's hacked policies materials that would have it excised from the platform.
Well, who decides what's the hacked material?
That's what I said. That was one of the legitimate criticisms you could levy at Twitter, is you could say, well, I don't like the hack materials policy on Twitter because I think that there's too much discretion involved on what counts as hacked materials.
So let's deal with the other side. Let's make sure we're consistent.
Yeah.
New York Times, Trump taxes.
Bad example, but go ahead.
Bad example, why?
So that, I'm familiar with that because I read both of these entire articles. So the reason why the New York Times article wouldn't count, and people have brought this up a lot, is because if you read that entire article, none of Trump's taxes are ever posted.
Actually there.
Yeah, they talk about them. So if they actually posted it, then in my eyes, that should fall under Twitter's hacked material policy, if there were actual tax documents being posted. But there were no tax documents posted. It was just they talked about the tax documents. Now, same thing with the Hunter Biden story. There were news publications that talked about the hacked materials on that laptop, but they didn't publish them, and they didn't get banned on Twitter. So it seems like Twitter was consistent on that policy.
So how about, let me give you another hypothetical. Let's say that there's an email going around that shows the DNC was rigging the DNC primary against Bernie Sanders.
Hold on, wait. I just want to just real quick. But just talking about Hunter Biden's laptop was also banned, correct? No, that is not true. It was not banned to talk about the story. We all read about it on Twitter. It was not banned. That's not true. That is not true. Destiny showing bias for sure. Permaban. See you later. I banned like 30 people in YouTube chat. Keep going, guys. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Which is funny because usually I don't even know how I fall on this. I think that, like, for sure, if there were just people talking about it and Twitter started banning those people, that you and I would both be like, that's cringe.
That seems very strange. Yeah, like under what part of your TOS or whatever are we not even allowed to discuss hacked materials? Because that would cut off everything. WikiLeaks reports, everything Snowden leaks, like that would be insane.
We couldn't even talk about that stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that's stupid, and that shouldn't be the policy, and it obviously wasn't the policy. So like we should move on past that talking point to saying like people were silenced for even talking about it. Maybe there were some people who fell through the cracks, but in terms of the actual policy, that wasn't the stated reason, and we were all watching people talk about it. So and in real time complain about the censorship. Okay, hypothetical situation. There's an email leak that shows the DNC is stacking the odds against Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primary, and it's a matter of public interest for people to like actually see the words that are being used, right? And so, no, they're not taking a literal image of the email, but they're literally verbatim copying the words that were used by Donna Brazil or whoever. And you're copying, right? You couldn't get away from
so so Twitter doesn't have that policy anymore, and I have to go and check on it. But like, I don't think that like republishing emails is a big deal. My understanding for why it got hit by the Twitter policy is because that New York Post article included candid photos of Hunter Biden, like smoking crack and fucking around with prostitutes. Now, they were censored a little bit, but it included those candid photos.
So it's a hacked photos policy.
Or like personal materials or something, I guess. But I don't think emails would fall under that because lots of like hacked email stuff has been reported and Twitter's never banned for it. But I think there's probably like some level, I think their material policy had to do with some level of personal information because somebody had published a list of like police officer addresses or something before, and they'd gotten banned from Twitter as well for that. So I think it has to do with some level of how personal the information is or something like that, yeah.
So if it's the fappening, do you remember that?
Yeah, of course I do, yeah. I don't know what Twitter, that was a long time ago. I don't know what Twitter's policies were around that time.
So that could be copyright infringement because you could say there's no newsworthiness to the actual images themselves, although, I guess reasonable minds can differ. In terms of whether or not that would fit under, those were certainly hacked, right? You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
So maybe it seems like the only thing that's distinguishing things like the fappening and things like emails about Donna Brazil, where you're completely copying the email. You're copying all the text on it, which is like, even if you're not taking the literal image, if you just take the quotes, then that's copying. in one case you think the emails serve a better purpose for society, and in the other case you don't think that like it makes sense for people to be sharing the fappening pictures. In that case, it seems like the hacking of it isn't making a difference. The thing that's making the difference is how useful is it to have these emails visible to everybody versus how useful is it to have the pictures available. The hacking of it doesn't seem to make a difference, because you would be in favor of us.
It's basically the idea. I believe the idea was if you'd gotten like personal information or something like that, like in an ill-begotten way, so like hacked it or whatever, and then republished that information verbatim, I think was the issue.
Okay, but let's
I don't know if anybody has a link to Twitter's old hacked materials policy. I'd be interested to read it so I can get the text.
Let's say it's a personal email from Hillary Clinton, which says, "You know what? I hate Tim Kaine. He just seems like a bad dude." You know, that's a personal email about her personal take on Tim Kaine. And would we not be allowed to, like, okay, Hillary Clinton said this. This is everything she said. And we have this email. Would you be against us, like, publishing that fact?
So, well, careful what you're asking me. Would I be against publishing it? I think that even the Hunter Biden stuff was probably fair game to publish, I think. We're talking about whether Twitter could ban somebody for it, right?
Do you think it would be consistent with...
I think if Hillary was publishing, if an email had been hacked from Hillary Clinton that was like, and she was like, I hate Chelsea, my daughter, or some shit like that, right? I just fucking hate her or whatever. And that email was published verbatim, then to be consistent, my understanding would be that, yeah, Twitter would ban for republishing an email like that, I believe.
Okay.
As dumb as that sounds, I believe that was their policy before the New York Post story, and then I think they got rid of that policy after the New York Post story because of the uproar against it.
So I think like whether or not it's hacked or not shouldn't be what's driving our analysis. That seems like because I think people should be able to find out what Hillary Clinton was saying about, you know, her political running mate or something, right? Notwithstanding the fact that it's hacked. Do you?
Well, sure, but the only reason why I'm saying hacked is because that was the name of the policy on Twitter. It was the hacked materials policy. That was what it.
Now imagine that it's a government materials. Now imagine that it's the Pentagon Papers. Now imagine that it's like information related. We find out that through a hacking by WikiLeaks and the Russians, we find out that the government's been doing something super, super bad to the American people, or have been hiding or lying about the war in Iraq or the war in Afghanistan or something like that. Would you be like, okay, our policy, those are hacked materials. Would we be against Twitter or in favor of Twitter being like, all right, let's apply our hacking policy and prevent people from sharing that the government has been lying to us about the wars they're in?
I don't know. That's a hard one. So
is it different? The government? Is it different because it's powerful people? If it's different because the government, why would we
I think the issue that Twitter had was, from Twitter's perspective, is that I don't think Twitter didn't want to be a center for people to go out, hack people, and then come to Twitter and distribute the original material. I think that's what Twitter was trying to avoid.
Yeah, so I think that like we should be honest, and I think what conservatives want to be said, and I can understand it a little bit, that like what's happening here is Twitter or maybe Facebook is taking a kind of editorial role a little bit to see whether or not this stuff is true, whether or not it's verified. Just like I don't begrudge CNN or New York Times for like not broadcasting every day that this is a story until they verified it. And I don't have a problem with these platforms like deciding that you know, harm versus cost versus whether this is true, whether it's verified. That stuff, as long as they're honest about it. I think that that's what's being requested, is that
hold on. Before we run down this whole road, okay? I don't think I necessarily disagree with you. I don't even know if I would agree with this policy ever on Twitter. I don't know if it was ever a good policy. I'm not arguing. It just irritates me when people say that story was censored because they were trying to hide information about Hunter Biden. That wasn't the case. They had a story that they'd used to censor left-leaning leaks before, or leaks about right-leaning things, the cop thing, and that was a policy that Twitter had on the books that they previously enforced, and they enforced it for the New York Post article, and they changed it after the New York Post article. That's all I'm trying to get across. Whether or not the policy is good or bad, I think there are really good arguments on both sides of that, and I probably lean in favor of them. You probably should let hacked material show up. I'm not even necessarily in favor of the policy. I just get irritated when people misrepresent it. That's my issue. So,
do you think that you should allow hacked materials, even if they're unverified, be on Twitter?
I don't know if Twitter should be in the role of verifying them for what you just said in terms of like editorial stuff. Like, is it Twitter's job? If somebody posts something on Twitter, should my mind go, I know this is valid because it's on Twitter?
Because Twitter said it.
Yeah, exactly. Or should it be up to the poster themselves?
Then why should Twitter be blocking lies about COVID and lies about the election?
I don't know if they should, but that's like a huge role that the social media companies are taking on now, probably because of pressure from Congress, especially after the Cambridge Analytica shit.
Are we okay with that? Are we okay with the government? Like, there was a high need by the government and by America during the height of the crisis for people to get vaccinated.
Yep.
And people were spreading outright misinformation and lies about that. Same thing with the election stuff. Should it, if it's not Twitter, part of at least Twitter's responsibility, when they see big, important, harmful cases like this to step in, why should we be okay with them doing any of that? Why should we be okay with them like banning pornography, banning anything, banning bullying, right? Why would we?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what assumptions you're making about my positions. I don't know if I am okay with them banning bullying or stuff like that. Like, you have mute functions, you've got ignore functions. Like,
oh, so let's say that someone makes a racial attack on Twitter against someone else.
Yeah.
You think that it's not a good idea for Twitter to ban someone for like?
Well, hold on. Claire, what do you mean by good idea?
Is it a good idea for Twitter to, as a policy, ban racial harassment on its platform?
Well, good for what?
Do you think it's a good idea?
I don't know what you mean by good idea. Is it legal? Is it good for their stocks? Is it good for the people on the platform? What do you mean by good idea?
Is it ethical? Is it moral? Is it the right?
I don't. Is it ethical? I mean, like, it's always good to make people be nicer to each other. But I don't think that a platform has a legal responsibility to ban bullying. I don't think that they should ban bullying. Yeah, go ahead. What?
If you were in charge of Twitter, would that be your policy?
No, fuck no. You have block functions, you can use it. And you can make rules if somebody's trying to get around a block, then you fucking ban them. Boom. But if somebody says something mean to you or a racial slur or hate speech or whatever, then you block them. There's block functions on social media for a reason. I don't think people should be getting banned for it.
So it sounds like you're big on side of the conservatives in terms of like.
Yeah, of course. I've never said my issue has never been about like, I think that this should have been censored and blah blah blah. That's never been my position. I just wish that when people would cite their disagreements with it, they would be correct and not fucking retards and say, oh, Twitter's just being politically biased. It's not they're being politically biased, so they had a hacked materials policy that arguably wasn't a good policy. I don't know if I agree with that policy. I don't think I do. I'm not defending the censoring of the story or whatever, but the story wasn't even censored. Other people had written about the story. But I just get irritated that when conservatives attack it, they attack it like retards. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They just say, oh, well, it was censored because fucking Jack loves Hunter Biden and he was giving him foot jobs with those other girls, and that's why, when they're sharing crack pipes together, he was censoring bad stories. That's what conservatives believe, because they're fucking retarded. They have no honest engagement with any of the systems they criticize. So I'm just saying, if you want to criticize it, at least give the correct criticism, that the hack materials policy was garbage. That's fine.
Oh, that makes sense. You would unban Trump. You would unban.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, banning like leaders like that from social media is fucking insane to me. That's crazy, in my opinion. But
right. Wow.
Sorry.
That's
hi.
And you think that the censorship for the COVID stuff and election stuff, that's all wrong too?
That's a really tough one. But I mean, like, I lean on the side of like. Here's my issue: is that I feel like having those policies that are somehow ubiquitously spread against every social media platform is like an admittance that democracy fails. That's what it feels like to me. That like misinformation cannot be overcome. It's impossible to deal with it, and like the only thing we can do is like permaban and silence as many people. I don't think that's a healthy approach to things. I don't even know if it's necessarily true. I think that the onus needs to be on science communicators and people in entertainment and people in the government to work better on their communication. And I think instead of getting better at communicating things, people just assume that social media ban functions are going to take the place of all of that hard work. And then they just basically like throw everybody out to the wolves and say, oh, good luck. We banned all the misinformation people. Hopefully it'll find a platform somewhere else. Yeah.
Twitch shouldn't, by that logic, ban gambling, shouldn't ban.
No, I think that's a bit different. I don't view Twitch as like a social media platform. I think it's a bit different. Like Twitch is like a little bit more niche in terms of like entertainment or whatever. I think it's a bit different.
So certain platforms, a place where you post content, you would see them as more public square.
Yeah, like Twitter, even YouTube. I think I would see as public square. Twitter, Facebook, maybe TikTok, Instagram, or whatever. I would see these things kind of. I don't know if I would for Twitch. Although maybe my opinions with that would change in a few years. But
what's wrong with like, okay, if you want to spread misinformation, you go somewhere else. You can go to DLive, go to
Because these places are essentially non-existent, right? DLive is probably one millionth of the followership or viewership as fucking YouTube, right?
Well, then maybe that is an indication that you don't need to broadcast every opinion with the same weight.
Sure, but I mean, like that could be the case, but like I feel like vaccine misinformation has been aggressively hunted down all across the internet, but like fucking 60% of conservatives or whatever probably still believe that mRNA vaccines make you fucking magnetic, or like all the FDA shit is lied about, or all the studies are fake, or there's all these side effects that aren't being discussed. Like there's still like there's still a cancer rot of retarded anti-vaxxers that exist in the Republican Party, despite everybody's best effort to quote unquote censor that information. So it seems like that's not an effective approach. There has to be a better way to communicate to people than just banning everybody off the internet everywhere, because it doesn't seem like it's changing anybody's mind.
If it were changing people's minds, and if it were helping lower rates of whatever skepticism, would that change your mind? Like if you knew that, okay,
yeah, I might have a different opinion about it, maybe, but this is why I believe that is the responsibility of the public and not the government. This is do you remember X Skills Me?
Yes.
So he posed this question to me a long time ago, and it's heavily influenced the powers that I delegate to the government. And he said, how would you feel if all of these powers existed, but now it was a Trump administration? So let's say the government had the ability to distribute to all the social media platforms certain policies about banning types of misinformation. And then let's say that apparatus was now headed by a more competent Trump, because Trump is a fucking retard. But let's say somebody like him that wasn't 55 IQ, right? Would I feel like DeSantis being in charge of that apparatus would be healthy? When I go onto Twitter and I say something like, I think that minors should have access to HRT, that I'm getting permabanned for that because I'm spreading quote unquote misinformation. There's not the scientific studies to back that up, because theoretically that could happen, right?
Yeah, that could happen. Although I don't think that there's evidence of government command and control over these networks. I think that some of them have similar interests, maybe, but
yeah. So the control isn't one-to-one, but it's like Zuckerberg and I don't know, Jack, but all these people are going in front of Congress, and Congress is basically breathing down their neck, saying, "There's some really big problems on social media, and it'd sure be a shame if we had to do something about that. So good luck." Right? And now all the social media companies are kind of aggressively looking for ways to combat stuff related to election stuff or misinformation and everything. But like, imagine that same stuff applied from a conservative lens, right?
No, I hear you. I think that they've been really heavy-handed on some stuff too much. But everyone has their lines, Destiny. I think that you would have some lines.
My lines are going to be legal. Like, I don't think you should be allowed to incite violence, post child porn, post, like stuff like that, like breaking the law. I don't think should be allowed. But past that,
spam? What about spam? Spam that's legal.
I think that you could probably scratch out a definition for. Is it called torturous interference?
Okay.
Yeah. So like, let's say, well, it's my freedom of speech to make 400 million accounts and send you DMs all day constantly. Like, well, is it really? That's not really about speech. That's just like you're engaging maliciously in a way to just like inhibit somebody's ability to use a platform, right? I'm sure you could scratch out some kind of policy there, I would imagine.
You don't think there's like a line that we could draw about any kind of harassment related activity? That's too far. Any like targeted activity towards individuals.
I think that probably some kind of like coordinated stuff. So like if somebody wanted to call somebody else the N-word on Twitter, fuck it, whatever, let them block them. I don't know if you're banned for that or not. But like if somebody got like 1,000 people to go and call somebody the N-word, then like maybe it's a little bit different here, because now we've got like coordinated levels of bullying that. Again, I would say I don't know if that you could scratch that out in like the torturous interference policy, but like inhibiting somebody's ability to reasonably use the platform, maybe. But
so any kind of line would have to be like extremely important for people.
Sure.
So if if you were given in fact evidence that the censoring of vaccine misinformation lowered rates of skepticism, maybe that would meet the bar, but you just, you haven't.
Yeah, maybe. I would just be so scared about that. Like, let's say it was incredibly effective. Then you get the DeSantis administration, and then in 2.5 years, everybody believes trans people are fake because all pro-trans information has been hardcore curtailed on all the social media platforms.
So in that case, like, I think you should just say I'm not in favor of any censoring based on.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at. Aside from things that like are literally inhibiting you from using the platform, or things that are illegal.
Okay.
Because this is how I think it should work in a democracy, right? Is arguably all of us go to the middle and we fight over our opinions, and whoever is able to make the best argument for whatever they have, those are the opinions that stand, and that's what people run to the ballot box and vote in favor of. Ideally, it should be people making those decisions, fighting amongst each other, not people that control, a certain amount of space in the public square, or not the government. Ideally, right?
Yes, but I view these platforms as actors themselves as opposed to merely public squares. I don't think.
Well, that's why I don't, in terms of, without getting too big into the Section 230 stuff, I don't think they should be actors. I think they should be facilitators of conversation, and it should start and end there.
And YouTube included?
Yeah.
Okay. At what size do you become one of these things?
I don't know. But I mean, whatever size that is, Twitter, Facebook, like YouTube are clearly there.
Because you're not there, right? DGG, you ban people based on their opinion all the time.
Sure. Maybe it should have to be. Maybe it should be based on what you market yourself as. Maybe there's like a certain classification as a business. Like for DGG, that's not marketed as a place where anybody can go and share their opinion and post it to the world. That's what the chat room.
Well, neither is Twitter. Twitter gives you terms of service. They tell you can ban you for violating those terms of service.
No, Twitter, Facebook, these are places that market themselves as come here, share your message with the world. They're not like specialty platforms.
Terms, on your terms.
Yeah, but they don't market themselves as specialty platforms. Sure, they're gonna have like a boilerplate restriction, but like if there's a forum called like Cats for Days, and I go there, the expectation is people are posting
dogs for days.
Yeah, sure. You post dogs, yeah, you're gonna get banned, right? Because it's a website for posting cats, right? But if I go to Twitter or Facebook, yeah, there's gonna be a basic like TOS in terms of harassment and all that shit. But it shouldn't be like only liberals are posting news here, or like they're pretty open platforms where you kind of have this invitation to invite anything. Like that's the spirit of the platform, right?
Okay, so then I would recommend. I think it would be a good idea for you to have some criteria in your mind for what separates Club Penguin from Twitter. What kind of things do you look for to determine whether something is more Club Penguin or whether
I hate to do the like I'll know it when I see it, but like it feels like I don't think that Club Penguin is marketed as like come here and everybody can share their opinion with the world and that's what our purpose is, right? Whereas it is more or less, it feels like if I were to go and look at like what does it say on Twitter when you go to make an account for like Twitter or Facebook.
There's a big terms of service. It says you don't read it, that's your bad. It says how much more clear can you get? There's no harassment allowed. But just because we have a little bit more broader than Club Penguin.
Well, sure, but okay, we can talk about harassment, but that's a meaningfully different conversation than like misinformation, I think. You can get to harassment on like edge cases of misinformation, but I think that's a fundamentally different type of conversation. Because we could imagine a world where my dream of like basically all misinformation policies going away could still leave room theoretically for a harassment policy. But that's like a fundamentally different conversation, I think, right?
What if the name of Twitter was Twitter minus vaccine misinformation? They've changed their name to Twitter except for vaccine misinformation.
Then I think it would be perfectly fine. If you called yourself like, well, you laugh, but no, like if, like for instance, if Twitter, no, hold on. That would be perfectly valid. Let's say Twitter renamed itself to Blue Twitter. And that's what they call themselves, and they started banning all conservatives on the platform. I'd be okay with that. It's literally called fucking Blue Twitter. You go there, understanding that like this is like a liberal/Democrat platform. Sure,
this is like a notice thing. This is like a note.
Yeah, exactly. But no, that's what it is. It's the expectation of what is to be found on the platform. Well, I feel like when I think of like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, these are not supposed to be in my mind. It doesn't feel like they're supposed to be politically biased platforms. These are a place where everybody can go and post and share their ideas and messaging or whatever. But when it starts to play, if somebody messages or advertises themselves as like if there was like if it was called like Twitter GOP or something, that was the name of the site. And they're like, we're banning all liberals. It's like, okay, yeah, it's called fucking Twitter GOP. I understand what I'm getting when I go to the site. Yeah.
But we can have no expectation that people read the contract. I mean, how much more notice can you have? You click an agreement that says, I understand the terms and conditions. You're put on notice. If this is just about notice, like, can't we have an expectation that people read?
Well, sure. Are we talking about misinformation or are we talking about harassment?
Either one, either or.
Well, I think that they're meaningfully different conversations.
Okay, let's say that Twitter in its TOS says, at the top of the page, it is incredibly material to you using the term of service that you follow Twitter's misinformation policy. Any violation of Twitter's misinformation policy is a material breach of the terms of service.
Sure, which they probably say already, yeah.
On each of the TOSs. Let's say they had that in like big letters, each of the TOSs, it says that any breach of the misinformation policy is a material breach of the TOS. Isn't that enough notice?
Yeah, I mean, arguably it is. It doesn't feel like that misinformation policy, like, it feels like the misinformation policy is created exclusively for conservatives. Like, has there ever been a misinformation notice about?
Well, they misinform a lot, you know.
I understand. I agree with you. Well, I would say people on the left do quite a bit as well.
They do.
But like, if I'm thinking of YouTube and Twitter, what are the misinformation tags popping up under? They're popping up under global warming, usually against conservatives. They're popping up against like vaccine misinformation, almost always against conservatives. Election stuff, which is almost always against conservatives. I agree with that. Conservatives better fuck that misinformation, but that it almost feels like a policy like crafted just to like basically fuck them over.
Maybe some people are behaving really badly right now, D-Man. I think that we got some really bad hombres.
No, I agree with you. Of course. Yeah. Look at how many people still downplay stuff like January 6th. How many people still have horribly fucking stupid ideas about vaccines. I 1,000,000% agree with you. It just doesn't seem like the solution is like, oh my God, I figured out how to deal with this problem in the US. We're just going to ban it from all social media. That doesn't seem like...
I think that they're being too heavy-handed too. I just think that like they should not be treated, especially if Twitter is putting in TOS stuff and you agree to these conditions, and like you have notice, right? Or you should have constructive notice of this thing. Imagine that they put in their TOS like, also we have the right to apply our policies arbitrarily and unevenly. Would you have a problem with that if they were like?
Well, I mean, they kind of say that, and that we can restrict your access to this platform for any time and for any reason, right?
Yeah. So if your concern is like notice and people being, maybe you would have a problem with Twitter like ever making statements.
Well, hold on. My concern isn't only notice. Right? Like if Twitter were to change itself today and say, oh, just on notice, we're banning all conservatives, I wouldn't be okay with that, right? The notice thing just had to do with if you create a certain platform, what are the expectations on that platform?
But hang on, if you agreed that if Twitter had like a name like Twitter plus censorship,
yes,
you would...
I'd be okay with almost everything they're doing. Yeah, my position...
Just by changing their name.
Yes.
And let's say that everyone continues to use it.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, we like censored Twitter.
Yes.
We'll continue to use it.
Yep.
The name change is enough for you to be like, okay...
Yeah, I mean, you laugh, but like that makes perfect sense to me. Based on like how things are named or what like the expectations are in certain areas, I know what I'm getting when I walk into an area, right? If I go to some place called Twitter GOP, okay, yeah, if I say some progressive shit and I get banned, of course, I understand that 100%. If I go to a forum called Dogs Forever and I start talking about how cats are the best, I'm trolling. I know I'm going to get banned. That's fine. If I go into an open media platform like Twitter or Facebook that wants views from all parts of the world, and I go in and I say, I think mRNA vaccines are fake, and I get banned, it's like, wait, what the fuck? Oh, this is only for liberal opinions.
People cannot then say things like, oh, it's so obvious that Twitter hates conservatives. It's so obvious that they're in the bag of the Democrats. They can't on the one hand say it's so obvious the Democrat conspiracy because it's so obvious that they're in favor of the Democrats, and then be like, oh, but we have no idea that like Twitter has a bias against Democrats. It's
well, they wouldn't. They don't say that last part anymore. They say openly, like, of course, Twitter and Facebook and these social media platforms, big tech is in the hand of the.
So they're on
Democrats.
notice, and they're on notice. And what's your problem? I mean, it might as well like for them.
I don't like the segregating of them off into other platforms. Even if they understand.
Okay.
Even if they understand that, I don't like that. I don't think it's good. It's just. It plays into this more macro narrative of like, I don't have to learn how to communicate with the opposition. I just need to homogenize my side as much as possible. I need them to sort into their groups and us to sort into our groups. And rather than science communicators, which suck, by the way, and rather than academics, who also suck, by the way, and rather than the media, who also suck, by the way, learning how to communicate to people with differing opinions, instead we just like ban everybody off of everything. So now all the conservatives are on Gab, all the liberals are on Twitter, and then we all go along our merry lives, which is insane to me. That seems dysfunctional, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think that's the world we're headed for. We're accelerating increasingly towards that world. Like, it hasn't happened yet, but this is the scary thing to me, okay? Thankfully, so far, every alternative media for fucking Nazis and conservatives has fucking failed. Because most people don't get banned off of Twitter.
Why do you say thankfully?
Because if it succeeded, then I think what would happen is we would self-segregate even harder. Where somebody would be like, oh, I'm conservative. Oh, if you're a conservative, don't go on Twitter. That's a horrible website. Go on Gab and post there instead. And it's like, okay, well, now Twitter's going to fly off even further to the left. Gab is already a toxic fucking shithole of a platform. No offense to Gab. All of those side media sites are. And now they're going to become even more toxic and right-leaning. And now, like, where are we now in 10 years, right?
You get a sense of, like, why Twitter and Facebook and these platforms did these policies in the first place. It's because they're trying to make money, and they consider that, like, these people don't want to use these platforms if they're being
No, I don't. I think that I think they actually feel a tinge of moral responsibility to the world. I don't think it's just about money at this point. I think that it also has to do with feeling like, I bet Zuckerberg, this is just a guess, I could be totally fucking wrong, but I bet that these people do feel some amount of responsibility when it comes to like elections, when it comes to misinformation. Did you say no?
You think? No, I'm just like. I think that a lot of people would. Okay, so you think that Mark Zuckerberg really wants to do good in the world?
I think there's a tinge of that. I'm sure some of it has to do with money as well, but I doubt there's that much money lost because COVID misinformation is being posted on like Facebook or Twitter, right?
So that's partly motivating it, as opposed to merely trying to make money. If it was just trying to make money, like, hey, listen, these conservative people that we want to sell stuff to, they're not using the platform because of all these people who we didn't ban, or because they're constantly being spammed with like racial hatred. If that were the case, and they're like, we're just trying to make money, would you be more or less okay with that than efforts to actually make the world a better place?
I think with the racist stuff, I think that that's probably partially motivated by money, because if you've got a platform with like racist people doing racist shit and you get bad articles published about you, it's probably not good. But
so for some things they're being motivated by good, for some things motivated by
like
money.
racial stuff and sexist stuff is probably going to be motivated by money. Election fraud and stuff, or like misinformation stuff, I think is partially motivated by a desire to good. Probably some desire for money as well, but but like I think that you have to keep in mind like where these like somebody in chat mentioned this, and I feel like this is true based on what I've heard. Company culture does matter to some extent. And when your main offices are in places like San Francisco and shit, you've got a lot of a certain type of employee, especially people that are like heads of departments, heads of management and shit. And they probably do have pretty strong feelings related to stuff like certain types of misinformation. That'd be my guess. And that probably filters down to decisions to some extent. I just don't like the segregating we're doing of all the people onto different platforms and different ideas. I think that's really bad. And I feel like it's used too quickly as an excuse for people to learn to not have to communicate with anybody.
You say that, Dest, you say that, but didn't you read an article, and it was a really interesting one too, that says that people do this in their lives. Everyone does it. That like if you talk to any Democrat who says, I have conservative friends, you always bring it up. That what they mean is they have some centrist fucker who's like, okay, I like low taxes. But they're not talking about a Trumple who thinks...
yeah, I agree. That does happen. But I'm just saying technology is making it easier and easier and easier to segregate even more than we ever had before. That's the issue, I think. Like back like 20 or 30 years ago, you kind of had to be friends with people around you. You couldn't really find people on the internet because the internet didn't really exist, right? You were friends with people in your local area. You still probably self-segregate, for sure, to some extent. I'm sure you do. But like it's gotten easier. Like different types of tools.
On internet.
Yeah, different tools make it easier than ever before to never, ever, ever have to see somebody with a different opinion than yours. And I think that's probably a bad thing.
I think I agree with that.
I also think communication from like educators, academics, science journalists, people in government, I think has gotten bad. How do you
think it should be more gentle and more
it needs to be more persuasive. We've lost that ability to be persuasive when the facts are on our side. Like for things like mRNA vaccines, like it still bothers me, even from a conservative perspective. Like the mRNA vaccine should be heralded as like a champion of American capitalist achievement. Like less than a year, we got like that's an amazing American story. And even conservatives are against it because of their mind rot from stuff. But like, I think we could have done a better job on messaging. But I think the problem is people, especially on the left, is they've gotten more control over the different levers of cultural power and communication and whatnot, have kind of had this idea of like, oh, well, you either agree with us or you're like a racist/fascist and you're not worth talking to. And when those are the only two opinions, it's like, well, why even learn how to communicate with somebody that doesn't already agree with you, you know?
Okay, so not necessarily gentle, but persuasive.
Persuasive, yeah. It doesn't have to necessarily be gentle, but it needs to be persuasive. You need to be able to write in the style of somebody isn't already fully bought into 99% of my argument. You know, here's the last 1%.
How do you persuade someone from the perspective of like Joe Biden if you think that this guy is sucking the venom or I don't know, what's the substance, adrenochronium or whatever, out of babies' skulls? How do you persuade someone who's in the abyss?
I feel like people get pushed there over time, and I feel like a lot of the push can come from the other side. That's what I feel like happens.
So get them before they fall to.
Yeah, or at least I've said this before, and I've noticed this is more and more and more true ever since I've noticed this a few years ago. That like people's descent into madness often starts with a push from the side that you would hope to be the most reasonable. It'll be a few and it only takes like 2 or 3 lies from a person for somebody to never trust that particular side again. And so when those things happen a few times, all of a sudden you're looking elsewhere for, well, who's going to be the real people that give me truth in life now? Like I've already seen them publish this lie or that lie, so now.
So let's apply it to you. You're on a Sneeko Fuentes arc. You're in the middle of that arc.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you see some successes? Where do you see some failures? Where do you see any? If you're making any attempts to try to at least moderate or trying to give voice to more reasonable opinions, how is that going? How do you think it will go?
I mean, so my goal, I think it's going decently, but like my goal, I have a few goals. So number 1 is I always want to be reasonable. I want to appear reasonable. So I'm not being dogmatic in anything I say. If I tell you mRNA vaccines are good, I'm not ever asking you to trust me on that. We can argue or go down on any point we want. And I think I saw a few comments on videos. I see that. And it's something I try to do more. When I ask somebody a question, I say, hey, can you answer this? And they don't. I'll always say, like, ask me the same question, or this is how I would answer the question. So I always want to appear reasonable. That's number 1. Number 2 is I always want to be understanding of the other side too. If you believe in a certain thing, like you think that masks are bullshit, I'm not going to say, I think you think that because you're a lazy fuck who wants to be, a terrorist and infect everybody with the coronavirus. I'll say, I understand why you think that. Fauci's messaging on masks in the beginning of the pandemic kind of sucked. He should have been more honest about wanting to conserve N95 masks or whatever for workers. That was a shitty thing that he said. It was stupid. We didn't have all the data in the beginning, right? So at least, so 1, I come off as reasonable. 2, I understand your point of view. I'm not just writing you off as evil. And then 3 is I hope in conversations I give or in platforms I inhabit or in areas that I'm like having these conversations, I hope that people feel like they have an opportunity to engage with what I'm saying or explore what I'm saying in a safe way where I'm not going to jump down their fucking throat for considering another idea. So if we're having a conversation like, okay, sure, maybe this study was bullshit about the vaccines, I'm not going to be like, gotcha, bitch. Fucking retard. I told you all of your stuff was lies and misinformation. The goal is usually just be like, okay, yeah, cool. Hey, like check out more studies, or if you want to explore that idea with me, you can do it safely with me. I'm not going to jump down your throat for it. Those are like the 3 kind of like guiding principles I have for conversations with people that dramatically disagree with me. And then the hope is that over time people see me as reasonable, and then maybe ideas start to shift or change, or at the very least in their mind, they can think about another person that disagrees with them that it is least reasonable. Because I don't see very many reasonable minds on the left right now in mainstream media. They all come across as highly dogmatic, highly judgmental, and with no desire to give somebody a chance to change. That's my issue.
Makes sense, buddy. So you think you're going to get them to... it's a lot of work, though.
Yeah, of course it is. A ton. It's exhausting, yeah.
To counter the 9/11 stuff, you have to read about Tower 7, you have to read about what the reports were at the time, you have to read about how buildings fall, you have to like look and how buildings sound when they fall.
Yeah.
You have to watch a 5-hour documentary.
Yeah, and I agree. It's bullshit. It's a lot of work. But like now I feel like for the 9/11 shit, and I've gotten quite a few people where they start to argue, and now I have a couple of like key questions that I can ask that I never could before that are genuinely like stumping questions. Where is my controlled demolition sounds of World Trade Center Building 7 when everybody's recording it? Why can't I hear those? That's a legitimate mindfuck to anybody that believes in that conspiracy. And it's an instant shutdown to that conversation, right? Or like, where are the bodies of all the people buried that were assassinated on all of those planes? How is none of that? What military base? Right? These are questions that I can ask now. And I can do that in like an argumentative or like a manner where I'm trying to reason it out rather than just saying, oh, well, you're crazy because you believe in 9/11 conspiracies, right? It's a lot of work, and I agree it sucks. But like the reason why, do you know why it sucks? Do you know why it's a lot of work? It's because I'm a fucking layman. Okay? I'm a dipshit. I'm a college music fucking dropout. But I'm the one that has to do it because all of the academics and all of the experts have considered themselves above it for so long. It shouldn't be me doing it. It should be engineers and it should be researchers and academics that are coming out and putting their foot forward into those areas. When it comes to race realism, people that have tenure at universities should be writing responses to people like the alt-hype guy. It should be their job to do it because they have the background and the knowledge for it. They just don't have the desire because they're stuck in school and they don't give a fuck about anything else happening in the real world. That's the issue, in my opinion. So then people like me have to try to pick up the slack and as a layman dig through everything and figure it out because the people with the real expertise are above it all. In my opinion. Love you.
No, I think that's cool, man. That is one of the reasons why I think that you're successful is because that you're, and one of the reasons also I think that you don't give this same amount of charity to certain people on the left is because at the very least these people are giving you the time of day to have that communication, and very few people would give the right wingers the opportunity to talk to them about these things. Mm-hmm. And I think very many left wing people with the knowledge don't take the time to talk to them. And so I think the willingness to have conversations is something that maybe sets you apart. But at the same time, I get mad at certain people like Joe Rogan, mm-hmm. who do that but don't do the effort that you do.
Yeah, because go ahead.
No, you go.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off and ramble too much, but yeah, I agree. The problem is a lot of people, and it's always cringe because I inhabit this area where all of my would-be slogans have already been co-opted by brainless fucking losers. Like, my slogans would be like, I want to give you a good opinion of both sides. I want to be a fact finder that looks for truth. I want to be non-biased and non-partisan. But every motherfucker that says this shit is the most partisan, brain-dead, low-IQ dipshit in the world. Like, when I say shit like that, I'm instantaneously in leagues with Dave Rubin, with Tim Pool, with James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, with Joe Rogan. And these people are anything but fact-finding, truth-seeking, non-partisan, honest actors. These guys are sometimes the most hyper-partisan, anti-establishment people in the world. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me, you know?
So who do you see as your, do you think you're one of a kind? Do you think there's other people who are...
I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. Who else like inhabits like my space that does what I want to be done?
I think there's a complication for politicians.
Sure, I don't trust politicians. This isn't their job. It's not their job. Their job is to appease their constituents and sell their ideas.
You say this thing about Fauci, right? What is Biden supposed to do? Fauci, go out there and just like, and say what? Okay, we did a little lie or we did a little misinformation in the start.
Well, the government has to. I think the government has to be as honest as possible at all times.
I agree,
because it's because like, you can't have trust with the government broken.
You're running a bureaucracy, I can imagine why it would be difficult for people to like. All right, let's spend some time thinking about all of our faults and broadcasting them and talking about them, even though that might be the most healthy thing to do. But in terms of people who are speaking honestly and having good arguments against right-wing propaganda or whatever, I think that you can count them on your hand. And right now, as we talk, I don't know that there are very, very many like good communicators that I can think of. One person who I loved watching recently on the vaccine misinformation is this guy Avi.
Oh, he's a pretty smart dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching him like.
And he's a physician too, so he's got like a really good background. Anybody that passes med school, I have a ton of respect for.
Is that the guy who was like, for whom we were talking about the Ask Yourself?
Yeah, I like Abby. He's really cool, but he's in that kind of like cringe ultra debate lord community. And
but he was super smart.
No, he is smart. He's a really cool dude. I enjoy talking to him. He's like, when I have debates about like vaccine shit or anything medical related, he's always like shooting me really helpful DMs and stuff that I end up like quoting sometimes in the conversation. Yeah, he's a really smart, really cool dude. I just don't like the community he's in, but he's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go. I just have one quick question for you.
Yeah.
About this raid or the search warrant on Trump's house.
Oh shit.
I had a conversation with Rob Noor about it.
Yeah.
By the way, he's been calling you out nonstop.
Yeah, they all are now.
They're calling you
President
out.
Sunday and everybody. Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. And we had this conversation about what are the kinds of things that we would be okay, the kind of misconduct that we would be okay with, like the Justice Department seeking out a warrant and executing on a former president. And we both kind of agree that the threshold should probably be a little bit higher.
Absolutely, way higher. Yeah.
Right. Even if it's not as a matter of law, just as a matter of policy, we should be careful about.
The intelligence agencies, I think it's either a written rule or an unwritten rule that they will expressly try to avoid doing things that influence elections. Yeah.
But even like former presidents who aren't going to be in future elections or just influential in the party, I would think that like.
Maybe. I think the threshold for somebody that could run again is way, 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 way higher. The threshold for Trump should be, I think would be different than like Bush or Clinton or whatever, I would say.
So these were the kinds of things that we were throwing around as like criterion for establishing whether or not the raid would be justified. One is like the level of offense. If true, if Trump had murdered someone, we might execute that raid, but we would never like execute a raid on a misdemeanor to get evidence for a misdemeanor, like
absolutely not,
right?
Yeah, or like the TSA reports that he's like stolen somebody's cell phone or some shit. Like, yeah, you would never, ever, ever do that for sure.
Okay. The next criteria is not just the severity of the offense, but like how sure are you of it? Probable cause is kind of a low threshold. We'd want to be very, very, very sure, right? About.
Yeah, I don't know how. I think the threshold might be a bit higher on federal warrants when it comes to FBI stuff.
It's probable cause.
Okay.
Yeah. But you would want like to be pretty sure that he did it and that you're going to find evidence of it in the place that you're. And then the final one is like you've exhausted other remedies. You've asked them before, right? You're not going to do the search.
Yeah, of course. Which I believe they had. I think the records or archive department had been in contact with Trump trying to get shit back already. Yeah.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Okay. And Rob and I disagreed on this.
Oh boy.
Let's say that President Trump, ex-President Trump, had taken a bunch of unclassified, brand new computers sealed in their boxes, worth $2 million, and took them home, property of the government, and wasn't giving them back.
Yeah.
We're fairly sure that he had them. They're unclassified. They're brand new. And we asked for them. He's not giving it back. And in order to like find him or do anything or have evidence of this crime, you have to do a search warrant. Would you be okay executing a search warrant to get those $2 million worth of laptops?
So I don't know if this is legal, but this is what I would say. I would be okay with that happening, but I think you need to publish the warrant, or you need to publish the search warrant, and I think you need to publish the affidavit? Yes, that you give to the judge to show exactly what you're looking for, where you're looking for, and how you got the information. If you publish both of those things, then I think it's okay, because then the story starts and stops with exactly what you're looking for, and there's no room for speculation if you were going to do it.
But like, you're okay with them doing it just for unclassified stuff. Another example I used was like the Declaration of Independence.
Unclassified stuff, yes. Classified stuff gets harder because on that affidavit, there's probably going to be information then that would necessarily need to be declassified, and I don't know if that would ever happen. Actually, I don't know if you can put classified information on. Actually, I don't think you can put classified information on an affidavit.
I think you can.
I don't think so because it goes before a judge, and judges don't have security clearances, right?
Judge can, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. If you're like if you're a FISC judge, let's say you're getting a FISA warrant, if you have to.
I think FISA courts are separate courts, aren't they? Or am I crazy?
It is a separate court, but I'm fairly sure that there are some judges who have.
Yeah, for a FISA court that might be the case, but I think FISA stuff. Because that's a whole separate court, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. I think that's a whole separate court system that's not just a normal judge.
It uses district judges.
Does it? Okay, I might be totally wrong.
Yeah, the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice nominates people to be on the FISC court, but there's additional checks there. I think that federal judges have some security clearance, or I believe so. Someone can correct me.
Well, if you work in a FISC court, I would imagine you almost necessarily have to, right? Because the affidavits you're getting are going to have probably classified information on them.
Yeah.
But yeah, once it gets classified, it gets harder, obviously, because publishing all of that information publicly. Because the fear, and this is what's happening now, is when there's room for speculation, that can be highly damaging to an election. Because everybody around the world right now is wondering, what the fuck is happening in Trump's Mar-a-Lago? What was leaked? What happened? Because now it could be anything as stupid as there were some documents there. We really needed to get him back because we don't want like his kid to wander into the basement and read some dumb shit. Or he could have been selling fucking nuclear secrets to Putin, right? That's the range we're at right now for speculation, which I think is really bad coming up to an election. Because now, to determine who gets elected as president, we might be looking to statements from our national intelligence. We might be in another Comey situation, which I think is the last place that intelligence wants to be. They don't want to be playing that role, and they know they shouldn't be playing that role, you know?
So, but you believe sort of in abstract, notwithstanding everything we just said, that you would be okay with the government raiding a former president for certain unclassified information or documents or property if it was important enough, right?
As long as it can all be published. As long as it can all be published so that there's no room for speculation, I think that's okay. Yeah.
And for classified stuff, you would be... But like, what if the reason you have the unclassified information is because you have a confidential informant?
Well, then that would probably be classified, right?
You block that out.
I don't know if CIs are put on affidavits, or they probably just say there's a CI. I don't know if they have to specify who it is to a judge. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, because like Rob was not willing to budge on that. He was like, essentially, you know, even if the property was worth tens of millions of dollars, it's okay. Like, you can't raid the president, even if you have to get that property back. And I'm just like, what the hell? Like, you're just going to allow the president to just steal property?
Yeah,
For
no,
me,
that
the
sounds dumb.
like
There has to be
tens of thousands of dollars. Let's say that there actually was information like the Clintons sold furniture that was worth tens of thousands of dollars, like that belonged to the government. If they, after like multiple attempts to get it back, wouldn't give it back, wouldn't you be in favor of the government? Like, all right, we're going to get our property that's worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, like, that's fine. You should be able to do that, right? Yeah, as long as there's no room for speculation. Yeah. Isn't there like some pledge? Is it an oath the president takes or military people take that literally say like no one is above the law or whatever? Like you serve the Constitution, all that shit. Like it would seem weird to let a president just infinitely steal shit.
Yeah, that's my concern. And so like if there's presidential records, at some point you would be okay with the government going in and raiding. Let's say that there was some really important record. It wasn't classified, but just like some record of something that like the president of, I don't know, of France had sent to you, some letter congratulating the American people on some achievement. And we knew he had it. Like everyone knew he had it, but he just wouldn't give it back. That one letter, would you be okay with us raiding Mar-a-Lago to get that one letter?
It's going to be the same thing as long as like everything is published publicly. Yeah, so that there's no room for speculation. The speculation part is always going to be the most damaging part, I think.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Awesome, man.
But it's a hard one, right? Like if nothing further, like if there are no charges that drop against Trump or more information isn't released, this looks really bad, right? If it was just to get documents back? Or do you think it's okay? Because you know that like Garland and a ton of big people in government signed off on all of this happening. And you know that it looks really bad because, no offense, the American public is fucking retarded. And they think that Biden himself probably directed this fucking raid, right? Even though Biden theoretically should have no knowledge or idea that this is happening, people are still going to think otherwise.
So you think, like, let's say that it's established without a doubt that they had classified information of the highest caliber, but the Justice Department just doesn't want the politics of, indicting a former president, and they decide to go easy on Trump, even though it would be like...
Oh, no, if what you just said is true, if he had classified information, it was mishandled in a certain way, I think it's okay for an indictment to come down about that. That's fine. I just don't like the speculation is just so scary.
Will you be mad if they don't have an indictment?
I think I would be, yeah. I think so. Because it just looks so fucking bad. it like damaging to the American political system bad. You've already got X percentage of the Republican Party that doesn't even think the election was real. And now you've got an unprecedented raid on the residence of a former president that is running again, arguably, or might be running again. It looks really, 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 really bad if no indictment comes down, you know?
Let's say Garland comes out the same as like, you know what, this is really, really super important, but we're not going to indict because we think that it'll just make the tensions too high.
Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Hold on. Now I'm appreciating. Literally. Well, did you read about? Do you understand why Comey did what he did?
I understand why Comey did what he did.
Yeah, I'm basically arguing myself back into Comey's position. It's hard because now I'm asking Garland to Comey himself, where Comey was saying. Yeah. Because Comey was going to say, I'm not recommending charges to the DOJ, but Comey's understanding was that, like, if I do that, it's going to look like the FBI is literally fucking compromised.
So do you agree with Comey or do you not agree with Comey?
It's such a hard, I don't know. It's so hard. Because technically Comey's doing everything that I'm saying. He came out, he laid out everything, and he said, now there's no room for speculation. This is exactly what we found, exactly why we're not recommending charges. But you could argue that it was still damaging to Clinton's campaign. You could argue that that was the thing that made it so that Hillary lost that election, potentially. But it's hard because
the restarting of the investigation, that's like, you're going to tell days before an election that you're restarting the investigation? That was like super damaging in that moment. But he did it. And that's kind of asking, like, that's doing what you're asking.
No, yeah, I understand. But like in the other world where what if she gets elected? What if they do bring down a conviction and you find out that they'd started that investigation before the election? Is that something where the American people are like, what the fuck? Our president was being federally investigated and now there's a conviction and you didn't fucking tell us? That's always the other world that I worry about, you know? And I don't know how I would feel or how the American people would feel at the time. I have a president of the United States. Somebody was running for president. They were under federal investigation and I didn't have that information. That would have been an important call for me as an American citizen in terms of who I want to vote for. But
they've asked Comey, knowing what you know now about how everything turned out, go back to that situation. Do you still send the letter? He says yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, knowing what you know now shouldn't change anything, right? Because
that's his answer. He's saying if I change my answer, then I would be letting politics in effect.
Yeah. Do you think? I'm curious. Do you think this is an easy yes or no, or do you think it's a hard one?
I think it's a super duper hard one. Okay, I think Comey's decision was super hard, but in that case, I think you go with the precedent. You go with. I have to think, right?
It's It's really hard because
because
everything turned out the way that it did, which means if he wouldn't have said anything, maybe it was okay. But if it did go another way, if a conviction did come down, if some foul play was discovered, and that was kept what feels like almost hidden, it's just
think about
so
how
hard,
critical that decision has been for this country's history.
Sure.
If you buy, as I do, that moment to reopen the investigation, if it didn't, there were a lot of causes for why Trump was elected, but it might have been the thing that put it over the edge, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Assuming that that's, there's a strong likelihood that it might have been the clinching thing. Think about how our lives would be different if that choice was otherwise. And I understand.
Well, it can't be about that. It has to be the principle of it, right? It's the same thing we talk about the Supreme Court shit related to Roe and everything, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No. So I understand that you don't have that information at the time.
Yeah. But I understand it could theoretically change the whole course of U.S. history, right?
Yeah, and that's why it's so pivotal, and that's why for you to just come out in that way and do something totally unprecedented on your own initiative, you could get that really, really wrong. Isn't it the safer thing to just go with the policy that was established at the time?
Potentially. Yeah, who knows? It was unprecedented, I believe, what he did when he came out and I'm pretty sure the DOJ was ultra fucking pissed.
Super pissed.
Yeah, when he came out and made those announcements.
Although you understand why Comey did it for another reason too, which is Attorney General Lynch had that tarmac meeting with Bill Clinton. You remember?
I don't.
He had the meeting on. She had the AG had a meeting with Bill Clinton on Air Force One or on the tarmac, as they were investigating Clinton's use of the private email server, and that gave a big appearance for
impropriety. Yeah, because I know that one of his huge underlying currents was. Because obviously Comey's the head of the FBI. He feels very strongly about his agency. Anybody that works in any of these agencies has a lot of pride about the people that work under them. He didn't want to give the impression that the FBI, he didn't want to undermine the integrity of his institution. He didn't
even tell DOJ what he was going to say.
Sure, yeah, I know. But yeah, because they were super ass mad about him making that statement. And obviously, I think they came out and said, was it Lynch or Yates at the time?
Lynch was the Attorney General.
Lynch, yeah.
Loretta Lynch.
Fuck, did he come out and make a statement about that? That it wasn't his business? I don't remember if he came out and made an official statement about that. That it wasn't.
He came out and said, "The DOJ has no idea what I'm going to say right now. The FBI is making this announcement."
Yeah.
No one knew what he was going to say outside of the FBI. He gave a conference.
Yeah.
I think that's a very tough decision.
Yeah.
But on balance, where do you lie more with Comey or?
It's just hard. I empathize with everybody. I'll just say that much. For the DOJ, it's their decision on what they do ultimately with the case, right? They are the prosecutors, and it's their call. And for Comey to come out and undermine that process because he doesn't want to be undermined it's a hard one, right? Because Comey's fear is that they recommend no charges to the DOJ, and now because of Lynch's behavior and because of what the American public already perceives, now the American public's saying, oh, well, the FBI, it's basically a tool of the DOJ and they're worthless. The FBI did shit. The FBI did nothing, right?
But now look at what good that's done.
Sure,
look at what's good that's done.
Yeah,
it didn't matter. We still
because people still don't trust any of the intelligence agencies, and people read the situation totally wrong anyway. Because every fucking retard Republican will still say, "Oh, they all work together. Oh, they're all in bed with each other," because they have no idea how any of these agencies work. So at the end of the day, did it even fucking matter? Yeah.
It kind of plays into your argument on the censorship stuff, which is, does it even matter that we're censoring stuff as platforms if people are still doing it anyway?
Yeah.
And that's maybe what I would say with respect to this integrity argument from the FBI. The FBI should have integrity, but if the concern is they'll think you're illegitimate if you announce it next to Loretta Lynch, they think it's illegitimate when you didn't announce charges at all. The fact that you didn't come out their way made them think that you were illegitimate.
Sure.
And I think that what you're saying now is potentially even worse, which is if the DOJ is nice to Trump and they're like, okay, there was absolutely classified information, but for whatever reason, we're going to just buy your declassification story, or we're just going to buy your that you don't have the intent to do it, and it was they had let you, or they had coerced you into having that information, or for whatever reason we think that a charge is improper, you're going to be pissed that they did that raid and no charges come out.
Yeah.
And no matter what, the right's going to be mad. The right's going to be pissed if charges come out, and the right's going to be pissed if charges don't come out. They're going to be like, oh, it was just a witch hunt. So they literally can't win. And so shouldn't they just do the thing that's most just and that fits the facts the most?
Well, the issue was that they made... How was this discovered? Did the FBI announce that they were making a raid after it happened?
No, Trump leaked it.
Oh, Trump leaked it. Yeah, which is... I mean, like, the FBI probably has to figure Trump is going to leak it, right?
Yeah. But, like, he did it... Now
it's all rough, man.
They can't win. They can't win.
Yeah, no.
Are you supposed to let him have that information? Like, imagine you're the government. Are you just supposed to let him sit on that information forever and be like, oh, well, it's
No, yeah, I don't know. It's hard. I'll be honest. I think you agree, too. It's hard. These are all really, really hard decisions. I don't know what the right answer is, or even if there is a right answer here. You have to balance and weigh so much stuff against each other. It's very, very
only
difficult.
hard because of the former president. That's the only reason it's hard.
Well, because Trump wasn't cooperating?
If this was Kira Chats.
You know what?
You would be...
Here's what I would say. If Garland wasn't such a pussy and he wanted to be a big baller, then I would be okay with everything. If the FBI did the raid and they didn't publish anything and Garland came out and he said, listen, Trump had fucking 2 years to get this shit back to us and he didn't. And if you guys want to speculate that he was getting blowjobs from fucking Putin prostitutes while selling nuclear secrets, that's on fucking Trump. He should have given the information back. Fuck him. Then I'd be like, you know what, Garland? That's fair, motherfucker. That's a fair statement. True. Trump should have given this shit back. He did it. Now he can reap the consequences. Fuck him. I'd be okay with that, okay? Fuck
You're
it.
a liar. You're a liar. That's like what Comey did, but 1,000 times worse. Come out and disparage Trump and be like, he's an asshole, and say that you guys feel free to speculate.
Well, wait, with who? With Hillary?
No. What you just said was like, I think even worse than what Comey did. You're like,
well, Comey didn't leave any room for speculation. Comey pretty clearly fucking announced like everything that they discovered in terms of like...
Yeah, but Comey wasn't like, yo guys, feel free to draw all your bad inferences you want, bro. That's basically what you just said. That Garland...
Well, no, but Comey stating it would be different than Garland stating it, right? Because we're not talking about the FBI making a statement. We're talking about Garland making a statement, right? That would be equivalent to like the DOJ making a statement under the Comey stuff, right?
And that makes it so, so it's okay for the DOJ's allowed to just...
Yeah, the DOJ can, because they're the ones at the end of the day. Like, it's the difference between like a cop making a statement versus like the DA making a statement, right? In a way, like the FBI, like Comey is like, an investigator comes out and he's like, we want to let you guys know what we found in the investigation. And the DA is like, what the fuck? Like, it's our job to decide why the fuck are you talking to the public? So in a way, but it would be different. If the DA wants to make statements to the public about whatever, fuck it. It's an elected position, I think, right? The district attorney. Like they can...
Here's the take,
yeah,
man.
go.
Here's the
yeah,
take.
okay,
The take is, you can't just let... If it's true that the classified information is there, you can't just leave it there.
True.
If you care at all about classified information being insecure...
Well, true, kinda. But now if I ask you the ridiculous hypothetical, right? What if the classified information was literally like, there was one fucking document that he took that just has like some classified information. It's not even like a big deal, but it's got like some classified information about like some dumb shit. But it's classified. It's SCI level classification.
Okay, so it's classified because it's very discretionary what you classify, and we know what's on that. And we know it's just bullshit.
Correct, but it's not like nuclear secrets level, but it's an SCI, TSSCI classified.
If you have that specific information, that it's like a very harmless thing.
Do they do the raid to get one document? Really?
You don't do the raid, but let's say that there's like a court order, like you have to hand it over, right? Which is what a subpoena is.
Yep.
And we have evidence like, yeah, I know there's a subpoena. I know that the document's there. Now you're raiding for not following the subpoena, right? You think we should allow people just to like evade judicial process, even if it's over nothing, right? Let's say
sure. So then you would be okay with going after the one document then? You have to. You just said it, right? You subpoena for it. You've got a warrant.
Thinking out loud, bro.
Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Go.
Out loud. Give me some space, bro. All right. Let's say that someone was going after Hillary Clinton. Her box of tissues because they think that there's a hidden server in the box of tissues, and she's like, "I'm not handing that over." And for whatever reason, there's a probable cause, or not even a probable cause. There's a subpoena, right? You don't need probable cause for a subpoena. There's a subpoena to get the tissue box. Judge signs a subpoena, or someone signs a subpoena. Whoever needs the magistrate who needs to sign the subpoena signs the subpoena. And Hillary Clinton's like, no, I'm not giving you this tissue box. If that's the case, wouldn't you be okay with the government going and getting the tissue box?
I guess, but then the FBI is raiding Mar-a-Lago for a tissue box. Is that okay?
I guess what you're saying is if the government knows it's.
Yeah, they know it's there, but it's like one document. Is it worth it to still raid?
Okay, the raid would not be justified if it was a worthless.
Well, it's still TSSCI. I shouldn't say worthless because SCI information is going to be pretty important, but like it's not like literally.
So if your position is by definition everything that is that level of classification is important, then any document would be worth it if you're not complying with the processes to get
yeah, sure. I agree. Or I think I agree. But yeah, but like let's say that it came out that on that FBI list of what they had the warrant for, let's say that they walked out with one folder and that's it. It's hard, man. Yeah. What if they just grabbed a bunch of boxes to make it seem more, and it's like half of it is like barren fucking drawings when he was in first grade, so it doesn't look bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's, yeah, I don't know. It's a really.
You gotta
rough
be
one.
ready for this. What's your rule?
I don't know if I don't even know how you would begin to craft rules here. It's really, really, really rough. I'm a big like trust the process guy, but obviously we're talking about more amorphous things here about like the integrity of our electoral process or the integrity of everything, right? Like if it was the case that George Bush, or not George Bush, but let's say Donald Trump was actually speeding and he was going like 80 miles per hour on a 55, and there was a procedure where when you catch somebody doing
different.
Well, but it's like
I think that's different than misdemeanor speeding. If it's
well, hold on. I don't know if misdemeanor, if you're going a certain speed limit over, isn't it like a minor felony automatically?
Right. So if it gets into the range where Trump is literally speeding in a school zone going 90 miles an hour.
And let's say they're going to arrest him the night before his inauguration. should they be like, listen, Mr. President, reported, like, I don't know. That's a hard one. It's really, really, really hard.
Maybe you don't arrest him before his inauguration, but let's say that the evidence that he's sped in a school zone going 100 miles an hour in a school zone is in Mar-a-Lago. You know it's in Mar-a-Lago. You ask for it, and Trump says, "I don't have it," but you have a witness, an insider who's like, "Yeah, I have that document, and yeah, I know that it's under subpoena, and yeah, I know I have a legal obligation to hand it over. I don't care. I'm just not handing over this document that proves that I sped 100 miles an hour in a school zone." Do you think that it's okay for the FBI to go in then? Like he knows he's willfully. Imagine you know he is violating that subpoena on purpose.
Well, this is what I was saying before. Yeah, I think it's fine. If they as long as I mean if he knows, because it's on him.
He knows.
He knows. Actually, I'm trying to think of my self-defense take now. He's on notice. He's stepping on the blade of grass.
Yeah. He knows.
Actually, you know what? I roll back on everything I just said. Actually, fuck everything. I think the FBI should have done the raid. I don't think Garland should have said shit. I think he could have just kept his fucking mouth shut.
Hey, peace.
Because he was, but well, fuck. But do I really think that? Because he was on note, or actually, this is what I would reform. Garland should have made one statement, and he might have even said this.
He only made one.
Yeah, I don't remember what he said in that statement. But if Garland says something like, "These are documents we've been trying to get back for a long time. We had him already like in communication. They failed to return him. We went and we got the documents. And you know what? If that's the extent of what he says, fuck it. I think that's fine. You know, you don't even need a conviction. They had to get their shit back. I think that's okay. And if there's speculation or shit that happens, that's not the fault of the FBI. It's not the fault of the DOJ. That's on Trump.
Trump's fault.
It's his fault
That's
because
what
he
I
was
think,
on
like,
notice. Yeah, I think that's fair, actually.
Everything that's come out from Trump, has he given any explanation for why the hell those documents would be in his possession?
Yeah.
Like,
no, he hasn't. They
given
just publicly complained about the search and that's it.
Yeah, why would it, like, okay, I can declassify anything I want. I can do this. I have the power to do that. It's unfair. It's whatever. Why the hell do I have that? He hasn't given a single explanation. I think at some point you have to like blame Trump instead of blaming the people who are just doing their job.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think that's fair. Fuck it. He had time to turn it in. This is his fault at the end of the day. If they had gone after like a subpoena for like one failure to communicate or instantaneously or something, then I think we have a problem. But I think my understanding is they'd had months to get this information back. I think.
And what if you have evidence, in fact, that like they're aware it's under subpoena? They're aware because they have the subpoena, right?
Yeah.
And let's say that they are aware that the thing that they're keeping is covered by the subpoena.
Yeah.
Then you're like,
now it looks almost malicious, right?
Yeah.
Because you were the president of the United States. You've got important shit. Like you have to fucking get that back, right? Like how can you just? It's not like you took a pencil holder or something, or you borrowed somebody's pen and didn't get it back.
Okay, I'm with you. I think that I'm with you, and I'm with everyone. If it's just like literally his toilet paper, you don't go in there for that. If it's literally, I don't know, a random as a piece of lint from the Oval Office that technically came from the the desk.
Yeah,
I'm
but they
not-
said it was stuff relating to nuclear secrets. So,
But even if it's not, right?
Mhm.
Even if it's
even if it's not, it's SCI classified information. Yeah.
all right, based.
Yeah. Fuck him. That's his fault. Okay.
Cool.
So then we agree at the end of the day that if somebody gives you a hard drive, you can't just republish all of the pictures online, right?
I think that for some things it might be copyright infringement, but for a lot of the stuff we're talking about, I don't think it's infringement because I think it's a fair use stuff is just overriding.
It could be fair use. I agree. It could be fair use for that, but Twitter has a right to ban it from their platform if they want.
But you don't agree with that policy in the end. So
I do. I wouldn't agree with that policy, but they do have that would fall under their hack materials policy.
It would, but the policy would be inconsistently enforced, right?
Potentially, that would be part of the criticism of the policy is that it's up to the discretion of Twitter to decide what. Yeah, it could be policy.
But it would still fall under the policy.
That would be my main issue with the policy is the discretionary part of it, right?
Because hacking without the permission, like let's say that someone leaves.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on all of this. The discretionary part is potentially hugely problematic, right?
Okay.
Like
so
if somebody discovers a cache of documents,
would you consider that hacking if you just like stupidly? All right, here, have my folder of documents, Pisco. You can have that document, but later I'm like, yo, guys, check out what I found in this binder.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that's hacked?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, this would be my main criticism of the Twitter policy is that it seems like it's really discretionary. Yeah.
Wait, so do you agree or do you not agree that this was hacked? Without knowing more.
No, I wouldn't. It wasn't. I don't know if I'd say it was hacked, but it was definitely like illegitimately gotten. I would say. Obviously, illegitimately gotten.
Would it be illegitimately gotten if someone like that folder? That's yours.
Mm-hmm.
That's your folder. I don't care about it. Just keep it if you want. And they just find something in that, and they use it. And like, whoa, bro, you can't use the stuff I gave you.
If that was the case, like if there was a recording of like Hunter saying, "You're like, oh, bro, whatever you find in there, like it's cool," then that would change things, sure. But that seems unlikely that was the case.
If Trump gave a folder and that folder had like a document, there is like, lists of people to pressure. And he's just like, all right, I'm just going to leave this document here in the middle of Times Square. Someone picks it up and sees it. Is that hacked?
I mean, no, because we're probably going to draw reasonable limit. Like, if I leave a folder on my desk and somebody comes into my house and takes it, the expectation of privacy is going to be way different than leaving a folder like on a park bench.
Like a reasonable expectation.
Yeah, privacy for sure. So like a laptop left at like a repair shop, your expectation is not that somebody's going to be digging through folders to publish shit, right? Although you could still find newsworthy information that wouldn't be illegal to publish.
So depending on how they got the files from the laptop, depending on what the policy was from the shop and what the expectation was of Hunter Biden and what the reasonable expectation is for people who leave laptops at repair shops, that would change your mind about whether or not it's hacked based on like what is the common industry thing and what the
potentially. Yeah, potentially it could, yeah.
Like if the guy had said, Hunter's like, you promise you're going to delete that, right? And he's like, yep, I'm going to delete it. And he publishes it. That would be a hack under your opinion of like a reasonable definition of hack.
Yeah, probably.
Or at least illegitimate.
Well, yeah, but the problem is my definition might not align with Twitter's definition. And that's what's really ends here, right? Is the discretion they can exercise over that.
So if a conservative is like, it wasn't hacked, bro. He just gave them the stuff and the stuff was there. You need to make arguments about, well, it was illegitimate. And the only way for you to say it's illegitimate is to say that the expectation wasn't there that he was going to use it.
Yeah, potentially, but it just gets weird because it's like, let's say that I leave a computer and I think I've got a bunch of like music files and shit on it. I'm like, oh yeah, you can have it, whatever you want. That's the deal or whatever. But let's say I didn't know that I had a folder of like private pictures on there. Is it okay now? I don't know. What about recovering stuff from a drive that's been deleted once, but you didn't do a pass through? Like, I don't know. That gets really complicated.
I think it's really about expectations.
Yeah,
you're right.
Think so. Yeah.
It's about the expectations of the user. Like imagining that it's someone who had already cleared their hard drive once, but the person who's getting the hard drive, there are people who are specialists who can recover stuff on it.
Sure. Or you can download a program, recover. Like you can recover stuff deleted one time that hasn't been passed through at all, very very easily. Yeah.
I think that would make it so it's not. We would consider it a hack materials policy. Likewise, if someone gets a promise from someone that they're going to delete it and they don't, or there's a policy that's like well spread out in the laptop repair shop that says that we will delete anything that you abandon, then I think you have the expectation. But in order for you to say that it's hacked materials and that it's a legitimate use of it, I think you have to know more facts about how the laptop was procured.
Possibly. I think it would depend on what the industry standard was. I would assume, without looking into anything, that the expectation is that files are deleted. It would be wild to me that any computer repair shop would assume that, like, oh, we can go dig through and look at all your shit. Like, Nathan For You literally does like an episode, a joking episode of like having, have you seen that one, the asexual computer repair?
No.
He has an episode where he's like, I'm going to make a computer repair shop, but you're going to hire only asexual so customers know that they're not like looking through your stuff. So I think like people have that worry. Like, I would be surprised if it was industry standard. Like, oh, you leave your shit here, we can look at all your stuff. Like, yeah, you know.
I agree. I think that like the common expectation is if you leave stuff that we're not just going to go going through all your documents and then publishing them. I think that that's stupid.
Yeah.
But what if you have like a file that says, like, there's a folder on the desktop right next to my computer that says like secret, hidden, embarrassing photos.
What about it?
You still don't go through it, right?
Wait, hold on. Are you asking me if I would go through it or if I'd republish it?
I'm sorry. What is the expectation of privacy?
The expectation is that it wouldn't be gone through at all, of course.
Even if it's like obvious that...
I mean, that'd still be the expectation, but like I mean, obviously somebody's probably going to go through it. I would imagine the expectation is that like everybody's shit is going to be gone through, right?
Hunter Biden's wallpaper is him smoking a crack pipe.
Uh-huh.
Now what?
What if it's his wall? What if it's his screensaver? Yeah, I don't know. I guess that gets a little hairier. I'm not sure. I would imagine that like any woman that deposits any device, I bet my life on it. 99.9% of people are probably fucking digging through.
Did you just say woman?
Yes. If a woman drops a computer off anywhere for repair or a phone or anything, I bet every motherfucking repair tech is... Because they'd be going through looking for pictures, probably.
Why are you talking about woman?
What?
You just said woman.
Yeah, what part are you not understanding?
Why would you like make that specific to a woman?
Because the vast majority of computer repair people are probably men, and they'd want to see naked pictures of the woman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
Oh.
I thought you were saying that like women have different expectations or women break.
Well, no, they might actually. They might. If I drop a computer or a phone off to some shit, they'd probably be kind of interested in going through. But like if Melina would have dropped her phone off at a computer repair tech and gave her the unlock, I guarantee you every single guy is going through every picture on that phone to see what they can find.
Oh, really?
Yeah, of course. You don't think so?
Maybe.
I feel like they would. If you were working at a computer repair shop and some Joe Schmo dropped his shit off and then he didn't pick it up for a month, you'd probably toss it. But if Joe Biden came in and dropped his shit off and abandoned it, you'd probably be going through every single fucking file because maybe not you in particular because of your lawyer shit or whatever, but like I imagine most people like, I want to see what the fuck is on this computer, right? I imagine different people would have different expectations of privacy.
Oof.
I would say people that work at the older, the old person's version of this are when you would go to get film developed at like print shops or whatever, right? It's like people that would look through your pictures and whatnot.
Yep. Okay, so then I think that your answer to this question is whether or not it's a legitimate use of the Twitter policy depends on the facts and circumstances of maybe you would say this. In general, I think that it would fit the hack materials policy because in general, I think people do have that expectation, but different circumstances that existed at the time might change my opinion.
Maybe change it, yeah. But I mean, like, I doubt there's any world where Hunter Biden is like, oh yeah, like, I think I got a picture of me like smoking crack and fucking prostitutes. Like, yeah, if I leave it here, you can have the shit, right? It probably is never going to be the case that he's like, yeah, you know?
But maybe the fact that he's famous should give him a less expectation of privacy, and then he should just expect people to go through.
Well, I mean, maybe.
Like if Obama walks into a repair shop, gives his computer, like, you can keep that. Is his expectation should, and like then later they publish it, he's like, no, you weren't supposed to do that.
Well, I don't know, like what about like, what if he doesn't give them like the password into the computer or whatever? Or what if you need help with your computer shit and you have a bunch of nudes saved onto an iCloud and you're like Jennifer Lawrence or whatever, and now somebody's doing like the fappening 2.0. It's like, bro, your password shit was on the computer. Of course I'm republishing that shit, right?
Then you run into, I think, the copyright issue, which I think is legitimate in the case, unless you
it's
think
not copyright. Listen, J Law or like celebrity news, I think that's some newsworthy shit.
I think that's newsworthy to publish the things itself.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's newsworthy to publish the words themselves, but why is it newsworthy to like actually show
a censored picture could be newsworthy? How about that?
Okay.
Guess you'd fight it in court. I don't know.
All right, man. Hey,
Okay, yeah.
I'm glad wait. So
Yeah.
summary, we got that out of the way. You agree with that emails are copyrightable, right?
Yeah, but they'd probably fall under fair use depending on who it's about. Yeah.
Okay. With respect to the media, you have a high bias in favor of sharing information, and you
Generally,
disagree
yeah.
with most of these media companies' positions in terms of censoring even misinformation about the election and misinformation about COVID.
I feel like we should be fighting it out, duking it out, but that's the feeling I have. But yeah.
Okay. And then finally on the Trump stuff, you think pretty base that they would go after him as long as he's put on notice.
Yeah, he
and
had
as long-
plenty of time. Fuck him. Yeah.
Okay. Great, dude. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Nice talking to you.
I love you. I hope you're doing okay, buddy. We might be in New
Yeah.
York City soon, maybe.
Oh yeah, hit me up.
Yeah. Okay. Have fun. Be careful, babe.
No, bye.
Bye. Jesus Christ. I hate that guy. Whew. I'm eating dinner with Dan tonight. I have to try to reschedule a thing with Lauren. I just realized because I was kicked Dan out of dinner like 7 fucking times in a row. So, hold on, what is this? Whiplash, but it came out in 2007. Jesus Christ. Music meme. The modes are among us. Jesus. This is cute.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying that this thing that happened in the Capitol wasn't a coup. But let me ask you something. What do you think they would have called it if Black Lives Matter had done it? That's right. They would have called it a coup.
Is he about to say something racist? Hold on. Wait, I don't get it. Am I a dumb fuck?
Called it if Black Lives Matter had done it. That's right. They would have called it a coup de ville.
It's a black people car. Okay. I'm too white to get it. Jeez.
Are chips today, Ted?
Mm-hmm.
Ted!
What?
Are chips...
Update on the Jesse single trans study reporting juicy. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesse Singal covered this study initially, I think, right? Oh, independent journalist Jesse Singal started asking questions of one of the author's studies, or studies authors. Huh. Rip. Ooh, not very good. Yikes. So there was a study that was produced by UW University. Is this University of Washington at Seattle, I guess? Or University of Washington? Maybe there's only one UW. I don't know. But basically, I think the study came out to say that HRT for children was dramatically increasing children's health outcomes. Like, it was very, very, very positive. But Jesse Singal, our good friend of the stream, Jesse, that we brought on to talk to, he said that, or he posted an article later on Substack going through the study, and he basically said when you look at the actual, like, the data in the study, or not the raw data, but like the reported tables and stuff, there was actually no improvement at all. It literally showed zero improvement for people that were on HRT. And when he started reaching out to the researchers, they stopped responding to him. And now I guess the researchers noticed that maybe the study was bad or bullshit. And this is an email in the university. Hey, Laura, thanks for passing this on. I agree with this, and we won't be promoting or responding to this as well. This is responding to Jesse Singal's criticisms. And then they responded, Hi, Barbara and Madison. The article resulting from inquiry was recently posted on the author's Substack and includes some pretty concerning claims. UW Epidemiology / UW SPH UW News will not be including this article in our media tracking or otherwise driving traffic to this piece. As there is an overwhelming amount of positive coverage of this study's findings, I don't believe there's a need for a proactive response beyond continuing to monitor, but welcome your ideas for any other actions or messaging with this study team. Happy to jump on a call too if that's easier. That looks really, 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 really bad. That sounds horrible. A lot of people like the original study. Kind of got a lot of good publicity. It might be all bullshit, but you know, hey, people like the shit. So that's a pretty disgusting statement. Though the criticism was concerning enough to stop UW from promoting the study internally, it wasn't enough to help correct the record. As there is an overwhelming amount of positive we just read that. UW Medicine Communications Manager Barbara Clements forwarded the email to Susan Gregg, UW Medicine spokesperson. FYI, I read through his exceedingly long... Oh, wait, hold on. There's another email. FYI, I read through his exceeding long, very, very long article, which claimed the research was flawed or at worst made up. But given the extremely positive pickup by mainstream media, I would agree and just let this be. I feel like all these people should be fired. Like, how can you undermine trust so much in academia? How can you do this? I think you should just get fired. I think all of these people should permanently lose their positions. If the Seattle's children's team gets any inquiries on social and or through our press inbox, we will continue to not engage, Madison wrote. The quiet edits. UW Medicine fielded additional questions from conservative media outlets that read Singal's piece. It prompted the communications team to quietly edit the materials. In an email to a communications staffer, it acknowledged that a UW Medicine video producer originally misinterpreted the data in the press release. press release page on the was changed to UW researchers recently found that gender affirming care for trans likely decreased rates. This replaced the line claiming depression rates plummeted. It also added a note at the top of the page. Editor's note, language has been updated below to more directly reflect the findings as reported in the study. But an email from the study team relayed to the communication group via Laura East prompted another edit. I think it's important to note that this language is still not quite accurate. We did not observe a decrease in the rates of depression. We saw that youth who initiated PB/GAH had a lower odds of depression compared to youth who didn't, because depressive symptoms significantly worsened among youth who did not initiate PB/GAH. These are different and has been particularly hard to nuance to maintain. I think mitigate is an appropriate word to use instead of decrease. The UW medicine team made the edit, but by then, media outlets like King 5 had already falsely declared the study reduced depression. There was a question on clarifying anything at all. A UW medicine spokesperson confirms to the Jason Ranch show on KTTH that staff never reached out to media outlets to correct the record. At the time of the corrections, the transgender research was no longer a news story. Jeez. If it gives too much attention to clarify at all, I am also very open to not responding. In my opinion, Jesse Singal and the reporters reaching out all have an agenda, so anything we say will just add fuel to the fire, she said. I think a short, to-the-point note like UW and UW Medicine stand behind our researchers and the Jamaa study is fine, but I wouldn't go beyond that. Damn, I wonder if he wants to talk about this. Hold on. Oh. Oh, he made a thread on Twitter too. I DM'd him, but I don't know if he checks his Twitter DMs. So anyway, as I was saying to Pisco about garbage fucking media and science reporting and academia's horrible engagement with public stuff, this is another example of that. Jesus Christ. It doesn't sound like they're saying the study is shit, just that they won't bring attention to the article because of the positive response. Yeah, but the thing is, the study probably is shit. That's the issue. Because I think Jesse's saying they still won't release the data sets to it. And my understanding is usually, I'm making a huge generalization here. I could be wrong. But my understanding is that usually, if you reach out to researchers and you ask them for the data sets, as long as it's not like some commercial drug or some like, like research that's being paid for by some industrial or commercial process, usually people are willing to share those data sets. And usually for this type of stuff, I think data sets are published. But they're like, they haven't done any of that. But to say that they won't share it because of the positive coverage, that's really, really bad. How else can it be peer reviewed? They might share it with the publication, although I don't know if they're even required to do that. It would probably depend on the type of study. Many publishers make it a requirement to publish raw data. It must be available on request. Sure. I think it depends on the type of study you're doing. Jeez. Full raw data isn't necessarily involved in peer review process. Process data is sufficient. Yeah, it's probably going to depend on the type of study, because you don't need like raw data for every type of study. That might be requested maybe as part of the peer review process if something seems fishy, but jeez. Can sweatshirts have hoods? There is no such thing as a sweatshirt with a hood. That's called a hoodie. Or you could have like a jacket or a coat, but sweatshirts don't ever have hoods. No, there's no such thing as a sweatshirt with a hood. What changed your opinion on this? The issue isn't, is loan forgiveness bad? It can be very good in the right context. The issue is with this program, which is regressive, expensive, and benefits a class of Americans who do very, very well economically, and the expense of many folks who are... Yeah, that's kind of why I've been opposed to student loan forgiveness, but I mean, fuck it. Maybe it's politically popular. Taftash says she regrets transitioning. Oh yeah, I saw some of this, yeah. Ooh. How hard is medical school in reality? In the United States, medical school is unbelievably rigorous. Hold on one sec. Let me use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Oh. What is a woman? Your mom. Okay, sorry. Let me finish this.
Professors, like, just he was I forget which which Republican president appointed him, but I mean he was I think going to be considered for the Supreme Court at some point. I mean he's a very very prominent and kind of celebrated free expression advocate, and he helped me set the thing up. And I think like setting up forms of governance around that are independent of us, that basically get the final say on a bunch of these decisions. And that's a step in the right direction. I mean, in the Hunter Biden case that you talked about before, I don't want our company to decide what's misinformation and what's not. So when we work with third parties and basically let different organizations do that. Now, I mean, then you have the question of, are those organizations biased or not? And that's a very difficult question, but at least we're not the ones who are basically sitting here deciding. We're not the ministry of truth for the world that's deciding whether everything is true or not. So I'd say this is not a solved problem. Controversies aren't going away. I think that it is interesting that the U.S. Is actually more polarized than most other countries. So I think sitting in the U.S., it's easy to extrapolate and say, hey, it probably feels this way around the whole world. And from the social science research that I've seen, that's not actually the case. There's a bunch of countries where social media is just as prominent, but polarization is either flat or has declined slightly. So there's something kind of different happening in the U.S. But for better or worse, I mean, it does seem like the next several years do seem like they're set up to be quite polarized. So I tend to agree with you. There are going to be a bunch of different decisions like this that come up because of the scale of what we do. Almost every major world event has some angle that's like the Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp angle about how the services are used in it. So, yeah, I think just establishing as much as possible independent governance.
Wow, thanks, Zuck. Fuck. That guy that I was supposed to chat with apparently is stuck in traffic and can't get home, so. Oh! No, I have no talks for today. I have to go meet with Danny Dan soon. Did Jesse respond? No, but I don't know if he checks his Twitter DMs. Lauren talk. I have to reschedule that for another time. I've stood up Dan. I've stood up Dan for weeks now. Post dinner stream? Probably. I have to gym tonight. Afterwards, maybe. It depends on how late it is, how lazy I feel. Vosh clip complaining about his stagnation. Uh-oh. Last stream before a brief vacation. Why is he going on vacation?
Once I'm back, once my ear is a little bit more healed, we have to brainstorm methods of breaking into new markets for sub growth. We've been stuck at 400K for a long time now. Everyone in the online left knows who I am, so appealing to that group isn't going to lead to any
oh, he's finally
further audience
maybe listen to my manifesto. Cute.
Destiny has, whatever disagreements I may have, or however cringe I may feel he has been doing a pretty good job of breaking into new communities with normie drama style stuff, and that is a pretty worthwhile adjacent thing to get into from politics, drama and politics, certainly in alignment. But yeah, we've stalled on the subs for quite some time. Do I have a thing here? Hold on. Wasn't that originally Zan's idea? Yeah, the problem is that I can't abide by pretense that much. I hate talking. I don't like talking to people. Honest truth of the matter, you can have a fun convo, whatever, but some people are capable of doing stuff on their stream for business reasons. They can have people on, and it's just like, you know, let's engage in drama, let's talk this, let's talk that, I'll entertain this position or this conversation for drama. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being able to do that. Like, we're just producing media, right? You know, there's nothing inherently dishonest about using that to create honest or helpful media, but it's not something that I can do. So that's a bit of a handicap on my part. How do you see the
I'm above it all, guys.
The sub list? I forget, you can see how many subs you've gained. How do you see how many subs you have? I know there's a chart for it somewhere. Advanced mode? Advanced mode.
Losh. True. I heard he's taking a 4-day vacation. Why? Is his ear stuff? Is he like, does he have like cancer or what's going on? So the Fortress arc is over? I don't know. I don't know what the point of the Fortress arc ever was. It was supposed to be ignoring me, but it feels like that sub has like 2 posts about me a day whenever I tweet or do anything. And all those posts get like over fucking, you know, like 200 comments. So it seems like we can penetrate the Fortress pretty easily. It feels like all he's done is like cut himself off from ever talking to anybody that might have any like disagreements with him or any interesting conversations. I think I finally saw there were a couple threads going up asking like, why doesn't Vosh talk to this person or that person? Like, he's cut himself off from stuff even that would have been beneficial. Like, his relationship with me would have been beneficial, but that's toast now. No shot am I giving him free clout that way. Debates with Nick would have been beneficial. But he won't do that without, like... He says if he's going to do a debate with Nick, there has to be no moderator. Which is kind of dumb. What's the reason for no moderation? I think he says he's worried that if there's a moderator, Nick will be able to spew bad claims without interruption, and he wants to be able to scream and prevent him from gish galloping if he needs to. So he won't have a debate with him if a moderator is present. Those are, unironically, those are Vosh's words, not mine. I'm not bad faith mischaracterizing him there. That's literally what he says. When did he become afraid of debates? Well, I don't know. He kind of fell into that trap that a lot of lefties do, where it's like, oh, like with me, he's like, oh, everybody's bad faith but me. So I'm not going to waste my time with bad faith debaters. It's like, okay. This pickup artist made a second video about you and Snake.
Right? That life is about experience.
This guy? Is this the guy that has like the... Oh, this guy's so... He said nice things about me, so I don't want to be mean. But it's a little cringe. Oh, fuck. No, I think his comment section is being nice to me. Maybe I shouldn't. Fuck. Maybe we'll watch it later. But, okay. I'm gonna go meet up with Danny Dan soon. I love you guys. I think I'll be back tonight. We'll see. Ribberino, cappuccino, poppuccino, cappuccino, 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 my dude knows. I will catch you guys maybe tonight, otherwise tomorrow morning. Oh, wait. Wait. I think we have like 1 to 2 weeks left on our merch stuff. So if you want any of this super cute merchandise, I think you got
Where do you gentlemen stand on treating large
left.
social media platforms as public utilities like the telephone?
1 or 2 weeks left, guys.
Did you see that podcaster convention apologize for the harm of Ben Shapiro entering the building, walking to the Daily Wire booth, then leave?
Nice. Also, follow my TikTok and Twitter. I love you guys. Journey road to 100K. Okay. We're on the way. We believe.
Changing minds is hard work. Who would thunk it?
Will there ever be sold again? Let's just assume no, but maybe.
It's me, Dan. I love cock and balls.
I'll host Lily. This is e-commerce.
I could see the engineers being afraid of getting labeled a right-winger and censored due expanding past the norm.
True.
We met on Sitch and Adam. I do what you do from the right side of the aisle talking to thousands nightly. I respect your intellect/good faith. I'd love to have honest conversations with you about developing healthy policies.
Yeah, fuck. Next time. Damn, that was an hour ago. I wonder if that guy's still...
If Biden dropped off his laptop, I would 100% be going through his Terry saves.
Is there anything with just Destiny on it? I don't know. These designs are cute. Fuck you.
Doesn't the Geek Squad at Best Buy have a contract with the FBI to hand over any sketchy stuff they find?
Only if it's sketchy stuff with your mom on it. Alright. I think there's 2 more donos. I'll let them run free.
Yo, Dest, can you please bring Lav back to the stream? I've been having nonstop dreams about her, and I need to hear her voice again. Love you, buddy Squad W.
Nice. Red Banana, Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Cappuccino, Cappuccino, Alpuccino, I do nerds. Catch you guys tomorrow or tonight. Tomorrow or tonight. Or Reno. Be careful. Rip.